contest here absolutely on a knife edge, votes being re-looked at again and again, and then with a flurry, the arrival of Nigel Farage, the arrival of the Labour and Reform candidates, and then that declaration that we brought you at 6 o'clock in the morning, and Reform squeaking over the line, just 6 votes between them and the Labour Party. If we just take a couple of steps back, now we've managed to take a little breather and get a bit of fresh air since that moment, it's the trend that is worth teasing out of the results so far, and you're right to say there's plenty of more results to come. The trend of Reform at least matching how they've been performing in the opinion polls since the general election, with real votes in real contests, some leading to victories for them, like here in Runcorn and also in Lincolnshire, and then elsewhere where they've come second in some of the other mayoral contests, the West of England and Doncaster, for instance, they have managed significant shares of the vote, 20-30% of the vote. Now, we've had moments in the past, historically, where people have proclaimed the death of the Westminster duopoly of Labour and the Conservatives, and we should bear in mind that that didn't come to pass in the end, so it's worth pausing and not being too breathless. But it is also true to say this morning that Reform are now an equal opportunities migraine to both the Conservatives and to Labour, and that matters, and that will shape our politics in the months and years to come.
Yeah, Chris, morning to you. I mean, every candidate we've heard from Reform that's been successful has said they cannot wait to see Nigel Farage as Prime Minister. Now, that may not happen in the next set of general elections, but it's an ambition, and you've said we're going to see a change in the landscape. We're traditionally two main parties going head-to-head with the Lib Dems in third position. That is changing, has changed, and is much more clear now.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it, Naga, that you have Reform now firmly in the political firmament of the mainstream, if you like, in terms of the daily tussle. And what a competitive tussle politics is now. And it's a bit head-spinning, isn't it? Because you think, well, hang on a minute, Labour won a huge landslide less than a year ago, and yet look how noisy and competitive politics now is. So you have Labour and the Conservatives, you have the Liberal Democrats at a high watermark in terms of their parliamentary numbers at the moment. You've got Reform doing as well as they are. The Green Party have been on a run of success, both in local elections in England and indeed at the general election. If we look beyond England, these contests today are purely in England, but if you look beyond England, the Scottish National Party in Scotland, in government in Scotland, with key elections coming in Scotland next year as well as in Wales. So it's a hugely competitive picture. And yes, Reform have been saying, haven't they, for some time, that they believe they can win the next general election, which seems like one heck of an ambition given where they are now. They are still absolutely in the foothills of what would be a Himalayan climb for them to be able to do that. And what comes in the foothills for them now, in the next year and the coming years, will be scrutiny, and scrutiny on a completely different level. Less so because of winning a by-election like this one, more so because of winning the mayoralty, for instance, in Lincolnshire and others that perhaps are to come in councils, where they will face a scrutiny about how they actually operate in office, which is a whole next level of test if they want to carry on rising towards being serious contenders at a general election.
Chris, you won't be able to see it where you are, but on our screens here in the audience can see this absolutely mesmerising graphic, which is showing 0,0,0,0 of the councils so far declared. It's not changing very much, although the counter is ready to go. It's probably worth just explaining that it's going to take a while. We've got some of the councillors we know about, but that's going to take a while before any of that picture emerges. And those questions that you were raising a moment ago about what will you be like if Reform gets control of the council, what will it be like? Will it be better? And that's when all those things kick in.
Completely that, Charlie. And I think the key thing I would say and sort of underline, the best place to get a proper sense and digest of how these elections have actually panned out in the round will be on breakfast tomorrow morning, because we've got a whole day of counting still to come. Yes, there'll be lots of headlines about Reform tomorrow, as there has been today, but there's so much more to emerge, both in terms of, yes, how Reform might perform in those council elections, but also, as we're hearing from Daisy Cooper, how the Liberal Democrats hope to make significant inroads into previous Conservative strongholds in the south of England in particular, but not exclusively. I think the headache for Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives has the prospect of continuing throughout today with those results still to come. So we're still very much in the early days of this. We're used to, after a general election, aren't we, waking up and turning on the telly and you know who's won, and all of the analysis is underway and there's barely any counting left to be done. This is just the start. We've got plenty more democracy to rumble through in the coming hours.
Chris, will you get yourself a sandwich or something? What will you do now? You're going to get yourself something to eat, a cup of tea? What are you going to do?
That is a really good idea. Like a sandwich and a coffee, and then probably not lying down, because that's really not a good idea.
You'll never get up.
In this day, yeah, but sandwich and a coffee. No, exactly. That's a great idea, Charlie. I'm going to bank that as an idea and try and see if I can find a sandwich somewhere.
If anyone's listening, sandwich makers, there you go. Chris is ready. That's our political editor, hungry political editor, feeding and watering. Chris
It's been a long, whatever it is, 12 hours for him.
Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Good morning. Well, besides tired, it's been a long night for everybody. I feel humbled. And I take people's trust.
And we can talk to the new mayor of Greater Lincolnshire, Dame Andrea Jenkins. Dame Andrea Jenkins, good morning to you. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Good morning. Well, besides tired, it's been a long night for everybody. I feel humbled. And I take people's trust in me very seriously. I'm not going to let them down. And yeah, I'm going to deliver for the people of Lincolnshire.
When you were campaigning, what was the message that was clear to you in terms of what constituents are unhappy about, but also what they expect from you?
I mean, what I found in both Conservative and Labour areas is that people felt that they're not listened to by those two parties. They felt that their voice wasn't heard, and that really, for too long, both parties have been in power and have not put the British people first. And so why I think Reform's doing well in these elections across the country is because they feel that, as Reform, we speak truth to power. We say it as it is, even if it's not palatable to some people. And we're standing up for the British people. So I'm certainly standing up for the people of Lincolnshire.
So in Lincolnshire, how will it change over this Parliament with you as its MP? Mayor.
I'm going to work very closely with... Yes, I'm going to work very closely with our fantastic MP, Richard Tice. And, we have a plan together for Lincolnshire with Reform. I want to ensure that Lincolnshire is the best place to bring up your children, to retire, to live. I want to ensure that people, even with special educational needs, they get that start in life, that they can move around the county, that we haven't got this brain drain where we train our young people, we have the jobs for them with the skills. And so Lincolnshire thrives. That is the ultimate goal for me, that Lincolnshire thrives.
There is, I'm sure you will be aware, a risk that those who voted for you perhaps voted for you as a protest vote against what the Labour Party is doing and what the Labour Party has done so far in government. What will you be doing to keep that vote? What particularly will you be doing to target those Labour voters, those disgruntled Labour voters?
Well, what I think unites both Labour and Conservative who's come to reform is really the belief in our country, wanting the best for our country. It's about inherent fairness. It's about our community, and it's about our family, and putting British people at the heart of our policies. So I think if we can do that as reform, even at a micro level, on a local level, at every council that we may run across the country in our moralities, then we will deliver for local people.
Give me an example of something that you will change. I mean, you said you'll deliver, you'll make it better. Give me an example of something tangible that you will change.
Yes. Yes. No, I mean, I've got a 6-point manifesto. Look, I moved to Lincolnshire when I was 7 years old. I went to school, college, university here. I was a Lincolnshire County Councillor myself. And I've seen how people cannot get around the county. Our roads are not fixed. I've seen how a bus service in a rural area is a last resort rather than a lifeline. So it's things like this. Now, just as they have a transport for London, I will have a transport for Lincolnshire, where we get the strategic decision makers together, and including charities as well, where we'll have a strategic plan to get Lincolnshire moving. I will also have a skills board, which will be industry-led. We've got some amazing industries across the whole of Lincolnshire, from manufacturing to farming. I mean, we feed Britain in Lincolnshire, and food security is very important. And so it's ensuring that the next generation and the businesses have the skills so we can create the jobs, we can create opportunities for young people, and so we thrive as a county. That's just 2 examples.
Our political editor, Chris Mason, is in witness with the Reform UK chairman, Zia Youssef. Chris, I know you would be speaking to Nigel Farage as well, but this is going to be a party that is feeling very good about this result, albeit a tight one.
Yeah, morning to you. One extraordinary story here and an emerging extraordinary story around the country, but the drama here in Widnes overnight. It's always an extraordinary thing to witness a by-election campaign and then the counting of the votes. But when it became clear just how close it was, the jeopardy palpable. And we hear it as a cliche, don't we? Every vote counts in an election. People might roll their eyes. Blimey, every vote counted here. I'll give you a sense of what's going on in the room. I might quickly show you what's going on in the room here. Nigel Farage, the party leader, doing some interviews. We brought you his first reaction here on breakfast 15 or 20 minutes ago. Lots of people milling around. And let me introduce you to, as you mentioned, Zia Youssef, who's the chairman of Reform UK. Good morning to you and congratulations. As I say, crikey, what a result, how close.
Good morning, and look, it's an incredible day. It's a historic day. And look, the congratulations go to all of our Reform supporters and voters and members and volunteers who worked so hard to make this happen. I'll tell you someone who worked hard on this campaign with Sarah Hochin, our new MP. She is going to be a formidable politician. We could not be more delighted to welcome her to being a Reform MP.
What for you was the crux of how you were able to make a breakthrough here? Given that Labour won here big less than a year ago, what was the sentiment that you were picking up that you think was key?
Well, I think the sentiment in this country is one in which people are disillusioned with politicians, disillusioned with politics. You've got the Tories, who after 14 years of shambolic government betrayed all of their values, their voters feel very betrayed. And now Keir Starmer, knocking on doors around Runcorn. We spoke to so many lifelong Labour voters, all people who voted Labour in the last few elections, who kept using the word betrayed and betrayal. And they said that they cannot believe what Labour have done. And they said they're going to lend their vote to us now. And so what we're going to do is ensure that those people understand that Reform is the party for working people. And I think we've got this huge opportunity now, Chris, to build on this. Last year in the general election, we won 14% of the vote share. We're going to see where the dust settles today. We're going to be up well into the mid-20s, I think. We've won, not just did we won in Lincolnshire, we've got Dame Andrea Jenkins, a new mayor, we're going to win hundreds of new council seats, and of course won probably the biggest prize today, the parliamentary seat of Runcorn and Helsby.
The scrutiny starts now, though, doesn't it? Both here, but also in local authorities and mayoralties where Reform find themselves, you find yourselves in power. This is the next level of scrutiny, isn't it? Can you actually match your talk with walking the walk?
Of course, and that scrutiny is natural. I mean, when Nigel said he was coming back to take the leadership of Reform UK in June last year, it feels like decades ago, doesn't it? It was not that long ago, it was June last year. He said this was a 5-year plan, and since then we've been really clear. Our mission is to get Nigel elected to be the Prime Minister of this great country. 350.
You think that's doable?
I do, and I think if you look objectively at our progress, Chris, what we have achieved, who would have thought that Reform UK, which remember had no MPs 11 months ago, would win one of the safest Labour seats in the country just 10 months
That happens in by-elections, though, doesn't it? It's quite a step from winning a by-election, and granted the other things coming perhaps later today and have come already, to Downing Street. That's one heck of a leap.
Sure. Where we are now in the polling, 1 in 4 British people eligible to vote say that they would vote for us. A lot of people are sceptical about those polls, they said they're not real, but I think we've already seen, obviously more results to come, we've already seen those polls are real, people are voting for us. We've also built durable infrastructure. We have 450 branches across the country, tens of thousands of volunteers are what helped deliver this extraordinary result. So we're not going anywhere, we're not complacent, we know we've got to deliver for constituents. We're excited about taking control of councils and fixing potholes and making sure bins are collected on time, exposing and stopping all the wasteful spending that's raising taxes on working people. We're going to do all of those things. Yes, there's going to be scrutiny, but we're excited about the trust that British people have placed in us.
Final
office, with its thumping majority that swept them into office, routing the Tories. The Lib Dems, Reform and the Greens all benefited from that too, but that feels like a lifetime ago. And the results so far of millions of votes cast in England yesterday suggest we're in a totally different political universe. Reform has made history, beating Labour in the Runcorn by-election by just 6 votes. Yes, 6. It's the closest by-election in history. And Nigel Farage, of course, turned up to share the spotlight with his new MP. But Labour narrowly clung on to 3 mayoral in Doncaster, North Tyneside and the west of England. But in all of those races, there were huge swings to Reform. That should worry Keir Starmer. But it's grisly for the Conservatives, losing more than 60 councillors so far, mainly to Reform. In Northumberland, for example, they've lost 10 seats, and in Staffordshire, Hertfordshire and Lincolnshire, a similar picture is emerging. But so much more still to come, with more than 1,000 seats left to declare, and Rita Chakrabarti is here to take us through the numbers.
Yes, there are many more councils still to declare. Here they all are, and there are 2 mayoral races too. I'll be bringing you analysis of the results as they come in.
And of course, it wouldn't be an election programme without Professor Sir John Curtis, the nation's favourite pollster, with us to help make sense of it all. A very good morning to you and welcome to Election 2025, a brace of ballots that's already made history. The first Reform UK by-election victory, the closest ever by-election win. But Reform wants this to be the day that is the beginning of a new political landscape for good. At this stage of the proceedings, there is simply no way at all that we can tell if that will prove to be the case. Also, bear in mind too, the places where Lib Dems and Greens are likely to do well mainly haven't even started counting the votes yet. So the jigsaw is far from complete. There have been elections in England only this year. 23 councils have been up for grabs and 6 mayors and 1 by-election that provided a lot of drama overnight. Throughout today with me will be our deputy political editor, Vicky Young, who will be helping us make sense of it and talking through the potential impacts for all the political parties. But I wanted to show you some of what happened overnight. This is probably the biggest moment so far, when after a recount, Reform won, just by a sliver, that by-election in Runcorn.
Sarah Joanne Hochin, Reform UK, 12,645. Karen Louise Shaw, Labour Party, 12,639.
John Stevens, Rejoin EU, 129. Michael Williams, Independent, 363. The number of ballot papers rejected was a total of 85. And I do hereby declare that Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Quite a moment. Well, watching that in the northwest of England, as we were watching it in the studio here, was the political editor of the BBC, Chris Mason. Chris is with us this morning. Chris, that is quite a headline for Reform UK, and what a way to win just by a sliver of votes.
Yeah, morning to you, Laura. I hope you slept well. No, of course you didn't. Barely anyone has. What an extraordinary night and some fascinating trends that we can begin to dissect. But yeah, it's worth pondering for just a moment the drama, the sheer jeopardy and drama here in Runcorn. We're actually just across the river in Widnes at the Count Centre a handful of hours ago. We thought we'd get the result in the middle of the night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and as you well know, the hours ticked by, the minutes ticked by. It was only shortly after 5:30 that Nigel Farage and then the candidates for Labour and Reform were in the Count Centre, and in the minutes before the declaration, we could tell which way it had gone. You could read the facial expressions, you could read the smiles of Nigel Farage and the Reform team. But what a margin. You know, that cliche that we so often hear, and isn't always true for political campaigners, about every vote counting. Boy, oh boy, it really, really did here. And Nigel Farage had been here throughout much of yesterday and on several occasions during the campaign. Quite strikingly, Keir Starmer never once visited. Now, there were plenty of Labour activists here yesterday and indeed in the last couple of weeks. Prime Minister never once visited. And what a margin of victory. But to briefly stand back, if we look at the result here and we look at the result in Lincolnshire, the mayoral contest there, which Reform won and won comfortably, and then those mayoral contests where they didn't win but came an impressive second, in share of the vote terms, the standout observation so far is that Reform are at least, and in some cases exceeding, those opinion poll figures that we've been watching keenly since the general election. I think that's what marks the moment as being significant in their breakthrough in terms of the national political conversation, and crucially, that they are now an equal opportunities migraine for Labour and the Conservatives. Labour now really feeling the pressure from Reform in the way that the Conservatives have been for some time.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. And you're right, everyone's short of sleep. None at all, but you may as well press on. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure we'll talk to you later in the day. Just before we move on, just to emphasise, I want to show you these numbers actually. I was going to say in black and white, but actually in turquoise, red, blue, green and yellow. The numbers in Runcorn are absolutely extraordinary when you look at it. 12,645 votes for the Reform candidates, only 6 votes ahead of Labour's Karen Shore on 12,639. And watching the result and recount and all the tension in the room there, people running backwards and forwards, people looking intently at the recount, was something quite extraordinary to witness. If I can again, I just want to show you the swing, because Chris was alluding to that shift in the change of votes. Labour to Reform, 17%. And if Labour wasn't worried about the threat from Reform before this moment, and they just thought it was a problem for the Conservatives, well, perhaps the penny might begin to drop. But one by-election does not a set of election results make. There's so many other things going on. And Rita, let's look at some of the most recent results.
Well, we've had one council result in Laura, Northumberland, and this is another story of Reform advances at the expense of the Conservatives. Last time these seats were fought, which was 2021, it was a Conservative gain, this council, but it then fell into no overall control, meaning that there was no one party that was in control of the council. It is once again in no overall control. There's no one party that's got a majority, which is why we've got it in grey. But the figures are really interesting. The Conservatives are still the largest party here with the seats you can see on 26 seats, but Reform have got 23 of those seats and have deprived the Conservatives essentially of winning this council back. This is the change since 2021. So the Conservatives have lost 10 seats, Reform have gained 23, and they didn't actually have any seats on Northumberland Council last time round, so it's coming 23 from a base of 0. Labour also been hurt by Reform. They've lost 12 seats. This is the vote share. Reform level pegging with the Conservatives on 29%, and this is the change since last time these seats were fought in 2021, with the Conservatives and Labour losing support to Reform. Let's take a look at another of the results that we've had in. This is in a mayoral contest. The Greater Lincolnshire Mayor and Andrea Jenkins, the former Conservative minister, is now the new mayor for this new post of Greater Lincolnshire Mayor, and it's a resounding victory for Andrea Jenkins there, way ahead of Rob Waltham in second place, with a majority just short of 40,000. And here's the vote share. We can't compare it because it's a new post this, but she got 42% of the vote. Let's take a look at a council where they are still counting the votes. This is Staffordshire, but we've got enough data in to have a good old look and to be able to see what's going on. A party will need 32 for a majority, and we've had 30 of the 62 seats declared, so just short of half of them. Now, Staffordshire has been Conservative since 2009, so the Conservatives have won here for the last 4 elections, but they're being run a really, really hard race here by Reform. Have a look here with almost half the seats counted. Reform has got 24 of them, and the Conservatives have only got 6. This is the change since the last election, and look, it's just a straight swap at the moment. Reform have got 24 seats, Conservatives have lost 24 seats, and this is the vote share. Reform on 43% and the Conservatives on 28%. So at the moment, what we are seeing is this surge by Reform at the expense of the Conservatives, but also Labour. But Laura, I mean, you've been saying, haven't you, that the night, the day, things are still early and things are still young, and we might see a change in this pattern later on.
We may well, it's really well worth remembering at the moment. But Richard Tice, the Deputy Leader of Reform, told us with great confidence at about 3 this morning that Reform was going to win 2 councils outright. Looking at the numbers in Staffordshire there, you just wonder if that is one of the ones where they will tip over that margin. Rita, thanks very much for now. Vicky, Staffordshire could be a council that Reform takes. Lincolnshire may be quite likely to be another one where they won. The mayor will be on the ground there shortly. But just listening to Rita go through those numbers, seeing the images from Runcorn with a grinning Nigel Farage, what goes through your mind looking at all of this and absorbing it as we begin the day?
Well, he is delivering, isn't he, on what he said he would do, which is to translate those opinion polls and the surge in the polls into, it looks like, councillors, maybe councils, and so far an MP and a mayor. So he would say that this is a change in British politics. And I suppose what we can't answer yet is this a pivotal historical change? Is this a realignment of British politics? We've heard those words before with other parties over the years, like the SDP, for example, or is it just a protest vote? And I think he would say, under its various guises, his parties, this has been a long time coming. This has been building up. The difference now is if Reform start to have to run councils, to deliver things, they will have a record to defend. Now, the other parties who are opposed to Reform would say, look, it's easy for them. They're in opposition. They can complain. They can criticise. They don't have to actually deliver anything. Well, now they will have to, and that will make their job more difficult. But of course, that is a challenge that they relish. They will say that people are now turning to them to deliver things which the other parties haven't done.
And they will say also it's an opportunity for them actually to show that there are different ways of doing things that might be better. It was very interesting, you know, when you talk to Labour, and overnight we were talking to Labour, Conservative and Lib Dem politicians, and then a Reform politician over in the corner. You could sense that all 3 of them are sort of equally worried. They all sort of feel like they have something in common, which is that they are appalled by the march of Reform, which this morning at least feels very real.
Yeah, and I think, as we were saying earlier, that underneath those big wins they've already had, if you look at areas like the west of England, the mayoral result there, now Labour clung on there. I mean, it's worth saying it could have been a lot worse for Labour even at this point. You know, it's not been great, but it could have been worse. So they managed to hold on to that seat. But Reform
came second, did incredibly well there in an area which includes Bristol, not a place you would necessarily think traditionally that there would be Reform voters. And that's, I think, what Reform will turn to. They will say that it's not just in some places, it's across the country. There is something happening where people are turning to Nigel Farage's party. Now, what they do with that is going to be very interesting, and it's been quite interesting as well that the Conservative sources talking about, well, they're all going to fall out, so what's already happened. You know, let's be truthful about this. There's already been discontent. There were 5 Reform MPs, one of them's already been booted out. So they are looking at saying that it's all going to implode. But it might not. And Nigel Farage has been on today talking about what he wants to do with councils. He does want to do things differently. So the question now is for them is, can they do that?
And it's interesting you point out the West of England result in the West of England, also in North Tyneside, just near Newcastle. Reform very nearly took the mayoralty from Labour, which nobody would have expected this time yesterday. So popping up in places where they haven't traditionally had that much support is one of the things that I think will let alarm bells ring for people in the traditional big parties. Let's then delve a bit deeper into what happened in somewhere where we would have expected Reform to do well. In Lincolnshire, Dame Andrea Jenkins, former Conservative minister, took Reform's first mayoral win. This is what happened when her job was announced.
Jenkins, Andrea Marie, Reform UK, 104,133. Overton, Marianne Jane, Lincolnshire Independents, 19,911. Stockwood, Jason, Labour and Cooperative Party, 30,384. Waltham, Alan Robert, commonly known as Rob Waltham, Local Conservatives, 64,585. Young, Trevor Victor, commonly known as Trevor Young, Liberal Democrats, 13,728. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to vote for, 128. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 45. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 1,838. The total number of rejected ballot papers was 2,011.
So Andrea Jenkins there,
that I said Andrea Marie Jenkins is duly elected,
becoming the mayor of Greater Lincolnshire and wearing silver sequins to take her victory lap there at the official declaration, becoming the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire and the first Reform UK politician to be elected to executive office, where she'll actually be in charge of something rather than being a councillor or an MP. Let's go to that part of the world then and talk to our political reporter Jack Fenwick, who's there for us in Lincolnshire this morning. So Jack, Reform winning very handsomely in the mayoral contest. What do they say explains it?
That's right, very comfortably indeed. And as you said a moment ago, not necessarily surprising, we've heard for a number of days from Nigel Farage that him and his party were pretty confident in this area. But I don't think we should really let that take away from the fact that in many ways this is quite extraordinary. If we look at this area, we have parts of northern Lincolnshire like Grimsby and Scunthorpe that are generally speaking Labour areas, but much of the rest of this county is proper, true blue Conservative country. Some of the safest seats that the Conservatives have had across the entire country. And look what happened yesterday, a massive Reform victory. Now that is down to some national issues, of course, some local issues as well. The issue of solar farms has been a huge talking point here over recent weeks. That clearly ties into many of the net zero things that lots of Reform politicians talk about. Dame Andrea Jenkins has been referring to net stupid zero, as she calls it, throughout this election campaign. And I think the really worrying thing for the Conservatives here is that as we saw parts of their voter coalition crumble in the 2024 general election, we've seen another important bit, the rural Brexit vote, crumble here as well. They ended up miles behind Reform, and that will have them very, very worried. Now, what's it been for Reform? As you say, they now have some real power in this part of the country. We know the Reform have been very noisy in recent months, but they've largely been noisy from the backbenches in Westminster. This morning, Dame Andrea Jenkins, who, let's not forget, was a Conservative politician less than a year ago, she now has proper power. With a budget, she can make decisions over things like transport, over things like skills. That comes with added scrutiny for her and her party.
From Reform on the ground in Lincolnshire. How confident are they also we're taking potentially the council there?
So that is something that we are going to get later today. Now, we have been hearing that Reform do think it's possible that they could, in fact, have overall control of this council. And it's interesting that this has been something they've used in the campaign. Andrea Jenkins has said throughout this that if there was to be a Reform mayor and a Reform council, then she believes that they would be able to work in tandem with each other to do more on the ground here in Lincolnshire. Now, of course, we have to wait. But once again, that Reform in power changes all the questions around them because they have to start backing up what they've been saying with the decisions they make. But let's see how well they do here later in the day when we get those results.
And in terms of the issues, Jack, in the time you've been there, do you know what the issues are that have been playing? It's a question for Reform. They've had a very noisy campaign in terms of creating national headlines, or doing their best to create national headlines, which Nigel Farage has got a pretty good track record of doing. But from the people you've spoken to since you've been reporting on this, what are the issues that actually cut through? Because if Andrea Jenkins becomes the mayor there, is she going to be able to be successful in office if what she's doing is talking about issues that are controlled from Westminster?
So one of the issues that's clearly been a massive talking point here and in Westminster over recent weeks is the issue of the steelworks in Scunthorpe. Now, Reform have been all over this. They have been regularly visiting the steelworks. We know that they have been calling for a full nationalisation of that. As you say, that's not really something in the wheelhouse of them there. That is more for Westminster politicians. But no doubt that issue did play a big part in this particular campaign. Beyond that, farming is huge. We know that lots of farmers have spoken about food security in recent months, that they're worried about food security. Now, some of them have blamed that on some of the government's net zero policies. That's really something that Andrea Jenkins and Reform have talked a lot about throughout this campaign, around the fact that they believe some of the net zero policies have been taking away from farmers' ability to produce food. Now, a big part of that is solar farms. That's been an issue that's really been bubbling away. It's something the Conservatives talked a lot about in this campaign as well. Rob Waltham, the Conservative candidate who came second here, has been speaking about this issue for many years, actually. But interestingly, I was speaking to some farmers just a couple of days ago, and they were talking a lot about the issue of solar farms, but they were also talking about the issue of immigration and how some of them have been finding it more difficult to employ immigrant farm labourers on their farms. Now, that is clearly an issue where actually Reform are on the other side of that. We know that Reform talk a lot about bringing levels of migration down by a lot. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out with Andrea Jenkins now being the mayor here this morning. Beyond that, I think national issues clearly play a massive part. We heard earlier this morning, didn't we, that the re-elected Doncaster mayor, the Labour mayor, was talking about issues like PIP payments being taken away and winter fuel payments and how that played a lot into the campaign. I think it was the same here. Many people were talking about those issues, talking about the fact that they've been frustrated with the Conservatives for many years, but they've been frustrated with Labour since they came to power as well. And I think change is a word that Labour really tried to use last year, isn't it? Well, change is a word that the Reform Party have really tried to use in this election here today.
Jack Fenwick in Grimsby, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Change, of course, one of the most powerful political campaigning words in the lexicon. Different people say it at different times. I'd like to introduce our first guest of this morning's programming, Gawain Taylor, former UKIP Nigel Farage whisperer, press communications person, one of the people in the country though, who worked very closely with Nigel Farage for a long time, for many years. Adrian Ramsey, co-leader of the Green Party, welcome to you. And we're also joined by Daisy Cooper, the deputy leader of the Lib Dems, who is in a very sunny Westminster this morning. Gawain, firstly to you, this success from your old boss's newish outfit this morning, do you believe that he is right when he says it is a sort of transformational moment?
I think it certainly can be. We have to see. You transform. If it transforms, it doesn't. No, it isn't. But if it continues like this, it is. It could well be something extraordinary in British politics. I think one of the most interesting things for me is though we came second in North Tyneside, in Doncaster, and in the South West. We weren't even in the picture of the South West. We came second. We beat the Tories in every single melting, every single one. And when he talks about being the opposition, it's clear when it came to the campaign, Labour didn't even bother talking about the Tories. Their entire attack lines were against us, entirely against us, constant attacks against us. So they think we're the opposition. Clearly, from the votes cast so far, we don't know the rest of the results, of course, but it looks like the country thinks we're the opposition too.
But in terms of a protest vote translating into a permanent vote, the Brexit Party came top of the European elections in 2019.
About one thing which it succeeded in achieving. And UKIP was essentially a single issue until we got the referendum, and then it ceased to be power purpose. Reform is a very different beast. Reform sees itself and is a fully fledged political party. And though we are an electoral threat, and tonight has shown that to Labour, if you look Blyth and elsewhere, and Tamworth and Lichfield and places like this, although they were electoral threats to Labour, we're an existential threat to the Tories. The Tories still don't know what they're for, and we're standing there saying we're for this.
And why do you think that is the case? Because actually, the threat is mostly to the Conservatives on the right, but also to Labour. When you look at lots of things that Reform would advocate now, things like nationalisation, they're not policies of the right, they're policies of...
We plough our own furrow. I think Farage has clearly and always historically been very laissez-faire in his approach both to one's life and also to economics. But if you are going to care about this country and the people of this country, and it's the slogan of country, community, country and family, then there are certain things that one perceives to be in the national interest that mitigates against pure free trade economics. Strict controls of borders, for example. If you're completely laissez-faire, you don't flash over the borders, but you also cut the welfare. But we understand the country that wouldn't be good for the country. So therefore, there's always been, and even during the referendum campaign, he was criticised for, but you're not the free marketeer we thought, when he talked about the growth in GDP isn't necessarily the only matrix that is important in a country.
But that does also mean in the manifesto they had 150 billion or so of what seemed to be unfunded manifesto promises. But let's bring in Adrian Ramsey, a co-leader of the Greens. So your party had been hoping to make some gains in the west of England. You hoped to make progress in the west of England mayoral race, and Reform pushed you into third place. You were behind Reform. How do you feel about that? Because the Green Party's had some very strong words to say about Nigel Farage in recent months.
Well, we certainly have, and let's get into those policy differences. Of course, it was disappointing not to win in the west of England. We would like to have won. I think it's a race that we can win another time.
But we
were clear in this election that our top priority is to have an 8th year in a row of winning our number of councillors across the country, growing the number of Greens to get a record number for an 8th year in a row. And I'm confident as we see the results come out today, most of the results we're looking for have not come out yet. We will see that 8th year in a row of Green growth because people are responding to a Green record. We're the party that, despite the national political circumstances having changed so much in the last 8 years, have seen growth year in, year out. And we're talking about, what does Reform offer? We're now going to start to see people scrutinising if they've got a Reform councillor. Are they actually interested in the local community? Are they going to be willing to put in the time? Well, let's see. And what are their policies actually going to be at local level? But are they going to be willing, for example, to make sure that children with special educational needs, my constituents write to me all the time with huge issues with children not getting access to the special educational needs support that they deserve. Are they going to support that, or are they going to continue to say that those needs are not real, or whatever else it is that Reform are coming out with? I have heard Nigel Farage questioning. I've heard him questioning whether the growth in demand is a real issue, and we need to. And I would like to. And if you're going to cut funding to local government, your big lines are we want to cut funding for local councils. Have you seen how stretched councils' budgets are, especially county councils' budgets? Social care, special education needs severely overstretched. If you're coming and saying you're going to withdraw loads of funding, how are you going to support that?
Doesn't work like that. You're making up stuff. I'm sorry.
Well, it's interesting though. Forgive me, Gawain, your deputy leader, Richard Tice, did say to us in the RARs this morning. He said you'll have to have clear-eyed honesty with people that some of the services that are provided are not doable, are not sustainable. Now that's a clear suggestion that actually with Reform running councils, some services are going to disappear.
Some aspects will go, and mostly on things such as clearing out what we think is the sort of the rot that is the diversity and inclusion agenda, the net zero spending, the services there.
You know very well, and everyone watching knows very well, that things like that relate to administration or employment policies of councils are a tiny fraction of the overall budget. Right. So let's not pretend that you could make enormous savings by getting rid of administrative costs.
No, there are things such as if people, when it comes to taxing people to school and things of this sort, there are severe questions about how much of that council should do. Particularly in many of these cases, you have the taxi because of certain needs, but you also get a mobility car. So if you've got to be given a mobility car already, should we also get a taxi?
There are real issues there, though, aren't there? In a rural area like mine and rural areas around the country, young people need to be able to get to the schools that have got the provision for special educational needs. Those schools are already severely underfunded. I've had head teachers in my constituency saying that the Labour budget cuts are going to mean they're looking at potentially making redundancies at a time when they're already severely overstretched. They've got classrooms that they can't heat. These are real issues. And so if we've got a party coming in saying, let's just cut back more spending, that's not going to work for the most vulnerable in society who Reform pretends to.
We're going to talk to Daisy Cooper. Daisy, you've been waiting patiently in Westminster, just listening to that debate about why reforms have prospered so much so far in these elections, notwithstanding the fact that Lib Dems and Greens are likely to pick up many, many seats later today. What is it you think that is driving the Reform success in the results so far?
Well, I think that people haven't forgiven the Conservatives for the mess they made when they were in power, and I think many people are very disillusioned and disappointed with many of the decisions that the Labour government has made in the last few months. So I'm not remotely surprised that people are looking for alternatives, but you have to just listen to the interview that you had just there to see that Reform has got absolutely no answers whatsoever when it comes to how to run special educational needs or social care. You don't just cut transport for children to get to school so that they can actually have a chance to have a shot in life at getting a good education. You need to build the special school places so that you reduce the pressure on having to take children out of area, out of placement to get their schooling elsewhere. So I'm not remotely surprised that people are looking for alternatives to vote for, but it's clear that Reform doesn't have many of those answers. And I think what we'll see as the day goes on around 4 or 5 o'clock is that we Liberal Democrats will be making significant gains in places like Oxfordshire, Shropshire, Devon, and more places where we'll be taking the fight to the Conservatives in particular.
But here's a question for you, Daisy Cooper. In the west of England, which in many pockets of it has traditionally been somewhere that Lib Dems have done really well, in the mayoral race there, you weren't third, you weren't fourth, you were fifth, and you were fifth by some distance behind the Conservatives, despite all the work you've been doing in recent months trying to go after the blue vote and turn it yellow. So what's gone wrong for you there?
Nothing's gone wrong there. The west of England mayoralty largely covers Bristol. It doesn't include any of our strongholds like Devon or Cornwall or Somerset or Gloucestershire.
It includes Bath.
It does include Bath, sure, but there are many areas where we had a huge resurgence in the general election, which are not included in that mayoralty area. And as I say, we are looking forward to getting some significant gains in Devon as results come in today.
But I think your candidate there is actually even a councillor in Bath. So I'm interested in why you think you came fifth there, because as you've just argued, many people around the country still feel very disillusioned with the Conservative Party. But in that race, which is a big, high-profile race in a part of the country where you have got residual pockets of support as Lib Dems, you were fifth.
Well, as a party, we have to target our resources in the areas where we think we get the best chance of winning. And as I say, we are looking forward to getting some good results in Devon. We're already running a council in Somerset. We're hoping to get good results in other parts of the country as well. So I think as the day goes on, you will see that we Liberal Democrats will be taking the fight to all the other parties, and we will be making some significant gains.
And Sir Ed Davey told us recently on a Sunday morning that he hoped you would knock the Conservatives out of being the second biggest party in local government in terms of the number of town halls that you control. Do you think you'll meet that target by the end of the day?
Time will tell, but we're still very hopeful that we can achieve that.
Okay, Daisy Cooper, thank you very much indeed. Let's just go back to our debate here in the studio. Vicky, when you listen to these politicians responding to Gawain and trying to explain why they're not the ones who are profiting from they're not the ones who are profiting from people's anger with the Labour government, is it credible? Are they all kind of scratching their heads and not able to explain it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is what's interesting, and that is what Nigel Farage has managed to do, is that he is in some ways driving this debate now, isn't he? So all the other parties are trying to respond to it. I'm interested in is what is it that Reform UK is tapping into? Because they're clearly tapping into something, and it's not just in pockets of the country. It seems to be broadly across the country. And we haven't got elections in Wales, but that's another place where Reform are hoping to do well, particularly next year. So the parties need to examine and understand what that is before they can respond to it. And it feels to me as if there is a group of voters who are slightly casting around, trying to find a party that will deliver for them. If you think about the Red Wall, they thought it was Boris Johnson was their answer, levelling up. A lot of them will feel that that wasn't delivered. Then they've switched on to someone else, and now it looks like they might be turning to Reform.
But if we look at the analysis of our samples so far, the key wards that we've been looking at around the country, and actually it is just astonishing, the change in numbers. Yes, it's only a fraction of the wards that have been declared so far, so we shouldn't get too excited about it. But at this stage, Reform's up 40%, and the Conservative Party is down 28%. Now, we know through the day the thumb's going to go on the scales for the Lib Dems and the Greens because we're looking at different geographical races. But that's extraordinary, isn't it? That's a change.
It is, but I suppose it shouldn't be a huge surprise. If you look at the general election result, yes, Reform ended up with 5 MPs, but they got 4 million votes. They got more votes than the Liberal Democrats. So because of the system, they didn't get as many MPs as some people would have thought that they deserved. So this has been a growing movement. This has not just come out of nowhere. But I think the demise of the Conservatives, obviously still recovering from that election, still recovering from people's response to their years in power, along with a lukewarm response to Keir Starmer's government and some of the decisions they've made, it is sort of a perfect situation for Reform. And as we said, the question now is what do you do with that power? And Nigel Farage, interesting today, talking about councils overreaching, talking about scaling back spending. The council taxpayer needs to be thought about in all of this. What they do with that is going to be absolutely fascinating. Are they now going to be the answer for those voters who are looking for something?
Well, we will see in the months to come. It's going to be fascinating to see. And also by the end of today, we still don't know how many councils they might actually run outright, because it's also possible that Reform has many more councillors, but isn't actually in charge of any councils because the margins in some places might be very, very narrow. Going, we have to say goodbye to you in a moment. I just wonder, are you confident that Reform will actually be in charge of some county halls by the end of the day?
I think if you look at what's happened in Staffordshire, I think we've got to pick up 6 seats out of the next 20, and we've got 24 out of the 30 counted. So that gives, I think, is a definite possibility. Lincolnshire itself is a definite possibility. Durham, perhaps, Derbyshire, and so that is entirely possible. Interestingly, no elections in Wales, except one by-election where we stormed it in Bridgend. So it is in Wales too.
And one small council by-election, just to be clear about what that is.
Yes, there's a council by-election,
yes.
and like next to council by-election, in Essex, county council by-election, which we
What do
did
you
in
think
Harlow.
you're tapping into?
I think there's a combination of things. One, a dissatisfaction, particularly with the last 14 years of Conservative government, a great dissatisfaction at the lies and on the failures on immigration particularly, but also on taxation, of the defence of all these things. Everything you thought the Tory was, they didn't. They did the opposite. And people voted for things, they were promised things, and they weren't delivered. And I think when it comes to Labour, yes, they won a massive majority, but nobody went out and voted Labour with enthusiasm. It was out of annoyance with the other lot, and it was a low turnout, big majority. So Labour has fallen, but it wasn't very high in the first place. And things such as the winter fuel allowance, things such as that have really upset. The claimings to smash the gangs, and yet the number of people coming across the channel has significantly increased. The feeling of two-tier justice. There's a whole series of things across the country that is really annoying. I go across the country a lot. I speak at public meetings across the country, about 2 or 3 times a week, and the mood is hardening. People were frustrated in the past. They're getting angry. And I think we're tapping into that.
It's certainly the case that we're seeing a breakdown of the two-party system. That we started to see that in the general election. We're seeing that even more so today. John Curtis has said this is the age of the 5-party system in England, 6 parties in Wales. And that certainly makes for an interesting election for people like yourself, sometimes unpredictable when you have a 5-party race. But we all need to recognise that. So, parties that are insurgent recognise why people are turning away from the old parties. I'm not sure Labour has properly recognised it. I don't think they realised that there wasn't a big enthusiasm for Labour at the general election. And people are now looking at what have they achieved 9-10 months into a new government. And very porous people who voted for them with hope that the NHS would be restored, that the most vulnerable in society would be supported rather than seeing their winter fuel allowance cut, cuts for disability benefits. Labour needs a total reset if it's going to really listen to the lessons of what's happened.
Well, in the early hours of this morning, we heard the newly re-elected Labour Doncaster Mayor tell us that Keir Starmer had to listen to that. And she named winter fuel allowance, as many Labour politicians do, behind closed doors as something that's really damaged their levels of support. The way we say goodbye to you for now. Perhaps our paths will cross later on in the day, but thank you very much indeed for now. Let's go to another part of the country where traditionally Labour, well, at the moment even, they hold all of the MPs in Northumberland. But Luke Walton is there for us now on the ground. We talked a lot through the night, Luke, haven't we, about how this has been grim for the Labour Party and grisly for the Conservatives. Where have things got to now?
Yeah, it has indeed. I mean, the final results here came at 7 in the morning after a real marathon overnight count. Perhaps not surprising, because Northumberland covers a huge and very varied area. 69 wards in total, but it was definitely Reform UK supporters that were coming out of this building with the broadest smile. They went from no seats at all to 23 seats overnight. Now, that wasn't a complete surprise, because, as you say, Reform have done well in parliamentary seats here in the last general election. They actually were a strong second to Labour in 2 of those seats. But to arrive with this force and to take such a big chunk, not just out of the Conservatives, but particularly out of Labour in its south-east sort of Northumberland, ex-industrial heartland, but also pick up some seats in places like North Northumberland, and also run Conservatives a close second in parts of Ponteland, which is one of the wealthiest parts of the region. So they did do well right across the board, although they did perhaps did best in red wall areas. Now, this has all left the Conservatives here still the largest party on the council. They've led this council for the last 8 years, but they're now 9 short of a majority. They started with 33 seats, they're now down to 26, and that gives them a real headache about how they can keep going. Who should they turn to? Even if they turn to the independents, there are simply not enough councillors there. They could try to bring the Lib Dems on board. But what we're potentially looking at here in Northumberland is deadlock, because it's clear that these Conservatives are coming in, the Reform are coming in looking to, as they say, look under the bonnet and actually challenge the way things have been done in the past. But you also have a Conservative group leader who says he wants to work with other parties, but it's made absolutely clear that he is not impressed by Reform, and he's not clear that they are serious. So some real issues. But it's also worth saying that we've had Nigel Farage up here in Northumberland. He was talking about running Labour close, and he's put this down basically to disillusionment with Labour government, but also people being very unhappy with 8 years of a Tory council that they feel are not delivering for people.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been really interesting to see Northumberland develop overnight, and we were very grateful at the beginning of our results coverage that the counters in Northumberland got going very quickly. They gave us the first results to talk about. Vicky, we're about to close this section of the programme, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock. In terms of the reactions of the parties off the record rather than in this studio so far, what have politicians been saying to you?
Well, I think it's interesting that the Tories have obviously talked about how the fact that they were prepared for a bad night. Now, it is absolutely true that they were coming from a high base. 2021, Boris Johnson was enjoying a surge in popularity, and so they did do incredibly well. So it's always tough. They have much more to lose than anyone else, and it looks like they are going to lose much more than other people. Now, they're sort of talking about reform, saying that they're all going to implode, they're going to end up fighting with each other, and this isn't going to work. And that's what they're hoping is going to happen. But it's a real problem for them. They do not want to have any sense that they are being replaced as the challenger to the government. They're, of course, the official opposition. But if in all these seats it looks like Reform are in second place and ready to pounce, then that is a problem, and that is what they're trying to fight off.
And briefly, Labour, privately, what do they say about this?
Yeah, I mean, they, again, I think will be hope. I think they think it could have been a lot worse so far. There were places here where there were some narrow wins for Labour so far, which you just think how it does set the headlines. If Labour had squeaked home in Runcorn, that would then suddenly look like a much better night for them. They're not going to have an easy time, but it is going to be masked, I think, by the losses that the Tories face. But they have to decide how they're going to confront it.
And they held on in the West of England. They held on in North Tyneside just, but a significant challenge for them too. Adrian, we're going to say goodbye to you in just a minute or two. What's your best hope for the end of the day?
Well, I'm confident it will be an 8th year in a row of record Green councillor numbers across the country by the time we finish today. I'm looking forward to some breakthroughs, Greens winning for the first time in places like Doncaster and Chorley, adding to our numbers in lots of parts of the country where we already have a strong track record on the ground.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for coming and see us this morning. Let's look at the tally as things stand. Quickly, we're going to give you the headline numbers. Nigel Farage's Reform Party hasn't just got the by-election, they've got 79 council seats so far. Kemi Badenoch on 37, having lost 62. Labour having lost 13 so far. Those results will all tick up or down by the end of the day. I say goodbye to you for now. We'll be back on the news channel at 10 o'clock. So grab a cup of coffee and we'll see you then.
Election last night, the by-election last night, the council elections as they unfold, a very good night for Reform. And we're basically answering the question that was framed by Nigel Farage when he said we are now the opposition to the government in this country. So it's that. And do you believe Nigel Farage will one day soon become Prime Minister? So that's what we're talking about this morning. Strong reactions to it, as you would imagine, but thank you for being there for us. I was going to ask you a further question on what you said as a Conservative voter, Sarah, when you said you're sticking with the Conservatives because you like their values. How do their values differ from Nigel Farage's party? And so many Conservatives have crossed that line.
I don't quite know what Nigel Farage's values are. He's the most charismatic orator. And I believe it's a protest vote because people in this country are rather tired of, rightly or wrongly, believing that the government is not working for them. And so the title Reform is extremely clever in PR tactics of something has to change. And I don't know what his values are, so we'll have to wait and see. He could be, we've had very good orators in the past. Mr Johnson was very charismatic, but he didn't seem to appreciate that waving your hands in the air and saying everything's going to be better means it will. You have to do something. We've had a lot of hot air for many, many years. Labour have come in and said, we're going to, it's all awful and how dreadful the Conservatives were. But at the end of the day, all they've done is depress everybody. They've depressed the economy, they've depressed people, and that's not a good place to be. So we'll have to see whether Mr Farage and his team actually come up with something positive.
Might you be seduced, for want of a better word?
I think the answer to that is that I'm somebody who looks at facts. I'm not seduced by a lot of buffoonery, so we shall see.
Were you seduced by Boris Johnson? I really need to rephrase that.
No, he happened to be elected as the leader.
Right, okay.
But I wasn't seduced by him. In my professional career, I've come across a lot of people who say a lot of things. It all sounds absolutely lovely, but you need to sit back and look at the detail.
What a wise person you are. Just finally, Kemi Badenoch, is she the right leader for you? Because if you ditch her and get another one, people are going to say, oh, this is ridiculous.
I think she's got a very difficult job. I've never understood politics. I'm somebody who says, if somebody says to me, can you do something? I will actually wear it up and say, yes, I can, or I can't. I like her style. I don't think she's got tremendously good advisors around her. I think she falls into the trap too often of not following the right point. She should actually say, education in this country, we're letting down our children, this is what we're going to do. I'm a great fan of education. I believe education should counteract your economic background. It should be a lifeline. And what have we got? Poor education. We've got prisons full of people who can't read and write, which I think is an absolute disgrace. She should stick to her guns. She's going to be criticised. I believe that she has the strength of character and the intellectual agility to do it. But we've seen people in the past who have those qualities but have been sidelined for other people's benefit, let's say.
Well, listen, thank you very much indeed. And John in Leicester and Sarah in Lincoln, thank you to everyone who's getting in touch this morning. With you in a second, John. Sarah, how did you vote? Susan, I'm sorry. I'm getting my Susans and my Sarahs muddled up. I know we were about to have a deja vu conversation there. I copy and paste. But listen, thank you very much indeed, Sarah. That was so interesting. Susan, my apologies, Susan. Susan Welton, what do you think?
What do I think?
Yes.
Well, I voted yesterday because I'm of a generation that was brought up to believe if you were privileged enough to be able to vote, you should vote.
Yeah.
But I was curious about the result in Greater Lincolnshire. So when I woke up, I looked it up, and then I listened to the news headlines on breakfast at that time in the morning, which were saying that Andrea Jenkins had decisively won. And I thought, I don't agree with that. Yes, she got 42% of the vote, but that meant 58% of the people who didn't vote for her.
That's
so
elections.
Sorry?
That's elections.
That's the form of elections that we have now. That's the point that I sort of reflected on since making that comment. And also that only 29.9% of the election actually voted, which meant 70.1% didn't. Now, I think that's an issue in Greater Lincolnshire that reflects the fact that we've not really taken on board the notion of having this greater geographical mayoralty. I think Lincolnshire is a big enough county as it is, and a lot of people feel quite alienated from the county council and probably have a closer relationship with their district council because they're the ones who provide the immediate services to their locality. So the thought of having yet a third, even remoter body responsible for ruling things has probably caused the apathy in terms of the voter turnout.
Yeah, go on. I was going to ask John Tongue about this because these are interesting points. Carry on.
So decisively was the trigger word, because I have no dispute with the fact that Angela Jenkins won fairly and squarely under the rules that we have now. But I don't think the result represents really what people in Greater Lincolnshire actually think about having a mayor over that geographical area. And that's my problem. How do you have an election that really represents what people think, which I don't think first past the post always does?
It's the system, John Tongue, Professor of Politics at the University of Liverpool, that we have. And that was a healthy old percentage that Andrew Jenkins got, John Tongue.
Worth remembering as well that Reform, of course, are in favour of changing the voting system to proportional representation. I think the days when you had lots of constituencies getting more than 50% of the votes of particular candidates have probably gone. The number fell very substantially at the last general election, and that again reflects this fragmentation that we're seeing in British politics. We've already mentioned what a low percentage of the vote Labour got, whilst commanding 2/3 of the parliamentary seats. They only got 1/3 of the votes. I actually think the calls to change the voting system will increase massively. Partly as a consequence of Reform's success, partly as a consequence of the Liberal Democrats' rebirth. I don't think first past the post is necessarily fit for purpose. It doesn't reflect the multiplicity of competitive parties that we now have in our political system.
But Labour and the Conservatives are never going to get behind any other system but first past the post, because then they would be the fabled turkeys voting for Christmas, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. It depends how much then it becomes non-negotiable for parties like Reform or the Liberal Democrats if they're ever in a position to negotiate their way into government. We know that when the Liberal Democrats had the chance to absolutely demand a fundamental change in the voting system back in 2010 when they went into coalition with Conservatives, they flunked it, and we had a referendum which everyone forgets on alternative vote, which is a poor relation of proportional representation. But I think those issues won't go away. First past the post used to be very good at delivering majority governments. In one sense it still is, but it's reflecting less and less faithfully the actual vote of the electorate. And in that sense I think your call has got a very good point.
And what about the prospects of closer ties between Reform and the Conservative Party? People like Robert Jenrick, who is very visible at the moment, and also others, Esther McVeigh, and there are others in the party as well, who think they should have a kind of alliance, and some even say a merger, whereas Kemi Badenoch says, why would we have anything to do with a party that wants to destroy us? How do you see that progressing? Sorry, John, if we're talking about percentages, sorry, John, if you're saying, look, Reform, 24%, Conservatives, 22%, that makes 46%, it's a winner.
Ultimately, there has to be a rapprochement on the right, and Reform is still mainly a party of the right, but it's not going to happen until much closer to the next general election, or potentially after the next general election. Why is that? Well, Reform think that they can carry on making gains, and they will tax the left even further. They've talked about nationalisation in recent times. Nigel Farage has been praising trade unions. Watch that multiply several times over at the next set of local elections in the metropolitan areas, where Reform really needs to go for the Labour vote in the way that's going to hoover up a lot of the Conservative vote today in the shire councils. So Reform will be facing both ways for some time. They're not going to simply cozy up to the Conservatives. They think that they can, if not destroy them, at least neuter them. Reform is well funded as a political party. It's also worth remembering. Reform's membership is bigger than the Conservatives, and Reform does think that it can, if not put the Conservatives out of business, potentially replace them ultimately as the main opposition, with a view to then installing Nigel Farage as Prime Minister. I still think that's a big target. Let's keep it in perspective. The number of Conservative MPs hugely outweighs the number of Reform MPs. Reform is vulnerable to implosions. You've already had the Rupert Lowe saga. Reform will come under ever greater scrutiny. They chose a very good candidate for the parliamentary by-election, a pillar of the local community. But there are still, and Nigel Farage is conscious of this as leader, there are still some candidates lurking within Reform who the electorate might blanch out.
John in Leicester. Hi, John. Hi, John. Why did you vote for Reform? Interesting comments there about Reform's place and potential future in British politics from John Tongue.
Well, for me, I'm surprised that everyone is surprised. The migration issue is just massive. Illegal, should we say, illegal migration issue, and people, they're just at breaking point. Can I just say, look, the roots of my family are of French Huguenot descent. Persecuted believers can flee in France, come to this country for a safe haven, and this country should always be a safe haven for genuine asylum-seeking people. Okay. Now, what we're seeing now is just not the case. These are just young guys, and you cannot blame them. They just want to crack at life. They just want some hope. They just want to, get out of some of these war-torn countries and some of these places where they're from. And we are just being, as we are, so hospitable. And basically, people have just had enough of guys just coming over on these dinghies, paying the money, and just put up in nice hotels where our own people just cannot afford rent, cannot afford houses. And people, there is just a balance in anything. It's just so out of kilter what we do. And it costs £41,000 for each of these migrants per year to be in this country, for them to be housed. So you do the maths. 656 come just the other day. So 656 on one day times 41,000, 41 grand. That's gone on the national debt daily. And then
John, I want to put this to John Tongue, because what you've articulated there, John, in the minute you've got before we have to break for the news, is that the essence of their appeal, John Tongue? What we heard from our friend John in Leicester.
It's a big part of Reform's appeal. If you look at the key worries of the electorate, they are cost of living and the NHS, and they're above immigration. But immigration is invariably in the top 3 or 4 election issues, and there is a frustration amongst a sizable section of the electorate with the two so-called main parties that they are not dealing adequately with it. I don't think there are any simple solutions, but I think that part of the vote, that's not the only reason why people are switching to Reform by any means, but it does reflect a frustration on the issues of immigration and illegal migration for sure.
John, just one quick one. Do you think Nigel Farage will one day be Prime Minister? John in Leicester.
I do. He is just a man of the people he reads the room. The thing is for me, Nick, as well, is these people are business people. They understand economics. The problem with the Labour front bench, there is no one, and not many even on the Tory as well, ever run a business, ever have to pay NIC. They're just not in the real world.
Thank you.
As with most politicians.
Thank you. There we go. What do you think?
The Voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
BBC News.
Good morning. It's been an extraordinary night in British politics, with one of the most unusual by-elections we've ever seen. Reform has made history, beating Labour in the Runcorn vote by just 6 votes. Yes, 6. The closest by-election in history. Nigel Farage, of course, turned up to share the spotlight with his new MP. His party has also won the Greater Lincolnshire Mayor and is hopeful of more success to come. Labour narrowly clung on to hold 3 mayoral jobs in Doncaster, North Tyneside and the west of England. But behind that headline result, there were huge swings to Reform in all 3. That should worry Keir Starmer, and one of his candidates who won the race said he has to listen more to people on the streets. Yet it's looking awful for the Conservatives, currently down more than 60 councillors so far, mainly to Reform. And by the end of the day, that tally is likely to be far higher. Sir Ed Davies' Lib Dems have gained just a handful of seats so far, but that's likely to change when councils like Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire and Shropshire, where he's already turned up. This morning, when those results come in later in the day, their tally should look much more healthy. Plenty of results yet to come, and Rita Chakrabarti is here to guide us through them.
There are still 22 councils to be declared and 2 mayoral contests too. I'll be bringing you analysis of all the results as they come in.
And to help us make sense of it all, of course, Professor Sir John Curtis is with us throughout the day here on the BBC. and a very warm welcome to Election 2025, our coverage across BBC News of a strange set of elections, but potentially a very, very consequential set of elections. There were plenty of dramatic scenes overnight, and counting for council results is just starting to get into gear this morning. Let's get right around the country. We can show you what's happening in Northamptonshire. This is the count in Kettering. There are West Northamptonshire and North Northamptonshire councils, both held currently by the Conservatives, both trying to fend off challenges from the Labour Party and no doubt from Reform too. Those are some of today's county council results we will look forward to later. Then let's take you to Durham. Now, Durham, of course, traditionally, going back some time, perhaps was the kind of part of the world that Labour would have been able to rely on. But this time, can they be comfortable that it's going to end up in their hands? Not a bit of it. And let's bring you a reminder of the biggest headline of the night. What happened when Nigel Farage's Reform UK took the by-election in Runcorn by 6 votes. Just 6 votes. He turned up after a couple of hours of recount. There were suggestions he'd been skulking around, driving around a roundabout before it was clear whether or not Reform was going to win it. There he is next to the Reform UK party chair, applauding the result after it was eventually announced. But to win a by-election by just 6 votes is quite something, particularly one with this kind of significance. Our deputy political editor, Vicky Young, is going to be with us throughout the day as we go through all of this. Vicky, we've got so much to talk about, but firstly, if people are just tuning into this now, why is that Runcorn result so significant?
This is because Nigel Farage wants his party to effectively replace the Conservatives and be the main challenger to Labour. And what he would say is that the opinion poll suggested that there was quite a big swing to his party. What they've managed to do here is to translate this into a new MP, and some of the other very early results we've had suggest that they were going to translate that potentially into running some councils and in getting a lot more councillors. So it means that for the first time, his party in the various forms that it's been in over the years will be maybe running things. The mayoral win in Greater Lincolnshire, for example, they will now have to deliver. Now, the criticism from the other parties is always they just get away with criticising, they get away with just saying, and no one challenges them. Well, now they will have potentially a record to defend. Now, that's a challenge that Nigel Farage wants to take up, but it will make potentially his life and the life of his party slightly more difficult. And I think there's a question, of course, for the other parties that Reform clearly not just in those places where we might have expected them to do well, but there's other places like the West of England where they came a pretty good second, and no one's really expecting that. They are tapping into something in the country, in all parts of the country, and the other parties will need to work out what that is. And if you're Keir Starmer's government, you're going to have to work out how you tackle that and what you need to do to counter the threat from Reform.
And we'll look at some of the latest results we've recently in just a second, but I just want to show people this West of England result that you mentioned there, because that Reform success in parts of the country that no one had really been expecting may well be the thing that causes politicians in the main parties to feel really, really nervous. Aaron Banks, a well-known Brexiteer businessman, came not far off knocking out Labour. It was far closer than in North Tyneside. It was close to in Doncaster. Labour just clinging on. And I just wonder, for Keir Starmer, especially given we heard from the Doncaster mayor saying he has to listen to ordinary people, saying that winter fuel, that decision was a mistake, saying that some of the benefits cuts were not the right thing to do. Do you think that Keir Starmer will actually look at this and think, oh, maybe it's time to budget on a few things?
I mean, there's been unease amongst Labour MPs about some of those decisions. So the winter fuel allowance being one, of course, the cuts to benefits as well. And it's not just the Doncaster mayor saying this, and there are now some Labour MPs. Now, there are people you might not be surprised about. Richard Bergen has written quite a long post saying that this is time for the Labour government to change direction and to govern with Labour values. Now, there's definitely unease. Now, does it mean that the government's going to shift on that? I'm not sure it is. They would say that they've been forced into these decisions because of the legacy left by the Conservatives. But I think the rise of Reform is going to make things trickier in terms of dealing with his party, the party management, because the unrest is there amongst Labour MPs. It's just about what they do about that now and how much pressure they put on the leadership. But you can see that Keir Starmer's been changing his language on things like immigration because they are aware of this threat from Reform. They do know that potentially this isn't just a blip, that this has been a long time in the making. It was the Brexit Party. That was a one-issue party, you could say. This is something a bit different, and they need to work out what that is and how they're going to approach it.
And the question has been asked for years by mainstream politicians in this country is, can you beat Nigel Farage by playing his own game, or should you concentrate on your
chase those votes and probably never get to that point, or do you try and do something different? And that is, I'm not sure the parties have worked out that. And of course, then you look at the Conservatives and what they're going to have to do. They'd be having much more, I suppose, open discussion about what they do about Reform. They are worried about what that does to them. And if this idea comes about that the main challenger in lots of parliamentary seats is Reform to Labour, which it is in a lot of seats, then that is a problem. They are the official opposition, of course they are. They have a lot more MPs than Reform, but is it going to stay that way? And what are they going to do about it?
We have all these clashing contests and clashing voting systems, don't we? All these different jobs right around the country, and you can see there are a long list of councils that are still counting. So the vast majority of councils are still counting. So there's going to be a whole slew of results, and just a little sprinkle of salt. The picture might look quite different by the end of today, notwithstanding that Reform UK by-election victory, and they've taken their first mayor in Greater Lincolnshire, with Dame Andrea Jenkins being victorious there. But we should just let you know, in case you didn't already, lots more results coming through the day. And there's Ed Davey, who's already beatled off to Shropshire. And the reason, I think we can safely assume, the reason he's there with a straw hat on is because he is confident of doing very well in Shropshire. It's one of the councils that the Lib Dems have named as where they hope to have success. I'm not sure if the straw boater is part of the celebration or if it's just another one of the antics that he loves on the campaign trail. Vicky, for the Lib Dems, making gains in local councils has always been sort of their stock in trade, if you like. Do you think that this is going to be a big moment for them, or is it more, steady progress?
I think it might be. I mean, they were predicting a very good night. They are obviously hoping to make gains from the Conservatives in lots of those areas where they did well at the general election. So in places like Devon, in places like Shropshire, that's where they're hoping to build. And as you say, they quite often build from the grassroots up. Actually, they did very well at the last general election. They got an awful lot more MPs, of course, with fewer votes actually than Reform, but that's the way they've targeted where they're doing well. And I think that Ed Davies managed to carve out quite a distinctive message, because I think for the third party in British politics, getting heard is pretty difficult. You need to have something to say. During the general election, they felt they did that by talking about social care, about the NHS, and he has been very critical of Donald Trump. He's one of the few party leaders who probably has been in a position to be able to do that, but has chosen to voice that. They feel they're tapping into those people who might have voted Conservative in the past, but they're not happy about the way that the party is moving, and they wouldn't be voting for Reform. So they do want to build on that. I did wonder when you interviewed Daisy Cooper earlier, she didn't sound quite as buoyant as I thought she might. Now, it's very early days for them because their results will come in much later. So by the end of the day, they will certainly have gained an awful lot of councillors. And it's what do they do with that? They are used to running some councils. It's what Reform will now potentially have to do, and it's about delivery.
Well, we might find ourselves in a situation where the Lib Dems run more councils than the Tories, and Reform is also running more councils than the Tories. I mean, it's possible tonight that the Tories lose all their councils. We don't know that yet, but they were briefing that was possible. They might lose all the councils that they were defending. I don't know if we lose all the councils in the country, but the ones that they're defending tonight. But it's possible that we'll have all this switcheroo between these parties, where you might expect the normal 1, 2, 3 to be either Tory Labour Lib Dem or Labour Tory Lib Dem. It might look completely different by the end of this contest.
It's definitely not going to be a good day for the Conservatives. Kay Bajon has been very clear about that, and she's right to say that they were coming from a high watermark 2021, so they had a lot to lose, a lot more to lose than everybody else.
You might have thought the election was actually over, and we were just looking at the results now, but there's Ed Davey still, I think, about to kiss a toddler, or hopefully not nick his ice cream. He's given him the ice cream, trying to bribe voters. Getting in there early. We're giving him a membership form any moment now. It's interesting, actually, Lib Dem sources were saying to me they feel they've put on members, actually, in recent months as part of a kind of Trump effect, because they've been trying to carve out a distinct position from the other two parties, calling out, David would use that phrase, calling out Donald Trump, while Labour, of course, as the government, is trying what they think to do is the right thing and work with him, and the Conservatives are more close to him politically, so they're not doing that. Let's just say on these pictures, because they're pretty traditional stump pictures, aren't they, really? Ed Davey, a couple of years ago, he was often seen as a sort of slightly grey politician. He'd been a minister in the coalition. He'd been knocking around for a long time. I think it's not unkind to say most people probably hadn't really heard of him necessarily, and certainly not heard very much about him. He does rather seem to have come into his own in the last year by being willing to make himself look a bit daft.
Yes, and he hasn't minded about that. I think, again, it's being the third party, and really they were the fourth party, weren't they? So it was even more difficult for them. And I think, running a general election and being in a general election as a party leader, it does give you, obviously, a platform that you don't have the rest of the time. Charles Kennedy, a former Lib Dem leader, always said that the public don't really get to know you until you've run and fought an election as leader. And I think what the Liberal Democrats decided to do was just to seize that moment, do photo opportunities, which, yes, some people said were ridiculous and stupid, and Davey falling in the sea, falling in the water, doing silly things. But again, it was getting that attention visually and then making a serious argument and talk very seriously about carers, about his own particular circumstances with having sick parents and a child who he has to look after as well. I think that did cut through, and I think for the Lib Dems, they just feel they have to cut through and get a message across. And now, being the sort of anti-Trump voice, I think has given them that as well. And yeah, he hasn't been afraid to do that. And it does look like he just really does enjoy it. I'll be out with you these things with him, and he finds it fun.
Well, there's a very good example there of how on this important morning of election results, we spent a couple of minutes watching pictures of Ed Davey doing something that might look slightly ridiculous, but has achieved exactly that. It's got us to talk about Lib Dems for the last few minutes. Let's go back to the notion of what's going on between Reform and the Conservatives. And I want to show you a tweet a social media post on X rather than a tweet, we should say these days, from Esther McVey. Now, you might remember Esther McVey. She was a Conservative cabinet minister. She's now a Conservative MP, and she has posted congratulations to her new Reform neighbour. She's a parliamentary neighbour of the new Sarah Pochin, the new Reform MP, who'll be on her way to Westminster. And intriguingly, and maybe actually not that intriguingly, quite blatantly, Esther McVey is extending the hand of friendship, the hand of political friendship, to the new Reform MP. She writes, I look forward to working with her for the benefit of the people of Cheshire. And Esther McVey is one of those Conservative politicians who believes that perhaps at one point those two parties might have to link up in one way or another. So she's sticking a bit of a stick in the spokes of Kenny Badenoch this morning by highlighting the possibility of working with Reform. So that's interesting. Rita, the question of whether the Tories will have to work with Reform in different bits of the country is becoming more and more pressing, but maybe they won't even need them. Maybe Reform won't need any Conservatives. The results keep coming this way.
Looks like that's in Lincolnshire, Laura, because Lincolnshire is a tale of woe for the Conservatives. We've heard Esther McVey there extending a hand of friendship to her new Reform colleague. Well, the leader of the Conservatives on Lincolnshire County Council has bemoaned the tidal wave of Reform crashing over them. It's a very different sentiment here. So we are just over halfway through counting the seats on Lincolnshire County Council. It has been Conservative since 2017. I can tell you last time these seats were fought, the Conservatives got a majority of 38 seats. It's a very different story so far. Admittedly, there are still quite a lot of seats to count, but look at this graph here. Reform on 30 seats, and the Conservatives on just one. Labour have 2, the Lib Dems have 3. If we move along here, the change since last time these seats were fought, you can see very starkly Reform up 30, and the Conservatives losing 26 seats. I mean, ouch. This is the vote share. Reform on 45% of the vote. Now, Lincolnshire, this is traditionally a very Eurosceptic, Brexity sort of area, and UKIP back in 2013 got 24% of the vote here in the local elections, but Reform are massively outperforming them on 45%. So it's a real tale of Conservative woe in Lincolnshire County Council. It looks very, very difficult for them to be able to hang on here. Reform has made itself felt also against Labour, though. We have the Doncaster Mayor result coming in a little while ago. Now, Labour hung on there. Labour's Ros Jones is the Doncaster Mayor. She is the newly elected leader of Doncaster Council, but she was run such a close race by Reform's Alexander Jones. She's got a majority just shy of 700 votes. That really is wafer thin. Nick Fletcher, former Conservative MP, hoping to become the new Conservative Doncaster Mayor. He failed in that. I want to show you one more council where they are still counting. Lots of councils, 22 councils still counting here. Now, it's very early days here in Hertfordshire. There are only 6 out of these 78 seats declared here. This is a Conservative council, and it has been since the start of the century. It's true blue territory, but we're seeing a similar picture here with Reform coming in and eating into that Conservative support. Although, admittedly, it is early days. Conservatives still have more seats. They've got 4 seats, and Reform have got 2. Just a word about Hertfordshire. It's a different sort of area from Lincolnshire. It's the sort of place where the Lib Dems and also the Greens might be hoping to pick up some support. So we'll be watching this very closely, and all the other councils too, of course. Laura.
Rita, thank you very much indeed, and we'll be putting all of that to the Conservative Chairman, Nigel Huddleston, in a couple of minutes' time. He's been waiting patiently in Westminster to speak to us, so we'll talk to him in just a second. I want to show you pictures of the scene in Bedfordshire where people are waiting for the Prime Minister. It's got all the hallmarks of somebody very important is about to arrive, so we'll go there when Keir Starmer arrives and expect him to make a few remarks. But let's just ask Professor Sir John about the prospects for the Conservatives after the results that we've seen come in so far. What can we say this morning, John, about how tough this looks for the Tories?
Well, as of this moment, it looks very difficult indeed. The vote in the wards that have declared so far down by 28 points as compared with May 2021. And crucially, perhaps the party has been losing 2 out of every 3 seats it's been trying to defend. Now, we thought the Tories losing half the seats that they're trying to defend would be bad enough, but at the moment it's running at 2/3. Now, perhaps salvation will come in the fact that, the 2 of the councils that have been declared so far, or the seats have been declared, Lincolnshire and Staffordshire, very pro-Brexit parts of England, therefore places that are particularly likely to vote for Reform. So maybe the scale of the Tory losses will be somewhat less as we progress during the course of today. But just in case anybody needed to be affirmed in the view that the Conservatives are still in as much trouble as they were 12 months ago, that affirmation is very clearly being provided by these results.
John, thank you very much for now. Well, let's put that straight to Nigel Huddleston, the Conservative Party chair, has been waiting patiently for us on a sunny morning in Westminster, but you might not have such a sunny mood. By our calculation, you've been losing 2 out of every 3 seats you've been trying to defend, your share dropping by 28%. That suggests that under Kenny Badenoch, things have actually, if anything, perhaps getting worse, and certainly as bad as they were last year.
Well, I think as you were talking about earlier on, we always knew these were going to be really difficult elections for us because we're coming off that high watermark you just spoke about in 2021, where we gained something like 65% of all seats up for grabs. That was impossible to achieve that again. A normal good year would be getting 30 or 35% of seats. So we always knew this was going to be difficult. And my heart goes out to many good councillors across the country who've lost their seats today because they've been community champions and servicing their communities in many cases for years, if not decades. So this is a loss that will be felt locally as well. So we knew it was going to be difficult. But I think also, and I think John's there with you, he'll also tell you that back in 2021, the results for Labour were so bad that Keir Starmer, back then as leader of the opposition, was considering resigning as leader of the opposition.
And we've talked about that quite a bit through the night, but let's just focus on the Conservatives' performance.
No, it's important, Laura, because our job as His Majesty's opposition is to hold Labour to account. And that's exactly what we're doing. So when we talk about their disastrous running of the economy, how they've taken pensions or money away from pensioners and national insurance increases on businesses and attacking farms, those are things that are resonating with the public. But you are right, this has been a challenging set of circumstances, but it is our job and will continue to be our job to primarily, first and foremost, hold Labour to account for their disastrous decisions.
But do you think that you actually have further to fall? Because your result in July 2024 was, by your own admission, by lots of historical records, it was, the worst ever in many, many ways. Although political statistics is almost always a way of finding a different way of looking at things. But it was a dreadful, dreadful, dreadful performance. But do you think you've actually hit the bottom here? Or by the end of today, might you be looking at a performance that's even worse?
Well, look, last year we lost 2/3 of our MPs. That was a pretty terrible night for us. And in the past, actually, in various national elections in the past, including European elections, we've performed badly, but recovered. We are a resilient party. We are robust. Kemi's only been leader for 6 months, and she's always said that this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. We are well aware of the task ahead of us, and we're well aware and increasingly engaging with the public to make sure that we show that we're aware of the reasons why it is that they did not feel that they could put their trust in us last year. And we're building back that trust. We're building back that confidence, but it will take time.
There's not much time if you're building back trust from the results so far. The outgoing leader of Lincolnshire Council has said, as he sees his friends and colleagues lose their seats hand over fist so far, he said that you've been hit by the tidal wave of reform. I mean, is there a risk that reform will actually wash the Conservative Party away? No party's got a divine right to exist forever.
No, you're right, which is precisely why we're the oldest and most successful party in the world, because we evolve, we change, we adapt, and we continue to do that now. But also, there are 121 of us in Parliament, not 5. Reform are now back up to 5. We're holding Labour to account in Parliament every single day at the dispatch box with legislation in bill committees. Reform aren't, we are, and we take that responsibility seriously. And we will still have thousands of councillors across the country despite this evening's challenges. So we take that responsibility really seriously, but we do need to build back. We are facing a challenge, of course, and Reform, interestingly, remember, they took a seat off Labour, a safe Labour seat last night. I do think it's important that our proposition to the public is based on sound Conservative values, principles and policies, not offering everything to everybody, not pretending there's simple answers to really complex questions. I think the challenge for Reform is now they're going to be responsible for delivering some things, which is increasingly challenging. And also, they're trying to be a party of both the left and the right, appeal to people who like low tax on the right, but also like big spending and big government on the left. That's not a credible alternative government. That's not a sustainable economic strategy. And therefore, we will make sure that we have a proposition that positions us very clearly, not as a protest party, not as a populist party, but as an alternative party of government based on sound Conservative principles and policies. But I think the British public, many thought that we drifted too far away from that, and these are lessons we learned. And boy, did we take a beating because of that last year, and indeed today.
Does that then mean that, as the co-chairman of the party, you would not recommend your colleagues who are in local government working alongside Reform politicians in order to be able to run councils? It's a perfectly normal thing in local government for parties, often rivals, even enemies. They have to work together because of the way the system's set up. But you've made a very clear point there that you don't believe that Reform shares Conservative values. You're saying they sort of pick and mix policies from anywhere that aren't always credible in your view. So as co-chair, would you prefer that your colleagues didn't sit down and work things out with them?
You're right. The reason why we sometimes have coalitions or confidence and supply motions in order to get finance bills through and so on is in order to make sure that we get Conservative policies implemented. And we've worked in the past with a variety of parties, including the Lib Dems, even Labour, Greens, and of course often Independents, in order to do so. But the premise of any coalition needs to be trust and confidence. And I'm afraid that Reform's key policy at the moment is the destruction of the Conservative Party. That's not the great basis of a long-lasting relationship, is it? So I'm very sceptical that there will be routes forward here in order to do that. They want to destroy the Conservative Party. That is their key goal. Not serve the public, not build the future of this economy based on sound Conservative principles and policies like we want to do, build wealth and opportunity. They want to destroy the Conservative Party. That is one of their key motivations. That's a difficult start to any relationship.
Sounds like it's very much a relationship that you'd rather not pursue.
Well, certainly, these discussions do take place, but as I said, it's always on the premise of making sure that we execute things that we want to see executed. We want to see, taxes lowered. We want to see improving services, but we also have to have trust and confidence in any partner we deal with. And I think it would be very difficult to have a relationship with somebody whose modus operandi, whose purpose is to destroy us. And I say the challenge I see with Reform as well, even in these local elections, leaflet after leaflet after leaflet that I saw around the country, was stop the boats. What does a local council or a mayor have to do with that? They need to also understand what the role and purpose of some of these bodies that they now have large numbers of councillors in is, because I don't think they had that understanding. Now, they've achieved some remarkable things, it looks like, but as I said, we will be based on delivering sound Conservative policies and principles, and we will be fighting hard. We are fighting Labour. They are the ones who are doing disasters to the UK economy. They are the ones we need to hold to account. We'll continue to do that. But of course, we're now fighting on multiple fronts as well. But we will stick to sound Conservative policies and principles, and Kemi will be leading from the front in that in the coming weeks, months, and years.
Okay, Nigel Huddleston, co-chairman of the Conservative Party. Thanks very much for your time this morning. I know it's a busy day for you. We're grateful for your patience hanging on while we did other conversations before we got to you. Thanks very much indeed for your time. Let's get out and about. Let's go to Wiltshire. Our reporter Dan O'Brien is in Salisbury for us today. Now, Wiltshire, Dan, is one of those councils, isn't it? The Conservatives are normally very happy to boast about, saying it's well run, saying it's been popular, saying it's got low council tax. But do they still look like they're going to get hammered tonight?
Good morning, Laura. Yes, indeed. This is a council that Kemi Badenoch, when she's visited on this campaign trail, described as one of the Tory flagships. They're so proud of their record here. They've run it since Wiltshire Council was created back in 2009. And as you alluded to there, they have avoided the sorts of spending cuts that we have seen face many councils across the country. They're very proud of their record. And frankly, normally at election time, it's not really a question of will the Tories win? It's normally a question of by what enormous margin. This year, though, the picture feels very different indeed. The mood I picked up from the Conservatives during the campaign is if they do manage to cling on, it will be just that, clinging on by their fingertips. They face a double threat here from the main opposition, Liberal Democrats, who see this as their best ever opportunity to seize power in Wiltshire, not just as a result of their recent comebacks in other councils and the general election last year, but also because of the threat to the Tories from Reform UK fielding candidates in every single seat here for the very first time. Reform have been a little bit cautious on their prospects for this county, saying this is a bit of an experiment for them, fielding candidates everywhere to get a sense of where their support might be here. But they are expecting to get at least a few candidates and certainly eat into the Conservative vote.
And Dan, in terms of other parts of your patch, what are you expecting to go on later today?
We also have here, as you've been hearing earlier in the programme, just across the border, further west from here, the West of England mayoral results. We heard about those earlier on. And at a similar time to Wiltshire's declaration, another Tory stronghold just north of here, which the Lib Dems are very much going for up in Gloucestershire County Council. Both those expected to be really closely fought races indeed. And when it comes to the issues, Laura, yes, the candidates have all been talking about a massive frustration with Westminster politics. That has come up time and time again, but when it comes to local issues, it's really all been about the potholes. That is what people bring up unprompted on the doorstep. But here is a real example of where we get reality versus expectation of what can be delivered, because the Conservatives are saying they've spent millions more on that, but we won't feel the benefit for another couple of years. The Lib Dems actually proposing even going into debt, borrowing more money to start filling in the potholes. That's how bigger an issue, what seems like a relatively small local subject, has actually turned into here.
Well, we'll see how much of a dab hand Nigel Farage is with a giant bucket of tarmac as the months come by. Dan O'Brien for us in Salisbury there in Wiltshire. Good to have you with us this morning, and give us a shout if there's a sign of any of the results coming in. Dan was just mentioning there the West of England mayoral race, where Labour did manage to hang on, but only just, with Reform in second place, which was something of a surprise result, pushing the Tories into fourth place, the Lib Dems into fifth. So a very interesting set of results there. One of the big headline results that we've got so far on Rita, this whole array of different kinds of contests. So remind us, if we can have a bit of a look under the bonnet of some of the big results so far.
Let's do exactly that, Laura. I will come to the West of England just in a moment, but first I just want to show you what happened in the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral race, because this was a big Reform win. Big win for Andrea Jenkins, former Conservative minister, has moved over to Reform. She lost her own parliamentary seat, actually, last year in the general election last year, but now she's back in the thick of it. She's the new Greater Lincolnshire mayor, with a majority of just under 40,000 there, as you can see. So this is a very significant win for Reform so far in these local elections. Of course, they got that big by-election win as well. And let's just see how she did it, with 42% of the share of the vote, knocking the Conservatives into second place. This is a new position, so we can't do a compare and contrast to last time, but, a significant result there for Reform. Andrea Jenkins, a very, very happy one this morning. Now, Laura was talking about the West of England mayor. Now, this is a Labour hold. Labour's Dan Norris was not standing this time, and he's now, in fact, a suspended MP. Helen Godwin has kept this for Labour with a decent majority of just over 6,000, but she was run a reasonable second by Aaron Banks, if that name is familiar to you. He is a former Conservative donor, businessman who left support of the Conservatives, went over initially to UKIP, and then ended up being a founder member of one of the Leave campaigning groups over Brexit. So this is the West of England mayor result, and I just want to show you what happened in terms of share of the vote. So there you have it, and quite a close contest. I mean, look at that. Labour on 25% of the share of the vote, Reform on 22%, the Greens, a strong performance by the Greens on 20%, and Conservatives on 17%, Lib Dems on 14%. And I know that Laura has been using a phrase, bunching together of support. I think we see that here, don't we, in the West of England? That does seem to be exactly what's happened.
Sounds a bit uncomfortable, and it probably is for the parties when they're so close. And these big contests being decided just with a margin really tiny here or there. And, as we saw in Runcorn, only 6 votes in it, let alone 1 or 2% here or there. Let's pick up with Vicky on what the Labour Party is going to do about this. As we've been discussing, it's been a bit grisly for them. Not disastrous, but a bit grisly. And I just want to show people another post on social media from one of their MPs, Kim Johnson. She's a Merseyside MP, outspoken and on the left, to be clear about where she's coming from. But this morning she's written, Runcorn is a warning we can't ignore. Voters want change, and if we don't offer it with bold, hopeful policies, the far right will. She goes on to say, if we don't step up now, the alternative will not be more of the same. It'll be an extreme right-wing government. That's quite a challenge to Downing Street, isn't it, Vicky?
Yeah, it is. I think what's interesting is that some of the discontent that there's definitely been amongst Labour MPs, this potentially is pushing that more into the public. She's not the only one. Richard Bergen, coming from the same place, the same part of the party, if you like, he said by pushing policies like cuts to disability benefits and scrapping the winter fuel allowance, the leadership is driving away our own voters and letting Reform squeeze through. So, what is the answer for Labour? Do they tackle Reform head on? Do they challenge them? Do they try and chase their votes? Or do they carry on doing things in their own way? Now, what Labour are saying behind the scenes on all of this is that, yes, it's not been a very comfortable night so far, comfortable day so far, but they did hang on to 3 of the mayoral contests. Now, I think in North Tyneside we would have expected that, but that West of England win, some people were suggesting they might not keep that, Doncaster as well. So, they have managed to do that. So it could have been worse, definitely. And obviously very frustrating for them to lose Runcorn so closely. That would have changed the dynamic quite a lot overnight, obviously, if Labour had clung on there. But they do talk about the need to deliver. They've come in, they've been voted in to bring change. How are they going to do that? Now, there's stuff in the pipeline, some of it's been delayed, but the immigration white paper is coming up before the summer, the strategic defence review, the spending review, the industrial strategy. They know that they've got to deliver. But look at immigration. They're up against Nigel Farage, who is going to come forward with his own proposals, which he says will deport 1.2 million illegal immigrants in the next 5 years. Now, is that workable? That will all be discussed. But, they're having to confront these issues, yet they've got part of their party who are pretty uncomfortable with some of that. So it's a dilemma for them.
And there's a risk, of course, if they move too far to play Reform's game, that they alienate significant numbers of their own base. And Keir Starmer arguably has already done that in some ways with some of the benefit cuts of the winter fuel allowance that, even quite a lot of MPs, you might say, in the middle of the Labour Party are privately very, very uncomfortable about that decision. Let's pick up on this theme with Lucy Fisher, who's the Whitehall editor of the Financial Times. Thanks for being with us this morning, Lucy. How do you expect Labour to respond to this? Let's assume for a second that the results for Labour don't change enormously through the rest of this day, that it's this sort of bit grim but not calamitous by any measure. But what does Keir Starmer do about this? Is there a risk that he's complacent about reform?
Well, I don't think he's complacent. I think Keir Starmer's Downing Street is very
Lucy, I'm just going to stop you for a second because we're seeing Keir Starmer now appear actually in Bedfordshire. He's in Luton, I think, on a visit this morning. Military members behind him. I think he's on a visit to a defence company. So he's just being introduced there. So Lucy, if you want to continue, but if I cut you off rudely, it'll be because the Prime Minister is about to make some of his own remarks. So you were suggesting how Keir Starmer might try to respond to reform. But again, if I shut you up, I'm doing the job.
No problem, Laura. Yes, look, I think Downing Street under Starmer is very alive to the threat from reform. That's why we've seen Starmer tackle White Woods particularly.
And Lucy, I predicted it. He's speaking now. We'll come back to you in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you so much for allowing me to come see what you are doing. And thank you for doing it, because what you're doing here, the project you're working on, are really inspirational. I've had the chance to look at some of the technology, look at some of the capability, and it really is inspiring. It is an absolute glimpse of the future when it comes to the capability. But also, my other takeaway from this morning is going to be how inspiring all the staff and the people working here are. Eleanor's an apprentice here. I love these stories. And a number of people who showed me around were apprentices here. So for everybody who's an apprentice here this morning who's listening to this well, this is really uplifting. I love these stories of people coming, starting as apprentices, and then working their way up to leadership positions. And I had we diverted, I think, Ellen, to your team because we saw them working away, and really had the opportunity to say thank you to them. So inspirational work that you're doing, really inspirational people that you are working here. And it feels like a really incredible place to work. People work with a smile on their face because, one, it's really interesting, cutting-edge work, and two, I hope you've got a deep sense of just how important your work is to the defence and security of our country, actually beyond our country, Europe and more globally. And it's never been more needed than it is now. I think all of you will probably feel, and your families and your friends will feel, that in the last few months the world has seemed more unstable than perhaps it's been for a long time, and defence and security is much more of a focus for people across the country. And that means your work is even more important now than it's been before. Look at the situation in Ukraine. And I was in Ukraine, the last time I was there was about 6-7 weeks ago now, and I was really struck by the change over the 3 years of the conflict in the way in which the conflict is being fought, and the fact that drones, semi-autonomous and autonomous capability is absolutely at the front line now. And that gives me a real sense that what you're doing here is really relevant to what we're doing in Ukraine, but also really really relevant to the way in which we need to be able to defend ourselves as we go forward. And that's why we've had to up our defence spending, 2.5% by 2027. That's the highest sustained increase since the Cold War. That means, I'm afraid, more work for you, more projects for you, which is a good thing because I think we've got brilliant capability here. Storm Shroud is an incredibly forward-looking piece of kit and capability that will help us as we go forward. So that's ever more important. But as we build our national security, if you like, it is also really important to me that that's linked to our economic security. So I want to make sure that as we put more money into defence, as we work with our European and other partners to say they need to put more money into defence, and they are, and as we work with them to say our capabilities need to be more aligned, I want to see that in good, well-paid jobs around the country, good, secure jobs, skilled jobs of the sort that you are doing here. So thank you so much for allowing me to see what you are doing. It is really inspiring. I take away both the capability and the way that you do it, and thank you for that. Thank you for making time for me this morning. And this time last Thursday, I was on the carrier, the strike carrier, that is taking the best part of 2,000 people, actually, from our armed forces on an 8-month, really important mission, and they are literally on the front line, but their capability, the equipment they've got, includes what you're doing. And therefore, just as I said to them last week, I'm proud of what they do as they set off on that mission. I'm really proud of what you do, because they know, and I saw there what they're capable of, that they couldn't do that if you weren't doing what you're doing. So I hope you feel not just a sense of a good, well-paid, skilled job, which is what you are doing, but also a real sense that you're serving your country as well, because without you doing what you're doing in the way you're doing it, we wouldn't have the capability that we have. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate what you're doing, and sometimes it's really important, particularly in politics, to just come and see people, get a sense of what they're doing, and say simple things like, thank you. I really appreciate it. And I speak not just for myself, but millions of people in this country actually love to come and see what you do, and would love to be able to stand here and say to you thank you. So on my behalf, and on behalf of millions of people across the country, thank you for what you do. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, they're being applauded by workers at some kind of defence facility in Bedfordshire. Very interesting there. He did not at all mention
now we're going to take some questions.
election.
So do we have some people with some questions?
But he's now said he's going to take some questions.
Yes. Your name is? How far into your apprenticeship are you? And is it 3 years? Is it 4 years? Fantastic, great. You must be inspired by seeing people in leadership positions here who start off as apprentices.
So we will make sure that we are still listening into this. But while that proceeds, we will carry on our conversation. Let's pick up where we were with Lucy Fisher. And if any of the workers there, I'm sure many of them will have interesting questions for Keir Starmer, but we will listen into that separately outside the studio and bring you any of the clips or remarks that he makes if they are of significance. Let's pick up then with Lucy Fisher. So Lucy, thank you for your patience. We've just started our conversation as Keir Starmer emerged into the picture. You were starting to outline how you thought Keir Starmer might respond to the threat from reform that is very, very obviously a threat to the Labour Party as well as an incredibly serious one to the Conservatives.
Well, I think we'll see him continue to tack rightwards on immigration and trying to get a grip on that, not only with new initiatives like an international Crown Prosecution Service unit to try and crack down on smuggling gangs, the kind of summits we've seen him host with scores of other countries in London recently, but also the sort of hostile rhetoric towards illegal migrants that has stepped up under his administration, because, of course, that is one of the core themes that Nigel Farage has been campaigning on so successfully. I think in addition to that, Farage has really drawn inspiration from Elon Musk and his Doge initiative in the US in terms of his campaign for reform in the local elections, which has been quite popular. And again, we're seeing that mirrored by Downing Street in talking about cutting bureaucracy and waste in Whitehall, slashing the number of civil servants by thousands, and making sure that there's a sort of a more efficient and nimble state in order to improve public services. But I do think that there is a danger for Starmer that as he tacks rightward on immigration, as he talks up his securocrat credentials and the extra funding for defence at the expense of the international aid budget, that he risks being outflanked on the left by the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. And it'll be interesting to see today as more local authority results trickle in if Labour is losing out to the Green Party and the Liberal Democrats in councils.
And do you think it's credible for Keir Starmer to continue to tack right? In the run-up to the election, he was often criticised as a politician who would sort of say as little as he possibly could. And he clearly was a serious politician, somebody with expertise and who had a capable track record of success as a professional person. But he was often accused of being a bit of a blank sheet when it came to any sort of philosophy. And then here, this, what you described as sort of securocrat script, has come in and given him something to respond to and given him something to say. But do you think it's genuine? Does it look genuine?
Well, I think it has advantages and disadvantages. I think it's right. He sold it as one of his credits that he wasn't moored in ideology, that there would be no such thing as Starmerism, that he wanted to be practical and pragmatic. So he has given himself manoeuvre room there to be a little bit more of a political chameleon. On the other hand, I think a lot of the polling on how the public see Keir Starmer, and indeed as his personal ratings have plunged since the general election 9 short months ago, also show that the public kind of get this sense that he doesn't necessarily stand for something. There are complaints as well on his own backbenches and even among some of his more senior team members that he doesn't really have a vision, and this kind of managerial, technocratic script that he's reading from doesn't inspire voters, and that may be why someone with the charisma of Nigel Farage seems to be dominating so much of the agenda in Westminster.
And yet it did give him an absolutely thumping majority not so long ago, and local elections are often a moment when sitting governments do get a bit of a kick out.
That's all true, although we shouldn't forget, it's often called the Loveless landslide, because while he won, it's fair to say, a stunning majority in terms of common seats, that was only on 34% of the national vote. So it was a sort of highly efficient spread of Labour votes throughout the kind of Westminster 650 constituencies. And some of those majorities in those seats were very small, and already there is a sense of nerves among Labour MPs with very small majorities that, they might find it very difficult to hold their seats at the next election. So we might see grumbling and anxiety on the Labour backbenches begin just to creep up after this set of local election results too.
Big waves can be very shallow waves too. Lucy, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Great to have you with us this morning. Let me welcome to the studio Tim Montgomery. Many of you will remember Tim as a long-time Conservative activist and founder of Conservative Home, a very powerful force in Conservative politics, a website, but now a Reform activist, Tim. And one of the many Conservatives who have gone from their traditional party over to Reform. When you see the results stacking up as they are so far, do you think, I told you so to your former colleagues?
Well, first of all, I should say, the last time I saw you, I was pacing up and down in my Waterloo Travelodge hotel. Other hotels are available. Just couldn't believe what a nail-biter. And the good thing for democracy, at least, is always I'm on the doorstep and say to people, your vote really does matter. And so hopefully, it's one good thing that you can unite people, even if it's from a political party.
Well,
turn out to vote. Absolutely, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that narrow majority is just a reminder, in close contests, not turning out does matter.
And we actually know, interestingly, from John Curtis, that so far, turnout, even in the council elections, is up a couple of points than it was in 2021, which is a notable fact in an era era when sometimes people lazily say, oh, no one cares, no one bothers. It doesn't seem to have happened this time around.
I don't know whether it's related to the fact that we have all these different parties now. So if actually you really are green or liberal or more Eurosceptic, you have more choice now. That has complications, of course, for our politics, but maybe that's part of the explanation.
So then when it comes to, I suppose, an alarm that you sounded for your own party quite some time ago now, I remember some conversations we had in the last few years in various different interviews that the Conservatives had to realise what was happening, that they had somehow lost the thread of the story that they were trying to tell the public.
Well, let me put it this way, because I've now been in Reform about 6 months, and the biggest difference, and it's really sort of struck me very recently, nearly every conversation I had with almost every Conservative MP, Conservative activist, not necessarily members, but people really committed to the party, it begins and ends, and you may be familiar with this, it begins and ends with how do they win? How do they get back? It's not an accident, I think, that the coincidence that the most successful political party in recent times in the West has fallen so fast. Basically, the tactical flexibility, that willingness to dump a party leader or change policies, is taken over the Conservative Party, in my view. It's almost become a political project. And the difference I notice with Reform members and people, they have strong views, I don't like all of them, but the conversations begin with what they want to do. And that is refreshing, I think. And I think it's part of the reason why Reform have looking like done so well overnight, because people are fed up, I think, with politicians who are there to just be in power and not to change things. And Reform may not be to everyone's liking, but we want to change the country because we think it's going in the wrong direction.
But does it stack up? You're a serious political thinker, and we've heard Conservatives in the studio overnight saying, remember, there was £150 billion of spending promises in the Reform manifesto that weren't fully worked out. We've talked to Richard Tice and other Reform UK prominent politicians in the last few hours when they say, well, they want to cut back in councils, and when you say, what do you mean? They talk about what would really be pretty small savings in terms of administrative budgets or taxes and the like. Do you feel that what you're offering as a party really stacks up, that it's any more than providing an outlet for people who feel really fed up with the others?
I don't think we're ready yet to answer the questions that the country needs to be faced up to by our political class. Where I think Reform, look at it at the time, it's only 1 year into the Parliament, and one thing I do agree with Kemi Badenoch is not to rush into forming policies before it's necessary. But what Reform need to sort of take seriously is the Conservative Party failed over 14 years. I'm afraid the alternative party, Labour, is now failing. They've seen the wheels fall off two governments of British people, in my view. When it comes to the next general election, they're really going to kick the tyres hard. And Reform have to use the next 2-3 years really to be very serious about policy in a way they haven't been in the past. And when I joined Reform, I said to Nigel Farage, are you sure you want me? I caused a lot of trouble for Conservative leaders in speaking. And I will absolutely, I think Nigel is serious about doing a very serious policy overhaul. He knows we're not ready yet. And if I'm in any way unhappy about it, I'll say, because it's too important for another political party to get this wrong.
Well, it's good to know that even if you're in another political party, that you'll continue your record of saying what you think, which people don't always do in our political system. Let's bring you the first result from County Durham. Now, that is somewhere that until 2021 was Labour for a century, I think, if I remember correctly. Not that I was there a century ago, but from my political history, I think it was held by Labour for a century until 2021. We have the first result of the morning, which is the first ward in Durham, Pittington and Sherburn. And let's just show you what's happened there while it's been counting. So far, Reform have taken that seat. Labour has dropped 1. Let's look at the share in that beginning of this picture that we'll see through the day in County Durham. Reform on 36%, well ahead of Labour in 25%. But the Lib Dems there on 31%. Now, to give you a bit of context, the administration in Durham has been run at this point. No one party was in overall control, and it's been run by a mixture of independents, Conservatives and Lib Dems. So people are used to seeing Lib Dems as part of their council authority. So there's a bit of that complexity there. But the vote share between Reform and Labour is something very notable to see. It was suggested to me this morning by a Labour veteran, might not forgive me for describing them as a veteran, but a Labour veteran saying, look at what happened, look at what's going to happen in Durham. This may be seismic. For Labour, they basically, and I'm paraphrasing, have to pay attention to this.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will be concerned. And I think there's an interesting angle to all of this about deals, actually. So, local deals of running councils. As you say, they happen a lot more on the ground in councils than you see nationally. And all sorts of parties can end up working together, which you might not have expected. But I think there is an interesting question about what is going to happen on the ground, because we could end up in situations with lots of councils where parties can have to work together. And I think Kemi Badenoch has talked about it's fine to work with Reform if you're the Conservatives in some areas. She doesn't think that necessarily nationally. But I'm actually interested, Tim, whether you think, when it comes to deals, do you think, not locally, but nationally, that is going to be the way it's going to have to happen? This realignment of the right, is that what is going on here?
Well, the Reform vote is different from the Conservative vote, not just in the way I just described, but there is as much anger amongst Reform voters that I meet and the ones we're targeting about big business as big government. And that's different from the Conservative Party. There's quite a lot of Corbynista sort of tendencies among some Reform voters. And I think we've probably maximised as a party most of that sort of disillusioned Tory vote. I think the Tory party is in terrible trouble. There's no benefit for the Reform in doing an alliance with the Tories, particularly when we're after Labour voters, who, if we're wooing those, they feel let down by their Red Wall experience, they feel let down in 101 different ways. If Reform really is going to hit the levels it needs to, I think a deal with the Tories before an election certainly won't work. After an election, the people have made their decision and you have to work with whatever the people give, but before an election, no.
Well, I think that conversation is certainly not at an end. It's only, I think, just starting to get going at how the Conservatives and Reform might work together in the future, whether they like to think about it or not. We can now, I think, speak to Sir Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader. Good morning, Sir Ed. You've taken off your straw sun hats, I'm sure much to our viewers' disappointment, but you are still very much smiling. Now, you're in Shropshire. Now, we don't have a result in Shropshire yet, so what are you doing there? Why are you smiling so widely?
Well, because we're pretty confident here in Shropshire, we're making massive gains from the Conservatives, and indeed, I'm hearing great things from around the country, from Oxfordshire and Devon, for example. I think there's a real chance that when all the votes are counted, as you know, very few have been counted, only less than 10%. I think the Liberal Democrats will be a party with massive smiles on our faces, and I think we could now be the party of Middle England. We've seen so many former Conservative strongholds swing to the Liberal Democrats, like they did in the general election last year when we got our best results for over 100 years. So, yeah, we are cautiously optimistic and looking forward to the results later today.
But in Shropshire, for example, the Tories have only had a majority of 1 seat, so there you don't need to do that much to be able to knock them out, which, given what's happened to them in the last year, that on its own wouldn't hold up to be a massive achievement, would it?
We need many more to take overall control, and that is our objective. It's quite a tough objective, actually, but I think we could do it. And across the country, I think we can make a lot of gains. Now, people have been really upset by the Conservatives, both at the national level, as we saw last year, and at local level. They've been deeply disappointed by Labour. And we're seeing people coming from both Labour to get behind the Democratic candidate. And when they do, I think that they see the Democrats working in their community, listening hard to people, and getting things done. And as I've been saying during the campaign, you don't have to take my word for it. That's what Kemi Badenoch says. The Democrats are the sort of people who fix your church roof, and people like them in the community. And I think that's what we're going to find when we cancel all those ballots that people do like the Democrats.
I had a sneaking suspicion that before too long you were going to mention fixing church roofs, and people who approve of church roofs are very much been in your sights in the last few weeks. A couple of weeks ago, you said you were, I think, cautiously optimistic, or maybe even hopeful, you said, of actually running more town halls at the end of the day than the Tories do, and replacing them. Is that what you mean by replacing them as the party of Middle England?
Well, that's only one of the measures. If we can manage that quite tough target of running more councils than the Conservatives by the end of all the votes being counted, that will be some progress for the Liberal Democrats. But actually, it's more than that, it's deeper than that. It's about the people who have traditionally voted Conservative, who thought that they represented their values and realise that they no longer do. That, when you care about the rule of law, when you care about working with our opponents, standing for national interest, the threats coming from Trump or elsewhere, it's the Liberal Democrats who are doing that the best. And you and I talked, Laura, about things like social care in the past, because I've got a dreadful record on that, but many people who are lifelong Conservatives know how important that is, and they see us as a party standing up for that. The sewage issue, which we've been the lead campaigners on in Parliament and across the country, people are angry with the Conservatives for having allowed the water companies to get away with pumping their filthy sewage into our rivers and our seas, and they see us the ones championing those. So on so many different issues, Middle England has switched, and it's switching even more to the Liberal Democrats. And I think that's quite a dramatic change in British politics.
But why do you think that you are not profiting, or don't seem to be profiting at this stage, in anything like the same kind of scale as Reform UK? In other years when there's been a government that's having a hard time, it's been the Lib Dems who've been the ones to go into a by-election in almost any part of the country and be able to campaign hard and scoop up. Or if we look at the West of England mayor result, for example, you ended up in 5th place in a part of the country where you do have deep roots.
Well, less than 10% of the votes have been counted, Laura. I think we can agree on that. When we look at the West Country, I'm very confident we're going to do well in places like Gloucestershire, Wiltshire, Devon and Cornwall. So let's wait. I've got a scoop for you, actually. We've been selling, actually giving away ice creams here in Shrewsbury. They're really, really good, and I wish I could give you this. What I will tell you, though, is Conservative support is melting away, and we're enjoying the sun.
Are you going to put that on TikTok later, Sir Ed? I suspect that you might, but I am always in the market for scoops. Boom, boom. There we go. Sir Ed Davey, thank you very much indeed for joining us on what looks like a gloriously sunny Shrewsbury, and we will look with interest to see how the results develop throughout the day. But you look like you're already enjoying having a reason to tuck in. I think we should stay on those pictures. Should we watch him have the whole ice cream? No, Sir Ed, thank you very much indeed. I think he's done many things on camera, but actually eating an ice cream cone might be pushing it even for Sir Ed Davey. Vicky Young, when you listen to the Lib Dems, there was huge amounts of speculation before this election, lots of learned commentary, and a lot of expectation that we might be looking at a new kind of 5-party politics. It might go be a kind of new 3-party politics between Reform, Labour and the Tories, and then the Lib Dems and the Greens maybe sort of fall off the end.
Yeah, it's difficult to know with the results not quite there yet. But I think what we're seeing, and this is why it's bad news for the Conservatives, is the classic pincer movement, where you've got they're shedding votes to Reform in some places, and then the Liberal Democrats are still, I think they will end up still doing well in quite a lot of those other areas. The mayoral contest didn't go for them, but there will be lots of the places where they are very much eroding that Tory vote. And that's the dilemma, isn't it, for the Conservatives? You've got these different types of Tories. Of course there are. In all parties there are different types of voters, but if they end up that they are shedding some to Reform and then others to the Liberal Democrats, and you've heard Sir Ed over the last few weeks being very critical of Donald Trump, really trying to carve out that message and be the voice of that, which others don't feel they can do. I mean, Keir Starmer, he's the Prime Minister, it's a different position, isn't it? But the Tories certainly have been doing that. They feel the Liberal Democrats, they are carving out a distinctive message which is appealing to a lot of people who in the past might have voted for the Conservatives and who would find that Reform was a big turn-off for them, and that's where they are making those gains. I think that's why this is very problematic for the Conservatives, and in terms of their future direction and their policies and what they do, it makes it quite difficult.
In a sense, Tim Montgomery, is this, I suppose, the new Brexit? What to do about Reform? Do you tack closer to them, talk about doing deals, or do you go back to a more sort of Cameronish or early Boris Johnson, sort of pro the environment, pro that kind of conservatism?
And they don't know. They really don't. But the point you've just made is that there is about 25%. If there was a coalition, imagine the circumstance, they could choose to put go to power with the Liberal Democrats or Reform. And I think there'll be 25% of the Conservative Party who would definitely prefer to do a deal with the Lib Dems, and 25% maybe with Reform, and half would probably no, or just be law to whatever was decided. But it is, I think, sadly, a fundamentally divided party now. Being in government so long meant that it attracted more than its fair share of careerists and other people. I think there are too many local councillors chosen in recent times who weren't really developed in their politics. They chose diversity of gender and ethnicity rather than making sure they were fully committed to the Conservative Party. And I'm afraid the stock now, the leadership of the Conservative Party, is basically a political enterprise, and it's not got a coherent philosophy. And I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to fix.
And what about Kemi Badenoch as the leader? I mean, I know you were very outspoken about Rishi Sunak. You were one of the people early on when you were still a Conservative who basically smashed the glass and said, this ain't going to work, you'd be better off making a change. Do you think, with all your years of experience and knowledge of the Conservative Party and Conservative voters, do you think that Kemi Badenoch might be the person to be able to put it back round?
I don't think she's a great leader, but I really don't think she is the problem. But one question I think she really does need to answer, and I still don't think the Conservative Party has answered it. Imagine if you had bought a car and the wheels had fallen off. Every time you complained about something, you spoke to a different person on the end of the phone. Everything that was promised you went in the other direction. The Conservative Party still hasn't really told us, as a country, why the period of recent Conservative government that began in 2010 and ended last year was so much poorer and weaker than the period of Thatcher and Major. And if they can't answer that question, if they can't say why it went so wrong, and I haven't heard them really try to answer that question credibly, why would you buy a car from someone who can explain why it went wrong? Why would you buy a political project from them? So time, of course, will help. Time always helps. But the difference for the Conservative Party now, of course, is that compared to, say, the Thatcher years, Reform exists. Mrs. Thatcher could take her time because the right was united.
And actually, it took a long time if you think about the John Major's defeat. I mean, how many leaders? You had William Hague, you had Ian Duncan Smith, Michael Howard, before you got to David Cameron. So yes, I think there are some Conservatives who think that time will do it. You wait for Labour to do things wrong, and as we can see, their unpopularity has risen a bit. But your point is because there is another force now that makes it much harder.
And they may not have the time, but maybe, who knows? The former Minister, George Freeman, who's a Tory MP, has told our reporter on the ground in Norfolk the results are a wake-up call for the Conservatives and Labour. He says if the two main parties don't grip it much more urgently, we'll see Reform become the major party on the right. It's a wake-up call, possibly the last chance saloon wake-up call to mainstream parties to be more urgent, more bold in tackling the failures of government. So there, a former Minister, Conservative MP, on the record saying it has to be dealt with, the threat from Reform, much more urgently. Plenty more conversations come, but there have, of course, been lots and lots of events overnight, lots of different strands to this evolving story, some big headlines, some surprises. So let's catch up on everything that has happened with a full report from our correspondent, Helen Katz.
Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Elation for Reform UK in Runcorn and Helsby after what had been a nail-biter of a night. A result so close it had to be recounted.
The people of Runcorn and Helsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper.
Just 6 votes handed Reform this formerly safe Labour parliamentary seat and a massive political boost.
It's the closest by-election since the war.
and I think one of the most dramatic, but I sense also one of the most significant. I said after I won in Clacton in the last general election, I said we dealt with the Tories, we're now coming for the Labour Party, and boy, we are.
The reform is still also inflicting more pain on the Tories. In Greater Lincolnshire, a former Conservative MP beat her old party by 40,000 votes to become the area's first mayor.
Now that Reform is in a place of power, we can help start rebuilding Britain. Inch by inch, Reform will reset Britain to its glorious past.
The Conservatives are expecting more bad news when many of the county council results come later today.
We were steeling ourselves for a tough night because the cycle of these elections, the last time most of these were held was 2021, when we were on a real high. So we knew that this set of elections would be difficult, and overnight, unfortunately, it does look like we have lost Conservative councillors.
The Liberal Democrats are expecting to scoop up council seats from the Tories in the south of England. Most of the councils they've targeted have only started counting this morning.
In places like Devon and Shropshire and Oxfordshire, there are also other places like Stratford and Tunbridge Wells where we won the constituencies in the general election last year, and where we hope to make some progress in those two places as well. So we're looking forward to seeing the results come in. But for us, good things come to those who wait, and we will be waiting for the results later in the day.
For Labour, there's been relief as it held on to mayors in North Tyneside and Doncaster. Reform ran them close in both, though. And in Doncaster, the winner had a message for her party's leadership.
I think the results here tonight will demonstrate that they need to be listening to the man, woman and businesses on the street and actually deliver for the people, with the people.
Senior Labour figures insist they are on the right track.
We were elected last July on a mandate of change, and we know that people are impatient for that change. We are too. It doesn't happen overnight, but we've started to take the steps to fix things.
Labour also retained the West of England mayoralty. The Greens, who had some hopes here, came in third.
Of course, we would have liked to have won that election. What we did see was a strong Green vote, well, across the area, over 40,000 Green votes, but a particularly strong vote in Bristol, building on the great success we had in Bristol at the general election. I'm confident that that is a contest we can win in the future, next time around.
The story of the night has undoubtedly belonged to Reform, who've established themselves as challenging both the Conservative and Labour. But with most of the council results yet to come, there may still be more for this set of elections to tell us. Helen Katz, BBC News.
So a lot has happened already, but there is a lot still to come, and we'll be with you throughout the day as this story continues to unfold, because there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of council seats still to be declared, also still some mayoral races, and also plenty of really important conversations still to come about the impact of the results that we've had in so far. And let's go to that conversation then now. We're joined by the Defence Minister, Luke Pollard. Thank you for being with us, joining us from your constituency in Plymouth. So, in terms of Labour's performance, it's not what you would expect a party with an enormous majority to be showing just 9 months into office, is it?
Well, it's not unusual that by-elections and local elections are used as an opportunity to vote against the government of the day. That's something that we've long seen in British politics. But on a night where we've won a number of mayoralties, that's a really good focus for us. But we know there's more to do. And as you just heard from my colleague Ellie Reeves in your package there, we want to go faster and further. I think it's right that the British public are impatient for change, especially having seen 14 years of public services being eroded and a real instability in our economy. We're now getting our public services back on track. We're seeing NHS waiting lists falling for 6th month in a row because of the action and some of the difficult decisions that we've taken. But we're no doubt we have to do more. We have to go faster and further. And that's certainly where the Prime Minister and the rest of the government are focused on delivering on the enormous mandate that we were given last year and delivering that change that I think the British public and MPs like me are so impatient to see.
I just, Minister, want to nip something in the bud, because it is true that governments often get a bit of a kicking in local elections or by-elections, but it is not the case that this is what always happens. It didn't happen in 2011 to David Cameron. It didn't happen in 2015 to David Cameron. It didn't happen in 2017 or in 2021. So let's just park that assumption to one side, because it does not always apply.
We had the Labour government elected, though, Laura, in 1997. It happened losing 88 councillors in 1998. So it's not unusual that this happened, but we have to listen to the message that's been sent by the British people in some of these contests. Although we've fared and won a number of them, these are by and large, especially when the council results coming, these are by and large councils that Labour doesn't control. In fact, the Conservatives control currently 20 of the 23 councils that are up for grabs later today. The more metropolitan and urban areas are elected in a different electoral cycle from the one where people went to the polls yesterday. But we do need to listen to the messages that's being sent, and that means deliver fast and further. And if you just took the example of our breakfast clubs in primary schools, for instance, we have 4 of them in Runcorn that were rolled out there. But by the end of this year, there'll be a free breakfast club in every single primary school in the entire country. That's what we mean by being able to move further and faster. Is starting to deliver that change that we're elected to deliver, and that does make a big difference. That's just one example across the government where we'll be trying to and delivering more in the coming months that people will be able to see, and that'll take time. I think people know that fixing the mess the Conservatives left won't happen overnight. We're making good progress, but there's certainly still more to do.
But I think if our viewers have been listening carefully to Labour politicians, they've heard actually since 11 that you are determined to go further and faster and further and faster and further and faster. And they've heard actually senior Labour politicians say, I think since January, if my memory serves me correctly, that you want to go further and faster and further and faster. But when you listen to voters, what are you hearing from them? What is the message? Because if you look at a lot of the numbers so far, where you've been suffering big swings away from Labour to Reform, that looks like what they're trying to tell you is they don't think very much of what you've done so far, and they don't really want to repeatedly be told you're going further and faster when their lives aren't changing very much.
Well, I think further and faster is delivering that change. It's about hiring more GPs so people can see their GP better. We've exceeded the GP hiring target. It's about making sure people have more money in their pocket, which is the reason why the minimum wage has gone up by.
But my question to you, Minister, is what do you think voters are saying? Because you said you will listen to what the message is from voters. What do you think that message actually is?
Well, I think there's an impatience that people want to see more change, and that is different from every single door that you knock on. Some will want to see more houses built so their kids can get a place of their own. Others will want to be able to get a hospital appointment faster and not be on a waiting list. It's precisely in each and every one of those areas that we do need to deliver more. We've made good progress so far, stabilising our public services, especially dealing with the incredible mess that was left by the Conservatives. That involved some difficult decisions, and we know that difficult decisions are not always popular ones, but they were the right ones to take to stabilise our economy so we could invest the money in those priorities, the NHS in particular. I represent a patch where we've seen waiting lists at record highs. That's the same in every single part of the country, and that's why the £20 billion extra that the Chancellor was able to allocate to the NHS to bring down waiting lists, to build the hospital extensions that were left unfunded by the Conservatives, that does make a difference, but that does take time, and that is what we will be delivering in the months and years ahead.
What you've also delivered to people, which you didn't tell them about in your manifesto, is taking away the majority of pensioners' winter fuel allowance. We know from focus groups, we know from polling, we know from plenty of conversations off the record with many of your colleagues, as well as those who put their head above the parapet, that is something many people in the Labour Party believe really cost you a lot of trust and caused a lot of disappointment with many people who voted for you in July. Do you acknowledge, as the Doncaster newly re-elected mayor told us in the early hours of this morning, that has been damaging for the Labour Party? Before you tell us it was the right thing to do and it was a difficult decision, that's not the question I'm asking. Do you acknowledge that that decision did damage to Labour's reputation?
Well, we know we had to make decisions that would be unpopular because that was, I'm sorry, Laura, it was the right thing to do, so I will be able to say that. We know that when we became the government, were elected with that mandate, the first thing I was confronted as a new minister is those massive in-year spending deficits left by the Conservatives. They didn't tell the public about the mess that they left in those in-year budgets. They didn't tell Parliament. They didn't tell the Office of Budget Responsibility. That meant we were confronted with problems that needed immediate solutions. Now, that's why we had to take those decisions. But because we did take those decisions earlier, and yes, some of those will have consequences in terms of popularity, they were still the right things to do. I think the British public deserve politicians that will be honest with them about the scale of the complexity and the challenge that we see ahead of us. And that's why, when we came to office, we had to be honest with people that the mess and the black hole that we had in our public finances meant we had to do things that we didn't want to do, that were not in the manifesto, but we were required to do to stabilise our public finances so we could invest the money in the public services that we are now doing. Now, that will have consequences, but it was the right thing to do. And it's also right that ministers like myself are clear with the British public that when we have to do things because circumstances change, and certainly our expectation of what the public finances were and the reality of it was very different, thanks to the efforts of the Conservatives to hide it from the public view, we had to be honest with people about those decisions and about the consequences. And that does mean making changes to a number of areas where we hadn't previously planned to do. They were the right things to do to get our country back on track, but we've got more that we have to deliver, and that's where I'm focused on delivering more for not just the constituency I represent, but the ministerial responsibilities that I have, and that will be the same for every single cabinet minister and minister in our government.
But you also didn't tell people that you were going to put up national insurance for employers at a time when you were saying economic growth was your #1 priority, and one of the first actions of the Chancellor was to make it more expensive for people to hire people, to create new jobs, which is surely the most fundamental way of growing the economy. You made it more expensive.
I mean, it's precisely the same answer I just gave you, Laura. We were confronted, sadly, with this huge instability in our public finances. And we only saw from a few years ago, when Liz Truss was in power, that if you don't grip that instability in our public finances, the consequences aren't borne by politicians. The consequences are borne by people in their mortgages going up, in the cost of living crisis that followed from that crashing of the economy. That's why we had to take those serious decisions. And that did involve a number of different changes.
But, Minister, you talk as if you had absolutely no choice to make the decisions that you did. Your political argument is that you had no choice but to try to find savings of money. But, of course, there are plenty of other places that you could have looked. You could have chosen to raise other taxes, or you could have decided to cut spending, or you could have decided to change the rules around borrowing. Now, I know you'll make a political justification for each one of those individually, but do you acknowledge, rather than presenting the choices you faced as being inevitable, but they were not inevitable, they were decisions made by this government that you've admitted in the last few minutes have had consequences of making you, in some pockets of the country, unpopular?
Well, I think that's a position that we've been saying since we were confronted by the state of public finances, so I don't think it's breaking news. I think we made decisions to stabilise our public finances, to create the space within the budget to invest in the public services, but we also clear in the general election that we wouldn't be putting up income tax, VAT, corporation tax, or the type of national insurance that people pay on their wage packets. So that meant that the opportunity to put up taxes, if that's what you were suggesting on those, were not there because we promised we would not do that. Now, we've had to make those difficult decisions. We're seeing the benefits of those difficult decisions in more economic stability, in interest rates being able to be brought down, which is a boost for homeowners, in the increases in minimum wage, in our policy to protect the triple lock, something that Reform and the Conservatives certainly are not very clear in their support of, that will give pensioners up to £1,900 extra over the course of this Parliament. So there have been real progress made. But look, I mean, no doubt we have to do more to be able to deliver it. And we're only 9-10 months into this project. This is a serious project to turn around our country, to get it back on track. It can't be done overnight. But that's why it's so important that we make those decisions early to deliver the improvements that we need. That will take time to build the homes, to repair our public services, especially the leaky roofs in our schools, the crumbling hospitals that we've inherited from the Conservatives. That can't be done overnight, but the investment we're making is already starting to deliver progress. But of course, there's more that we have to do.
You are doing an impressive job on probably no sleep of almost relentlessly sticking to the script, as some of your Labour colleagues have done throughout the night. But just before you go briefly, I wonder if you'd be candid about a slightly different question. Are you more worried about losing some of your own base on the left, or are you more worried about Nigel Farage coming for you?
Oh, I mean, Labour's at our best when we're a broad church, and that's because the public are a broad church in terms of how, in terms of Labour voters out there. So we both need to deal with the policies of the right, especially the real threat to the NHS that Reform presents. But we also have to carry a progressive vote as well that want to see action on climate. So we have to do both. I'm afraid it's a case of and rather than or in that respect. And holding that broad church coalition together is absolutely vital. That's how you win elections from any part of the political spectrum. It's certainly what worked in July last year, and it's something that we will continue to deliver against the manifesto that we were elected on. So hopefully, when the next general election comes in 2029, we'll be able to present not only a hopeful, optimistic, bright future for Britain, but the evidence that we're delivering it with more homes, a better NHS, and more opportunity for our young people, delivered because we have made those tough decisions, delivered because we have delivered our manifesto, honoured those pledges that we made back in July 24.
Okay, Luke Pollard, thank you very much indeed for your time this morning. Short on sleep, we're always grateful to people for making the time to speak to us and our viewers. I just want to show you, as the Minister was talking about broad churches, where here is a very, very beautiful church on the bottom right of your screen. The count in Cornwall is taking place in all the glory of Truro Cathedral. I hope you can show you the whole picture. Oh no, that's the whole picture of me. There's the whole picture of Truro Cathedral. Much preferable. A glorious place to have a political count. Why not? Maybe that should come in. Have counts only in beautiful cathedrals, churches, all sorts of venues. Although there's nothing wrong with the local leisure centre, which is more the normal tone of things. But that is the count for Cornwall County Council, where of course the Lib Dems will be hoping to pick up in their part of the country where they often feel so at home in the southwest of England. So we'll say goodbye to Truro Council for now. I'm sure we'll be back in the cathedral a bit later on in the day. Let's take a bit of a breath. We've been talking about individual political dilemmas, but Risa, let's have an overview of where the results have got to by now and take a bit of a stand back about how everything's going.
Absolutely, Laura, because we'll have people, you may be joining us just now. We've been discussing the elections for quite a while now, but this is the state of play as we stand. We've just had one of 23 councils declared, but there are about 1,200 seats still to be declared. We've had about 400 of them, so still many, many more contests to come, the results of many contests to come. And as you can see, Nigel Farage, his party, Reform UK, is leading the pack at the moment with 81 seats, up 81 because they started the night without any of these seats. Conservatives, Kenny Badenoch's party on 37, so they've lost 64. Labour down 14, they're on 12 seats. The Lib Dems, the smiling Sir Ed Davey, on 6 seats, up 3, and the Greens no change so far. Let's take a look at some of the councils where there is counting going on. We've had one result overnight, and that is Northumberland here. It's in grey because it means that's there's no one party that has a majority there, and you can see these symbols, these sort of evenly balanced scales. That's what that means, that it is a hung council, and there'll have to be deals made in terms of who is actually going to run the council. Lots of really fascinating contests going on here now as the votes are being counted. They include in Lincolnshire and in Staffordshire, both of them Conservative-controlled councils, but where Reform is putting in a very strong performance on the evidence of the information information so far. Other interesting councils, Doncaster is a Labour council, you can see from the rose symbol there. Durham was Labour for 100 years until 2021, which is the last time these seats were fought. Can Labour take Durham back? We haven't had much in the way of results. There's one seat in, and that seat has gone from Labour to Reform. Can't read a great deal into it, but that is the evidence that we have so far. So we might be seeing a Reform increase in Durham. Let me put it no more strongly than that. A word for the Liberal Democrats, who will be looking to make gains in Devon, also in Wiltshire and Gloucestershire, and also in Hertfordshire. We do have some early information from Hertfordshire, though, that suggests that Labour might be hopeful there. Possibly that Reform is taking away support from some of the other parties, allowing Labour to come through to the middle. But we'll bring you some of those hard facts when we have them. Just a reminder that if you want to look up and find out what's going on in your part of the country, please go to the election page on the BBC website. Lots and lots of information there, and that's how you can find us, or also, of course, on the BBC News app, which I'm sure you use a great deal. Laura.
Thank you very much indeed. It's like a Rubik's Cube, isn't it? You turn one thing on one side and it looks completely different on the other side. Let's pick up with some of the themes we were discussing with the Minister, Luke Pollard, then, and speak to Andrew Fisher, who was part of Jeremy Corbyn's team when many Labour activists were very excited about what was on offer. But of course, when it came to general elections in 2019, they ended up getting an absolute thumping. But Andrew, thank you for patiently waiting. We've seen already tonight a bit of concern on the left-hand side of the Labour Party that this is a wake-up call and Keir Starmer needs to change direction. Do you think that will build?
I think it already is. I mean, you've seen from the Doncaster mayor, who's certainly not on the left of the party, quite in the centre of the party, who has said, identified 3 policies that have done Labour damage. That's the cut to the winter fuel allowance, the proposed cut to disability benefits, and the hike on employers' national insurance. And I think she's right to raise those things. They obviously are having an effect. I mean, your own correspondent, Henry Zeffman from Runcorn, reported that on every door it was the same story: winter fuel and PIP, the personal independence payments that disabled people get. So I think there is real concern right across the party. And so there should be. These are a bad set of results for Labour that in some ways are masked because they're an even worse set of results so far, and it is early days, for the Conservatives.
Do you think, though, Keir Starmer will be of a mind to actually change any kind of tack or change any kind of direction? Because the signals since he's been in number 10 from him and his team are very much, they are aware of a threat from Reform. They believe they've got to deal with that. They've always been clear they believe they have to stay close to the centre of politics in order to keep hold of that very wide coalition that they built. Do you think they really will be paying attention to the likes of what you said tonight or from the Doncaster mayor?
Well, they should be, because the Doncaster mayor is reflecting what voters are saying. And the middle of British politics is not where politicians say it is, it's where the public says it is. And the public, I think, have shown that Labour isn't dealing with the threat from Reform. Reform is doing very, very well in these elections. And Labour's strategy for taking on Reform is an utter failure. Reform are making huge gains right across the country, and that should worry people in the Labour Party, just as it is clearly worrying people in the Conservatives as well. But I don't think Labour's got a very obvious strategy for taking on Reform, and if they have, it's not working. So I think what they need to do is listen to what people are actually saying on the doorsteps, as reported by your own correspondent, Henry Zeffman, not people like me on the left, as reported by the Doncaster mayor, who's just clung on and won her election as well, we should say. So, successful people like that, and Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester and so on, as well, who are all saying it. The opinion polls are saying it too. Labour's, I mean, you said at the moment Labour got thumping in 2019, they did. We actually polled more votes than in 2024. So it wasn't like Keir Starmer was elected with this huge wave of enthusiasm to begin with. And actually, Labour's down about 10 points in the polls since 2024. Now, they're being propped up slightly by this fragmentation in British politics, which is just splintering, which is quite exciting, I suppose, for you reporting on it, but quite interesting to watch as well, in that the right of politics split very much between the Conservatives and Reform, but also the Liberal Democrats and the Greens making gains at Labour's expense as well. So it's a really kind of mixed picture. And I think if Labour just focuses on Reform, which it clearly isn't tackling, then it's going to fail even more.
Andrew Fisher, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I think that's a taste of what might become quite a vigorous conversation inside the Labour Party, with these results potentially meaning some of the private discontent bubbling over a little bit more into public. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let's then focus on another really interesting race, which we heard many hours ago. We're now in the daytime. I keep saying tonight. I know it's now today, but tonight we were discussing the fact of the mayoral contest in Hull and East Yorkshire, and the Lib Dems believe it would become a two-horse race between the Lib Dems and Reform, which is not something that you hear every day. Let's talk to our regional political editor in that part of the world. Tim Iredale is there on the outskirts of Hull for us. Tim, how does it look there?
Morning, Laura. It's very, very early days here. We're still at the verification process. No actual ballots have been counted. But yeah, it has emerged very much as a two-horse race. I think at the beginning of the campaign, 4 parties could have probably made a case for winning here. Labour have 3 MPs in the city of Hull. The Liberal Democrats run Hull City Council, and the Conservatives run the East Riding of Yorkshire Council. Adding to the mix, of course, Reform UK doing well in the national polls. It could have gone 4 ways at one point. I think it has narrowed down, possibly due to tactical voting in some areas. It's narrowed down to a race between the Liberal Democrat candidate, who's the leader of Hull City Council, Mike Ross, and Reform UK's candidate, who is Luke Campbell, Olympic boxing champion at London 2012. Someone, until now, with no previous political experience. And if you were asking me who is looking more optimistic here, I would say at this stage, it is the Reform UK camp.
It's interesting. Richard Tice, the deputy leader, Tim, was with us a long time ago now, in the context of this programme, and he said with great confidence he thought that Luke Campbell would be on top of the podium when it came to the actual results there. Does it feel that solid to you, or is it just a sense that they're a bit more cheery?
I think you only have to look, Laura, at Reform UK's other results in the north of England yesterday into this morning. Obviously, the big by-election win in Runcorn, the fact that they won the mayoralty in Greater Lincolnshire. Dame Andrea Jenkins, former Conservative MP turned Reformer, won there by a huge margin. And other results they're picking up right across the north of England. And I would say that the wind certainly is blowing in Reform UK's favour here.
And very interesting, Tim, because Lincolnshire and the northeast coast of England has long been a stronghold of Euroscepticism. UKIP and the Brexit Party did very well in that part of the world. But let's return then to the biggest headline so far of these elections. Tim, thank you very much indeed for now, which of course is the by-election that took place in the northwest of England over the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Runcorn not a million miles away from Liverpool, of course. And that result, as close as any by-election has ever been, the closest in history, won by Nigel Farage's party by just 6 votes. And if you weren't up with us between about 3:30 and 6 this morning, you may not have realised that the initial version of the result put only 4 votes between Labour and the Reform Party. We saw a loony party activist running around holding up 4 fingers, and at that point it seemed pretty clear that they'd been told there was only 4 votes in it. So there was a full recount, and in the end, the final official result declared that Reform had beaten the Labour Party by just 6 votes. A historic moment, the first time Reform UK had won a parliamentary by-election, and a few minutes after that had happened, Chris Mason managed to catch up with Nigel Farage, the party leader. Let's have a listen to how he was celebrating and what he said it means for what next.
It's the equivalent sort of dynamic seat in London. And you can see that support for the Labour Party has collapsed within 10 months of them winning a general election. And it's not just happening here. You know, it's happening in Doncaster, it's happening in North Tyneside, it's happening all over the country. So we're obviously delighted with that. And then you go to the Tory side of it, where in Lincolnshire, we're making the most astonishing gains. We're on the verge of taking control of Staffordshire County Council. So it's been a huge night for reform. One or two near misses in the mayoral contest, but a huge night for reform.
Perhaps not quite on the scale of a comparison with the dynamic seat. I take your wider
There's a majority, yes.
I guess the challenge now comes, particularly in the council seats, in terms of if you find yourself in control or in the mayoralties, of being scrutinised for a record, a track record, as opposed to, as a critic might see it, shouting from the sidelines. That's another step up, isn't
I completely get that. I suspect where we win control of county councils, there'll be more scrutiny on local government than you guys have ever done for the last half a century. And that's a responsibility that we take on with glee.
A couple of gist in the night about how close this was?
Well, I mean, there was a Labour Party briefing that went out that said Labour were confident of winning. I think at that moment it was, Sarah was going through quite a big emotional roller coaster, as you do. By-elections are always dramatic. This may well be, but it's the closest by-election since the war, and I think one of the most dramatic. But I sense also one of the most significant. I said after I won in Clacton in the last general election, I said we dealt with the Tories, we're now coming for the Labour Party. Boy, we are.
Quick last word, where do you head next? What are you watching in particular in the coming hours elsewhere?
Staffordshire, we're on the verge of taking control of the council. The one I'm really looking towards is County Durham, somewhere that the Labour controlled for 100 years until 2021. I fancy our chances in County Durham.
Well, we'll see what happens in County Durham by the end of the day. We've already been watching that closely. Tim Montgomery, just before we hand back to our colleagues on the news channel for the latest other headlines, what other headlines could there be apart from talking about elections? You would have got to know Nigel Farage in a way, having gone from the Conservatives to becoming quite a prominent reform activist. He will say near microphones that he believes that he could really be on his way to number 10. Is that credible?
It's possible. It really is possible, partly because of his energy, his determination. He probably was the most successful centre-right, populist right-wing leader in Europe, even before he joined the led reform.
Because he pushed a referendum.
Absolutely. A lot of populist parties implode, they never get anywhere. He managed it with great skill. He could have walked away from politics. And every day, we know about the milkshake attacks on him. We've seen 2 MPs die in recent times in our country. Every day, I don't think I could cope with it. He goes out with a lot of security, and anything can happen to him at any moment. I'm privileged to get to know him. And I just wish... He's actually very contemplative at times. He will sometimes, quite often, call to me. So he will say, was that the right thing to do? Was that tweet, did I get the balance right? And I just wish we would see a little bit more of that in public, actually, because there is a lot of attack on him and reform, and I understand that. And he's very defensive and very on message in his interviews, and it's working. But I think if he is to go from the sort of level that reform is at now, particularly to break through with women, people who are perhaps on the more moderate side, who aren't so motivated by some of the harder issues reform is associated with, Nigel Farage is a much more interesting person than I think he allows himself to be presented as.
So he should ditch the caricature, perhaps? Is that what you're suggesting? He sometimes acts as a more cartoony character than he really is?
I think he always feels, when he does an interview with a lot of the conventional media, he's under attack all the time, and he's very defensive, and he will hit home his messages. And I don't think you see the nuance, Nigel Farage, that I think I have got to know. And it's not coming over in interviews because I think he's always feeling this gotcha moment. And I think he needs to show that other Nigel Farage if he is to do something which has never been done before, which is for a new party to potentially form a government. I think he is a risk taker, but this is a very personal risk that I think he needs to take.
Do you think that he's willing to actually make sacrifices in terms of policy? So if we look at reforms manifestos up until now, they haven't always added up. They haven't always been credible. You were saying that previously, there's a big need to go for policy. The reality is, if you're in power, you can be very limited by what you can do. And if you want power, you can be quite limited in what you can say. And do you think that he is ready to make, I suppose, a political sacrifice, not to just promise everybody everything all of the time, which his critics would say that he does? They would call him a populist, as a criticism. You might say, well, a populist, actually, that means you're popular. But do you think he's ready to make a sort of graduation, if you like, to graduate to becoming a different kind of politician?
I think it's more the question, are we ready as a country? The Luke Pollard interview you did a few minutes ago, all this talk of tough decisions. Maybe they are tough decisions, but I worked closely with Ian Duncan Smith when he did Universal Credit. And we didn't just cut. George Osborne basically just wanted Ian Duncan Smith to cut. But Nick Clegg, in coalition with him, said, if we're going to do this, let's really change the system. Let's do something worthwhile. And you look at Labour's welfare reforms, they're basically cuts, they're not reforms. And that's what I think, is the public ready for serious conversation about change that will be hard, medicine that will be difficult, but actually produce results?
OK, Tim Montgomery, thank you very much indeed. And political watchers will remember Ian Duncan Smith ended up resigning over the fact George Osborne wouldn't give him as much money as he wanted. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes. Thank you so much for being with us for now.
Hello, it's Adam Fleming here, host of the BBC's daily news podcast, Newscast. You're about to experience a bit of an experiment. We're doing a live recording of our daily news podcast, responding to a massive set of elections in England. We've had local councils up for grabs, we've had a by-election, and 6 different mayors as well. And I suppose the big headline at the moment, as we're doing this episode, right on the dot of 7 o'clock in the morning, is the triumph of reform. They've won the Runcorn by-election, bringing their total number of MPs back up to 5, so where they were at the general election. And just before we started doing this episode, we discovered that they had won the mayoralty of Greater Lincolnshire. And that's a bit of a comeback for Andrea Jenkins, who won there because she was a Tory MP before, lost her seat and then defected to reform. Right, we're going to get started with this episode of Newscast. So this is how an episode of Newscast is made. Wish us luck. Hello, it's Adam in the Newscast studio, and I think Chris is there.
Yeah, hello. Hello from a sports stadium in Widnes, not far from Liverpool. And as we have this conversation at 7 o'clock in the morning, we are less than an hour on from the extraordinary moment of jeopardy where we got the result here, and there were 6 votes in it. The old cliche we hear from political leaders and campaigners about every vote counting. Boy, it really mattered here. Extraordinary that something can be so close after thousands and thousands of votes and it gets down to 6 votes.
Yeah, so just how did that play out overnight? Because did they have like a sort of, we're ready to go, and then somebody went, oh, hang on.
It happened in long form. That's how it happened. Because the expectation had been that the result would come sort of in the middle of the night, maybe 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. But as always with these sort of things, if it's close, and obviously it was mighty close here, things get checked and things get double checked. So, at 5:30 this morning, there was still a sense in here, and I must admit it, we scrambled back at breakneck speed because our team left about just before midnight, expecting the result would be in the middle of the night. We've got a long go ahead, etc., etc. I woke up at 5:30 this morning and thought, blimey, it's not happened yet. Get in a cab. And we barreled down here in the nick of time. And as we were arriving, so were the candidates, particularly the Reform and Labour candidates. And you could tell in the moments before the result, Nigel Farage knew that they had won, even though it was very tight. He was upbeat. He was talking to our colleague Damien Grammaticus and Laura Koonsberg on the overnight Night TV special, and then confirmation of that win. So a sort of extra layer of jeopardy and drama here on top of the emerging national story. And as we'll say repeatedly on this episode, there's a long way to go yet, and lots of results to come, particularly but not exclusively in the south of England in council seats where the Liberal Democrats, for instance, are very confident of making significant gains from the Conservatives. But right now it's very much a reform story, and one that is now garnished with this victory here in the by-election, albeit by the tiniest of margins.
Chris, we did a by-election newscast last year, and you famously had dropped your toothbrush down the toilet. Any mishaps
yes.
today?
Well, I didn't have time to brush my teeth this morning, so there was no toothbrush down the toilet this morning. I never got out of my bag. I probably shouldn't say that out loud here. People will be sort of extending their distance.
Yes.
But it was such a sort of mad scramble of leaping out of bed and thinking, actually, I think we can actually make it back there for the actual result. I was having a text exchange, I'm sure you won't mind me sharing it with Harry Horton, the ITV News political correspondent, because we'd had a gnashing of teeth conversation in the corridor just before midnight about whether to stay up all night. And I'd said, you know what, no, I'm going to go to bed. He'd stayed up all night, and he texted me at 4:30 saying, ruefully, I think you made the right call. I have to say, when I read that text, I didn't think I had, because I thought we might not make it back yet, but we did in the nick of time. Boy, that was close for us getting back to capture quite a moment, really, of Nigel Farage's victory. I'm going to have to dash at him. I'll call back, but I'm going to go talk to our friends at 5 Live, so I'll come back once I've been on the radio.
See you in a bit, Chris. And famously, there is no script on newscast, so Chris might be back. Chris might not be back. We might go on for 1 hour, we might go on for like 3 hours. I don't know, but someone who's got a lot of experience of being on for many hours is Laura Kuenssberg. She's about to walk in across this camera. You go, you can see her lilac blazer. Where are you going to sit? Where's Laura going to sit? I think why don't you sit there, Laura, and then move that microphone in. And while you're doing that, we're going to listen to Sarah Pochin, who is the new Reform MP for Runcorn and Helsby, by 6 votes.
The people of Runcorn and Helsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper. Every one of you who voted for change. Every one of you who have put their faith in me as your next Member of Parliament for this constituency, which has such potential, and who have put their faith in Nigel Farage as the next Prime Minister of this great country.
Right, so that's Sarah Pochin doing her victory speech in Runcorn and Helsby in the Leisure Centre in Widnes. And Laura Kuenssberg is here. Hello, Laura.
Hello.
So, what have you been up to this evening?
Well, I have just brushed my teeth and indeed had a shower, having come off TV at not even an hour ago. And Chris, who went to bed and had some sleep, has just told the nation he hasn't brushed his teeth. Anyway, enough of that.
Lost.
I mean, really, what's to be said? So, my goodness, we are right in the middle of maybe 40% of the way through of an absolutely incredible unfolding political story. So a party that didn't exist a few years ago has not just won its first by-election of its type, which is a massive achievement. It's done so less than a year after a government got another epoch-defining majority, and it's done so at the expense of the oldest political party in this country, the most successful political party in this country, in terms of making the Tories look like they are not the main opposition anymore. Now, obviously, the Tories were not going to be the challengers in Runcorn. I don't want to say that misleadingly.
Yeah.
But as we sit in the middle of this bubbling story, Reform are making the case with a whole new slew of evidence that they are the main opposition and not the Tories. Now, there are all sorts of things going on here. There are all sorts of stories. And by the end of today, as Chris was rightly saying, there'll be probably a Lib Dem story, there'll be a Green story, both of them expecting to do well in local councils. There's obviously a story about how far the Tories fall. There's obviously a story about how angry people may or may not be with the government. But as we speak this morning, this is a massive moment for Reform UK. It really, really is. No two ways about it. It's huge.
We heard that clip of Sarah Pochin, the new MP for Runcorn and Helsby. I mean, that wasn't like a sort of tub-thumping, populisty, we're shaking up the system, we're a bit radical, it wasn't like a very old-school Farageist, Nigel Farage style speech, was it? It was quite professional.
Well,
not accusing them of not being professional, but you know what I mean? It wasn't...
I think that's her personal style. She's somebody who's worked in business. She's been a justice of the peace or a magistrate, can't remember which one, for a long time. She's a very sort of polished professional person. Her words were very Farage-y. It was enough of Tory failure, enough of Labour lies. You know, those are quite punchy things to say in UK politics, calling someone the L word traditionally.
Because you're not actually meant to do that in the House of Commons, are you?
In the House of Commons, no, you're not. It's unparliamentary language. But yes, and that fits into what Reform would claim, is that they are professionalising at speed. They are building an electoral machine at speed. We know they've built a big membership already. They're about 200,000 members. And that's really... I think we've been talking about it a lot in the last few weeks, haven't we? This set of elections is not a big one in terms of the number of contests, but it was a big one in terms of the test for Nigel Farage. Is his months of hypothetical success in the opinion polls something that translates into real votes? The answer as of 7:12 on Friday morning is yes, potentially in a very big way. Caveat, caveat, caveat. That might feel really quite different by the end of the day, but I don't think so. John Curtis doesn't think so.
The elections guru.
Well, you know, if you look at where they've been, how and where they've made gains, they've made very significant gains in a tiny number of council seats that we've got back so far, largely at the expense of the Tories falling off the edge of the cliff. They've nabbed that parliamentary by-election in what should be in a normal year, if there's such a thing anymore. Incredibly safe territory for the Labour Party. They have also pushed Labour in places where nobody expected them to come close. So two important races, North Tyneside and the West of England, particularly North Tyneside. Yesterday morning, nobody said that North Tyneside was somewhere where Labour had to even feel remotely bothered, remotely worried about what was going on. And the received wisdom in the West of England race, the Bristol-based mayor that covers a much bigger area of that part of the world, is the Greens were hoping to make progress. The Greens were beaten by Reform, and Reform ran Labour really, really close. So for me, actually, those are the really telling things. It's places where we didn't even expect Reform to do well. They've been running Labour close. But by the end of the day, we'll have absolutely loads more evidence than we do right now.
And just in terms of the numbers, the places that you were talking there, of course, like, you can't really do, you know what, normally I do like a little swingometer made out of paper that I get out of the printer and a Sharpie or other pen. But,
look up, so the swing in Doncaster.
Yeah.
Labour to Reform, humongous. I think it was 24. Swing Labour to Reform in the West of England, I think it was 17.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the kinds of swings, if they happen in a general election, they would wipe out dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of Labour MPs. That doesn't mean this is what's going to happen before smart newscasters get irate watching us on iPlayer Live or listening to us wherever people are listening to us this morning. None of what we're saying means that this is a permanent solution. None of what we're saying means this is a permanent status of affairs, right? None of this means that Nigel Farage is going to get his dream of making it to number 10. But it is a very significant moment in terms of Reform's hoped for destination of being a permanent, credible and very serious political force.
Well, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage spoke to our political editor Chris Mason shortly after the declaration.
It's the equivalent sort of dynamic seat in London. And you can see that support for the Labour Party has collapsed within 10 months of them winning a general election. It's not just happening here. You know, it's happening in Doncaster, it's happening in North Tyneside, it's happening all over the country. So we're obviously delighted with that. And then you go to the Tory side of it. We're in Lincolnshire. We're making the most astonishing gains. We're on the verge of taking control of Staffordshire County Council. So it's been a huge night for reform. One or two near misses in the mayoral contest, but a huge night for reform.
Perhaps not quite on the scale of a comparison with the Diane Abbott seat. I take your wider.
Well, there's a majority, yes.
I guess the challenge now comes, particularly in the council seats, in terms of if you find yourself in control or in the mayoral seats, of being scrutinised for a record, a track record, as opposed to, as a critic might see it, shouting from the sidelines. That's another step up.
I completely get that. I suspect where we win control of county councils, there'll be more scrutiny on local government than you guys have ever done for the last half a century, and that's a responsibility that we take on with glee.
A couple of gisters within the night about how close this was.
Well, I mean, there was a Labour Party briefing that went out that said Labour were confident of winning. I think at that moment it was, Sarah was going through quite a big emotional rollercoaster, as you do. By-elections are always dramatic. This may well be, but it's the closest by-election since the war, and I think one of the most dramatic. But I sense also one of the most significant. I said after I won in Clacton in the last general election, I said we dealt with the Tories, we're now coming for the Labour Party, and boy, we are.
Quick last word, where do you head next? What are you watching in particular in the coming hours elsewhere?
Staffordshire, we're on the verge of taking control of the council. The one I'm really looking towards is County Durham, somewhere that Labour controlled for 100 years until 2021. I fancy our chances in County Durham.
Good afternoon, and what an election this is turning out to be. There have been some dramatic results around England as Nigel Farage's Reform UK is sketching a new political map. Reform's beaten Labour in the Runcorn by-election by just 6 votes. Yes, 6 votes. It was the closest by-election in history, and no surprise, a grinning Mr Farage turned up to share the spotlight with his brand new Reform MP. Labour just clung on in 3 of the mayoral races in Doncaster, North Tyneside and the west of England, but in each of that trio there were huge swings to Reform. Sir Keir Starmer in the last half hour has vowed to move further and faster, but what lessons are there from Labour for these results? The early tally is not good for the Conservatives either. They're down around 60 councillors so far, and the way it's shaping up is almost certainly more misery for the Tories to come. But Sir Ed Davies' Lib Dems say they're going to scoop up seats, pun definitely intended, later this afternoon. In places like Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire and Shropshire, they're looking forward to more success. But there are hundreds of results still to come here into our election programme, and Rita Chakrabarti is here to bring them to us. Rita.
We've had Northumberland Council declare, but 22 other council results still to come, as well as 2 mayoral elections. I'll be doing analysis of the results as they come in.
And with all the complicated numbers on the way, thank goodness Sir John Curtis, the professor, the nation's favourite number cruncher, is with us for the duration on this BBC election special. A warm welcome to Election 2025. It's just past noon on Friday, the 2nd of May, a day when elections have already made history with that first ever by-election victory for Reform UK. Let's show you immediately what is happening around the country, where counting in the county council elections is now getting well underway. This is what's happening in Durham. A very busy scene there. Ballot papers piling up on the tables as the tellers get down to business. A lot of nerves for the Labour Party in what, until 2021, was a council that had been held by them for 100 years. I'm not making that up. Let's take you then to Northamptonshire. I think that's the count in Kettering. That 2 councils there in Northamptonshire where the Conservatives are striving to try to hang on, but the numbers so far are pointing towards them expecting many more defeats before the end of the day. And lastly, let's show you something rather beautiful. Not a sports hall or a leisure centre. It's Truro Cathedral, where very wisely Cornwall County Council seems to have decided to have the count for their local authority. Not very often you see glorious pictures like that on an election programme, but there we are, we can enjoy those shots. But there have been plenty of interesting images and plenty of fascinating headlines coming in the first few hours of these results. At noon, we do not have a complete jigsaw of the overall picture, far from it, but there are plenty of interesting strands and a very successful set of results so far for Nigel Farage's Reform UK. Grisly results for the Tories, grim results in some places too for the Labour Party. The Lib Dems and Greens, who both did well in the general election in July, are both hopeful of making more progress as the day goes on. A quick reminder for you, these elections were taking place in England with 23 councils at stake, 6 mayoral contests, and of course that critical first by-election of Sir Keir Starmer's government. So with a roundup of what's happened so far, let's have this report from our political correspondent, Helen Catt.
And I do hereby declare that Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Elation for Reform UK in Runcorn and Helsby after what had been a nail-biter of a night, a result so close it had to be recounted.
The people of Runcorn and Helsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper.
Just 6 votes handed Reform this formerly safe Labour parliamentary seat, and a massive political boost.
It's the closest by-election since the war, and I think one of the most dramatic, but I sense also one of the most significant. I said after I won in Clacton in the last general election, I said we dealt with the Tories, we're now coming for the Labour Party, and boy, we are.
A difference of 40,000 votes made Andrea Jenkins, the former Conservative MP turned Reform candidate, the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire.
Now that Reform is in a place of power, we can help start rebuilding Britain. Inch by inch, Reform will reset Britain to its glorious past.
For Labour, there was some relief as it held on to mayors in North Tyneside and Doncaster. Reform ran them close in both races. On a visit to a defence contractor, Keir Starmer suggested he was listening.
I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've started that change. Waiting lists are down, wages are up, interest rates are down, huge, massive difference for people who are mortgage holders. But the message I take out of these elections is that we need to go further and we need to go faster on the change that people want to see, and that's what I'm determined to do.
In Doncaster, Labour's winning candidate wanted him to take a slightly different message.
I think the results here tonight will demonstrate that they need to be listening to the man, woman and businesses on the street and actually deliver for the people, with the people.
Labour also retained the West of England mayoralty. The Greens, who had some hopes here, came in third.
Of course we would have liked to have won that election. What we did see was a strong Green vote, well, across the area, over 40,000 Green votes, but particularly a strong vote in Bristol, building on the great success we had in Bristol at the general election. I'm confident that that is a contest we can win in the future, next time round.
Overnight, the Conservatives lost more than half of the seats they were defending, mostly due to reform. They're expecting to see greater losses now that more councils have started counting.
We were steeling ourselves for a tough night because the cycle of these elections, the last time most of these were held was 2021, when we were on a real high. So we knew that this set of elections would be difficult, and overnight, unfortunately, it does look like we have lost Conservative councillors.
The Liberal Democrats are expecting to scoop up council seats from the Tories. Most of the councils they targeted have only started counting this morning.
I think we can really do well here in Shropshire, hearing great things from Oxfordshire, from Devon, from around the country. I think after all the results are in, it'll be the Liberal Democrats as a new party of Middle England.
The story of the night has undoubtedly belonged to Reform, who've established themselves as challenging both the Conservative and Labour. But with most of the council results yet to come, there may still be more for this set of elections to tell us. Helen Katz, BBC News.
Well, we can bid a warm welcome to our panel. It's joined us here on BBC Two now. Here in the studio, Dr David Bull from Reform UK is with us. Jackie Smith, back in government as a minister, although elevated into the House of Lords. Robert Jenrick, Shadow Justice Secretary for the Conservatives, and Sarah Olney from the Liberal Democrats, who was good enough to join us overnight, but has come back for more. Welcome to all of you. However, in the last few minutes, there have been some of the new results coming in as county council ballots get counted around the country. So we've got a bit more data, a bit more information to build the mosaic of what on earth voters in England told our politicians yesterday. Rita, let's get the latest status quo.
Let me just bring you the number of councillors that each of the main parties have. When I say main parties, you may not have thought of Reform UK in that category, but look, you've got Nigel Farage's party leading the pack at the moment. The day is young, and this might yet change, but at the moment, Reform on 96 seats. That's up 96 from 2021, which is the last time that these elections were fought, partly because Reform had no seats then whatsoever. Conservatives not having a very good time of it at the moment. Kemi Badenoch's party losing 76 seats. They're on 44, as you can see. Labour losing 23, they're on 15. Sred Davies smiling away. His party has gained 7 seats, and the Greens have gained a couple as well. Now, as Laura said, there is counting going on very busily all across the country. And let's take a close focus look at some of the councils where there are some really interesting races. So, Staffordshire, which was a Conservative council, it was Conservative since 2009, and the Tories have had it, they've controlled it for the last 4 elections, but it looks as if that's not going to be the case for very much longer, because look at the changes here. There are 33 out of the 62 seats declared, so just over half of all the seats. And look at this, Reform have won 27 of those seats, and the Conservatives have only won 6 of them. Let's take a look at this chart next to it. So this is the change in the seats, the number of seats since 2021. Reform on 27, and the Conservatives have just lost 26. Labour's lost 1, and the vote share here is Reform on 43%, and the Conservatives on 29. So Reform way ahead in Staffordshire at the moment. Let me show you a couple of other councils. Again, counting is just going on in these councils, but we've got enough information to be able to show you a little bit of what's going on, a little sneak preview, if you like, of what we think is happening. So here in Durham, only 5 of the 98 seats have been declared. Now, Durham was under no overall control. That means there was no one party that was big enough to govern by itself, and that is shown by this grey flash here. But it had been governed by Labour for 100 years before that. They lost control of it in 2021, and will obviously be very much hoping to get control back again. At the moment, Labour on 3 seats, Reform on 2, changes since 2021, but it's the vote share just over here, which is the most interesting at the moment. You've got Reform on a higher share of the vote than Labour. Reform on 39% as opposed to Labour's 33%. So although so far it looks as if Reform are hurting the Conservatives particularly, they're also hurting Labour too. I want to go to the other end of the country and take you to Devon, where we've got 4 of the 60 seats declared. Now, the Lib Dems have strong hopes in Devon. This council has been Conservative since 2009, but the Lib Dems are hoping for a surge in support here. Only 4 seats have been declared. They're all Lib Dem seats. And the vote share at the moment, the Lib Dems on 48%, the Conservatives on 18%, and Reform on 22%. And what we think is happening when we look at the change since 2021 is that Reform has a higher increase in share of the vote than the Lib Dems, but because potentially the support for Conservatives and for the other parties, including independents, has gone down, it's allowed the Lib Dems to come through and take more of the seats. Anyway, we'll be watching this very carefully. If you want to know what's going on in your own area, please do head to the BBC website and go to the election page, where you can just key in your postcode and you can find out exactly what's going on in your own area. And there you have it, the web address and the BBC News app. Laura.
Thank you very much indeed, Rita. It's like a million different versions of the same rainbow, but with the colours in a different order every time. A difficult map, a difficult rainbow, therefore, for the political parties to make sense of, perhaps. Let's speak to our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman. Henry, you were at the count in Witness. You're now in Runcorn itself. I think a lovely view of the Mersey behind you. Let's take Reform and then Labour in turn in terms of that kind of result. So why do Reform believe that they just nudged it? I mean, it was close as anything, but what are they putting a victory down to?
Well, look, clearly they have professionalised significantly as a party, and they say that part of that is a more sophisticated get-out-the-vote operation, as it's known, in this by-election campaign. But I guess the reality is, even if they'd lost this by-election by 6 votes rather than won it by 6 votes, the trend is the same. Obviously, it's a real boost to Reform's morale and a blow to Labour's morale that they have now the MP for this seat where I am, Runcorn and Helsby. But the trend of a really significant swing from Labour to Reform in this parliamentary seat, and then Reform obviously doing very well in other parts of England so far in the local election results that we've got up to this point, tells, I think, the more significant story in terms of looking ahead to what might come next in British politics. Yes, the general election might well be 4 years away, but nevertheless, lots of MPs from lots of different parties lighting up my phone this morning as they, well, it's this afternoon now, isn't it? Today, time goes funny when you're doing by-elections. Today, telling me that they really do think these are a massively significant set of results for what they tell us about what's going on in British politics.
And don't worry, Henry, I keep saying tonight, and actually we're now on to this afternoon, so I think you're perfectly allowed to have the odd time slip here and there. Anyway, you just answered the question I was about to ask you, actually, is I know what MPs say privately when they say publicly, oh, it's one by-election, oh, we're miles away from actually having another general election. But let's be clear about how nervous politicians in the 2 traditional big parties are about the threat from Nigel Farage and the difference that this set of results may make to that. It was maybe a hypothetical fear beforehand, and now it's a real one. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really nervous. I think let's take the 2 main parties slightly separately. Labour know that they have made some unpopular decisions, and if you talk to people at the centre of government, they say they had to make those unpopular decisions because of the party economic situation they inherited. And number one among them, I'm told by people who did doorstep campaign after doorstep campaign here in Runcorn, was the first decision practically that this government made, which was the means test the winter fuel allowance, and they say that has been really unpopular. Some Labour MPs I speak to today would like the government to reverse that. I don't think that's going to happen, but nevertheless, that gives you a sense of how spooked they are by these results. But even those Labour MPs were really spooked, essentially see it as within the government's gift to turn this around. If they can find a way to make people feel better off over the coming years, they think they will be okay come the general election in several years' time. For the Conservatives, I think it's dicier, it's the truth, because
look, a governing party losing a by-election at an unpopular moment during a parliament is not the most uncommon story that we've told. But losing it to a party that is not the main opposition party, not even the third party, that does say pretty bad things for the Conservative Party. There are important caveats, of course. Kemi Bainok's only been leader of the Conservative Party for 6 months. She's trying to help the Conservative Party recover from basically its worst defeat ever. But I think if you ask Conservative MPs on what for them was a very dark night back in July 2024, if you ask them whether it was possible for things to then get worse before they started getting better, I don't think they would have thought that's possible. But that seems to be what's happening today. I think the implications of the results, at least that we've seen so far for the Conservative Party, are pretty bleak.
And that gives me an excuse to look ahead to what we will be really eagerly anticipating, which is what's known as the projected national share. And it's a figure that's very carefully put together, which gives us a sense of what the result might have been, what share of the votes for each party would have been had this been a general election. Of course, it does not tell us what the result of the next general election will be, but let me tell you, Henry, I'll see what you say to this, but people will look incredibly carefully at what the end of the day the respective shares of each of the parties will be, won't they?
Yes, they certainly will. They certainly will. Especially if one or both of the main parties is behind reform. I mean, we should just talk about reform, by the way, in terms of what this says about the two-party double act, which has run British politics for more than a century. Because later today, I think lots of people, certainly Liberal Democrats, are expecting the Liberal Democrats to make inroads into what is sort of traditionally seen as shire Tory country, predominantly in the south of England. And that's the kind of pincer movement facing the Conservative Party, which is that they are losing, and obviously this is a simplification, but votes to the Lib Dems to their left and reform to their right. But then, of course, the Labour Party has their own version of that. Not that it will necessarily be displayed that clearly in this set of local elections, just because where the votes are happening, which is that they are losing votes to Greens and in some cases independents to their left, as well as votes to reform to their right. And that is why people like Professor Sir John Curtis are saying this could be a real moment in British politics. You talk about reform, winning that by-election by 6 votes. I don't think that's going to be some mere pub quiz question in the years to come. I think it's going to be a much more significant moment where people start to say, actually, maybe this was a turning point in British politics away from the two-party system to something much more fragmented.
And we may see narrow margins in all sorts of council results as the afternoon progresses. Henry, thank you very much indeed. And nobly contending there, not just with the noise of planes, but also some low-flying Canadian geese, who I was a bit worried that they were going to try and take him out. But our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman, there reporting not just on what's happened in Runcorn overnight, but on the implications for our parties. Let's just have a look at the overall tally so far, because we've just passed another threshold where Nigel Farage's Reform UK have picked up now more than a century of seats. On the tally, it now shows us that Reform UK has 110 seats in the English County Council elections. The Conservatives under Kemi Bainok have 47. They've dropped 87 seats already. And look, happens in real time. It's just spun up to 111. See, it's real. And the Lib Dems have taken 10 seats now. They're up on 20. Labour are on 15. They've dropped 28. And you can see the Greens have taken up 2. They're on 5. And Independents are often a very important force in local government. We haven't talked about them much tonight, but they often play a very big role in local government. They have dropped 8 seats, but there are 8 independent councillors who were elected yesterday. Let's go to a different kind of race, a mayoral race. There have been 6 mayoralties up for grabs when people were voting yesterday. We've had the results of a few of them so far. Reform took Greater Lincolnshire, the first time that job's been up for grabs. Labour narrowly held on to 3 of their mayoralties in Doncaster, the West of England, and North Tyneside. In each of those cases, only just holding off Reform. But a different kind of challenge is facing one of the conventional parties in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Now, I can just show you what's going on in this race. The Conservative former MP there, who lost by a handful of votes in the general election, Paul Bristow, is currently, with 3 of the 6 areas counted, ahead of Reform with 29,000 votes compared to Reform's Ryan Coogan, who has 24,000. So it looks halfway through the count like that is a pretty clear race between Reform and the Conservatives in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Conservatives is one of the few places in the country that privately Tories have been a bit optimistic about. They cite Paul Bristow as being a popular local figure. Let's see if it's clear what may come to pass. We can talk to our reporter Ben Schofield, who's there for us in Cambridgeshire today. Ben, that's the count so far. Paul Bristow clearly, but not enormously ahead. Is there a sense there that that is very much the direction of travel for the next half of the count?
I think, Laura, it is too close to call and too early to make that final say just yet. Those 3 areas that have given us their results so far are Peterborough, Fenland up in the north of Cambridgeshire, and East Cambridgeshire as well. And this is an area that covers 3 cities, Cambridge, Peterborough and Ely, and it's an area of contrasts as well. Up in the north of Cambridgeshire, you saw one of the strongest Leave votes in the 2016 EU referendum. 71.4% of people in Fenland voted for Leave. So you expect that to be a strong area for the Reform candidate and also for Paul Bristow from the Conservatives. Then you get something like South Cambridgeshire, which was one of the strongest Remain supporting parts of the country, with just over 60% of the vote opting to stay in the European Union. And it is the 3 areas which might be strongest for the likes of the Liberal Democrats and for Labour that we're yet to hear results from. That would be Cambridge City, South Cambridgeshire and Huntingdonshire. We're waiting for those results to come through. We're told we could get a declaration here in about 30 minutes' time, but those kind of estimates do often go awry, don't they?
They certainly do, Ben. As we all learned, not for the first time, we were all reminded of that overnight. It meant that we stayed on air for an extra 2 hours, so that was not a bad thing in the end. Thank you very much indeed, Ben, for now. Give us a wave or a holler if it looks like there is more movement there. An interesting race between Tories and Reform. Oh, waving already. In Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. In just a second, I want to have a big old chinwag with our excellent panel here. Jackie Smith, Robert Jenrick, Sarah Olney for the Lib Dems, and David Bull for Reform UK. But Keir Starmer has responded to the results as they've come in the last hour. Let's have a listen to how he tried to explain what had happened and why his party, even though it was very narrow, but why they ended up being the losers in Runcorn.
I could stand here and say Runcorn was close, we successfully defended 3 mayoralties, and the opposition parties tend to do well in these sorts of elections. But I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do is to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We started that change. Waiting lists are down, wages are up, interest rates are down, huge, massive difference to people who are mortgage holders. But the message I take out of these elections is that we need to go further and we need to go faster on the change that people want to see, and that's what I'm determined to do.
Further and farther in the same direction, though, because your own Doncaster mayor says that actually you haven't been listening to people. She brings up specifically issues of the winter fuel allowance, changes in national insurance for businesses, as issues that come up on the doorstep. She said you need to listen and you haven't been. She's right.
Look, the Doncaster mayor Ros is extremely good. She's done a great job as mayor. I'm really pleased to see her re-elected in as mayor. Because of the decisions that we made at the budget, which were tough decisions but the right decisions, we've been able to stabilise the economy, commit to the triple lock. So that means this month that pensions have gone up, state pensions, £470. We probably need to make more of that, say more about that. But in terms of the challenge, yes, I could say these are elections where opposition parties do well, governments always struggle. I think it's better for me to say, I get it, we have promised change, we're delivering that change, but we do need to go further, we do need to go faster. Thank you.
Just very briefly, do you set Reform now the main challenge to Labour?
Well, I think it's really important for me to make the case for the Labour Party. Our case on the NHS is free at the point of use. Reform's case is that they should think about charging for the NHS. I fundamentally disagree, but we have got to respond, I think, to these results by saying we get it, and to say the change that we promised has to be delivered even faster, and we must go even further. I've been saying this for some weeks. This reinforces what I think is very clear in terms of the work that we've got ahead.
Jackie Smith, when voters tell the Labour Party that they don't like what they're doing in their name, and a lot of them have changed their minds since July last year, is the only thing that any Labour politician going to say to them further and faster, further and faster, further and faster? Because that's a slogan. We've heard it repeatedly. With respect, we've heard it repeatedly from Labour politicians who've been good enough to give us their time overnight. But to say we're listening, but here's our slogan 10 times, that doesn't really seem like listening.
Well, I think people feel frustrated about whether or not the change they voted for last July is happening quickly enough. And what Keir was making really clear there was, look, we are listening. We understand that frustration. We want to make sure that the things that we set out in our plan for change that people voted for, we can actually deliver and people can see the difference that's being made. Quite rightly as well, he pointed out that where people are worried about their cost of living, for example, quite understandably, we're beginning to see some change. Pay going up faster than prices, the interest rates coming down. We've seen NHS waiting lists fall for 6 months. That's as a result, by the way, of some of the difficult decisions that we had to take, some of which were being criticised there.
But in response to reforms we've seen in quite a few places now, having big swings towards them away from you, voters clearly sending a message, not just to the Tories, we'll come to you in just a second, Robert Jenrick, but to you as well, very clearly. Do you plan to change anything that you've been doing so far?
Well, look, we've got a plan to change the country. And what we need to do is to make sure that we deliver on that and that people get to see that. And I think, yes, reform have done very well. Of course, what that does is it brings a focus onto what reform will now do. And, as we're cutting waiting lists in the NHS month on month, Nigel Farage is telling the British people that he wants to defund the NHS.
That's simply not true.
Well,
it is
he
simply
changed
not
his
true.
position then.
No, I sat here listening to this.
Because he said it.
Well, it's simply not true. I was here with Laura
should not
overnight.
believe what he says then?
I was here with Laura overnight. I wrote the plan for the NHS. It remains free at the point of need.
So did Nigel misunderstand it when he said he didn't think it should be taxpayer funding?
No, Nigel has looked at various models around the world to see the best way of delivery, but we're sticking in 200 billion quid into the NHS, and our outcomes are worse than Europe. So something has to change. We need to look at the services that we're providing. It's deeply inefficient. But I mentioned this last night. I went to see a consultant surgeon who is providing care to the NHS through a private care provider who can do 4 times the amount of operations.
You do think that it shouldn't be taxpayer funded? No, I do think.
No, it absolutely should. It remains free.
You're not listening.
You're not listening. So it remains free at the point of need.
Yourself in now. People are going to ask you difficult questions. And what we've heard so far is a whole range of different answers.
Well, that's simply not true.
But what you know about Labour and the Labour government is that waiting times are coming down.
Okay, we talked about this actually in some detail in the early hours, and actually at that point what you said, David Bull, was that Nigel Farage has changed his mind when he has ditched his former view about the NHS moving to an insurance model. But Jackie Smith, as we've just had a taste of, clearly the people on this side of the table are now going to get busier and busier trying to attack the people on this side of the table. Let's talk though about the challenge for the Conservatives. And Robert Jenrick, we've heard from John Curtis that so far tonight, and it could get worse today, it's not tonight anymore, I must stop doing that. So far today, the Conservatives, you've been losing 2 out of the 3 seats that you have been defending. I mean, this is a pretty ghastly outcome for you, and you may not have hit the bottom. As we were hearing from Henry Zeffman there, maybe July wasn't as bad as it was going to get. What's gone so badly wrong?
Well, clearly this is a very tough night for the Conservative Party, and we've lost many good councillors. I know that sounds like a cliche, but I know these people. They're good public servants who work hard, and they didn't deserve to be in this position where national trends lead to them leaving office. I think what we've actually seen overall in the course of the last 24 hours is a massive rejection of the Labour Party. We've seen what should have been Keir Starmer's honeymoon, just 9 months after winning a landslide election victory, turn into a complete nightmare. And why is that? It's because of the lies and the broken promises of the Labour Party. People do not feel better off. They see small votes continuing to increase. They don't see public services improving. They've seen winter fuel allowances snatched away from pensioners. The public have rightly rejected the Labour Party, and the Labour Party will need to learn from that.
But in terms of your own performance, if the picture that you paint of Britain under Labour is truly some kind of grim apocalypse, as you just described, why then is what used to be, and is the oldest and most successful political party in this country, the Conservatives, your party, why are you getting a pounding too? Why aren't people saying, oh, well, Labour didn't give me what I promised? I like the look of that new Conservative leader. They're abandoning you in droves.
Well, I think we've seen a very similar sentiment to what we experienced at the general election, and it's not surprising that only 9 months after suffering our worst ever election defeat, that those scars would run deep. I think the truth is, and I'm under no illusions about this, the public are very angry and frustrated by the Conservative Party. They felt that we let them down, that we didn't do enough on the issues that they care about, and it will take time to win those people back to us. This is a long-term project. No, I think Kemi Badenoch is doing an excellent job. She's only been leader for 6 months, and frankly, it would be impossible to turn around this situation in such a short period of time. She's begun the process of renewing the party, of listening to the public. We have to redouble those efforts. We've got to understand the sheer depth of disillusionment, discontent, anger that there is in the country with my party and very clearly with the Labour Party as well. And we've got to respond to that with serious answers to those big challenges.
But let's look at just what's happening in your own part of the country. Here is what's happening in Nottinghamshire County Council, where they're counting at the moment. You can see your party falling by 16%, Reform so far gaining by 29%. Now, some people looking at that might think, you don't have time to recover when Reform are surging like that. Maybe this is actually an existential moment for your party.
Well, I think it will be difficult, and it won't happen overnight. Nobody believed that you would turn around the ship instantly. We're going to have to demonstrate to the public that we have learnt our lessons, that we understand what we got wrong last time, and Kemi Badenoch has begun that process. You've seen that, for example, where she's very clearly turned a page on the failures on immigration, where she has brought to an end the failed cross-party consensus on net zero. And we're going to have to bring forward serious answers. And I think that is where we will differentiate ourselves from Reform, because I'm not at all convinced that Reform have serious answers to the big challenges facing the country. That is what the Conservative Party, in time, will need to bring forward.
But do you think you'd have been doing a better night had you won the Conservative leadership election?
No, I think that's complete nonsense, frankly. Kemi Badenoch is doing a bloody good job in difficult circumstances. It's extremely challenging being the leader of the opposition immediately after suffering our worst ever election defeat. She's begun the process of renewing the party. She set up the policy commissions, which are now going to look at each of the big, serious systemic challenges facing the country. The battle, I think, in the months and years ahead will be which party is able to bring forward the radical, serious answers to the challenges we face. Because very clearly, the country faces massive challenges. The public are yearning for change. They thought they voted for that at the general election, and Labour have done nothing to address those issues. People feel worse off. They see immigration get worse. They feel public services are declining. And at a local level, they see crime, they see litter, they see frankly rats on the streets of Birmingham as a result of a disastrous Labour council. What we have to do is to demonstrate that we have the humility to understand what we got wrong, that we understand the depth of anger, and that we will, in time, have the serious answers to. And that's what Kemi Badenoch is doing.
Perhaps, however, you might look like the junior party to David Bull's Reform UK.
Actually, we're seeing a seismic shift in British politics. We spoke about this overnight. We are seeing Reform is now the official opposition. I think the Conservative Party, quite frankly, are toast. I think the two-party system is over. And just going back to Labour, Keir Starmer is so tone deaf to what is going on. I was playing word bingo. When you talk about £22 billion hole, working people, plan for change, I've heard it all before. And that is what the electorate is also saying. They're saying we're hurting, our businesses are struggling, energy is too high, net zero is wrong. This is what people are saying at home.
And in terms of that message that's coming from the electorate, why then would you think that you have had such a surge in results so far. I mean, and we should say this again and again. We've said it a lot, but there's still lots and lots of results to come in. But what is it you think about this moment in particular that has allowed Nigel Farage, who's been in politics for a long time, to turn this into something that feels different on Friday the 2nd of May to previous moments and previous iterations of his long political adventure?
I think people are so frustrated. They are fed up of what is going on. They see no solution from the two main parties. They're seeing immigration out of control, legal and illegal. So you've got 7 million people that came in the last 10 years, and you wonder why you can't see a doctor, you can't see a dentist. There's no social care as well. So that's a huge problem. Then we've been told repeatedly by the Conservative Party and by the Labour Party they're going to sort out illegal immigration. We've had 11,000 people coming to this country this year alone, and people all around the country, particularly in Runcorn where I was, are saying this is unacceptable and someone needs to get a grip. And so what they're doing is they're looking for a new party who actually has drive, vision, determination to make a difference.
But it will be very different because you won't be able to just be a protest party complaining about things. You've said already today you're confident that you will be running things. Andrea Jenkins will be the mayor in Greater Lincolnshire. How can people be confident given that since Reform's had a clutch of MPs in Parliament, they've been busy falling out with each other rather than getting on with it?
Well, I think that's a little disingenuous. Look, I've had all these accusations levelled at us before, particularly when I was in the Brexit Party and what we achieved in the European Parliament. We were the largest party in the European Parliament. I've heard it all before. Look, at the end of the day, we've had a cracking night. I'm absolutely thrilled. And also just in terms of what the volunteers have achieved, it's extraordinary. And if I was to sit here, and when I left you last night, we had that recount going on, and the fact is that we've won Runcorn. Now, we shouldn't be winning Runcorn. Also, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, this is a safe Tory seat. We shouldn't be on the pitch.
It's totally held by the Labour Party.
Yes, but it should be. But East Anglia has traditionally been a safe Tory seat. So the question is, what is the Conservative Party doing to make people so disaffected? I live in East Anglia, and people are moving from the Tories to us.
Well, it sounds actually like we are now forecasting, and I'm hearing also from some political sources too, that the Conservatives are clearly on track to win the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayor. The former MP there, Paul Bristow, on track to become the mayor. Interesting, it was a change in the voting system, and it looks like the Tories are going to come out on top this time.
And Laura, just to emphasise that is to win it off Labour. So it's currently held by the Labour Party. So that is, despite the many difficult results this evening, that will be a win off the Labour
But
Party.
to be really nerdy about it, because I know people who watch these programmes love these kinds of nuggets of detail, the last time the Conservatives had the most votes when it came to the first preference votes. This is a really great pub quiz, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really great material for that, but we will try and bring you that result, which sounds like it's not too far off the result of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayoralty. And Sarah, let's bring you in a second.
One thing in response to David. The way the Conservative Party will get back in the game is by being better than Reform, by having the serious answers to the big challenges that we're talking about. I don't think Reform have those. And you see in Parliament, Natalie, it was Kenny Badenoch who has driven this issue of having a national inquiry on grooming gangs. Nigel Farage said he was in favour, and then he rode back on it. It was Kenny Badenoch and myself who identified 2-tier sentencing guidelines. Reform were nowhere to be seen on this
She
issue.
also voted in favour of enshrining net zero by 2050, which I think
she was actually one of the few MPs who spoke out against it, and she just challenged the cross-party
I'm going
consensus.
to call off this debate for now because I also want to talk to you about whether or not you could ever imagine working together and what you really meant, Robert Jenrick, when you were talking about possible coalition of sorts. But we're going to pause the discussion at the table because, Rita, I think you've got another moment of history in election 2025.
Completely, Laura. And in order to illustrate it, I'm going to show you my new whiz-bang gizmo. We call this the Big Shout. Staffordshire Council is a Reform gain from Conservatives. It is a moment of history because this is the first council that will be controlled by Reform UK. This is how they did it. They've got the 32 seats needed for a majority over there, and they've reduced the Conservatives to just 7 seats. The change since the last time these seats were fought, there you go, Reform gaining 32, Conservatives losing 30 seats. I mean, this is a council that the Conservatives have been in control of for the last 4 elections, and when they won it last time round in 2021, they had a majority of 53 seats. This is the change in the vote share, or rather not the change, but this is the vote share. Reform on 43%, the Conservatives on 28%, and Labour on 17%. And at the general election last year, just 10 months ago, Labour took most of the constituencies, most of the House of Commons seats in this county. So both Conservative and Labour have been pushed out of the way by Reform. So quite a result there, Laura.
I count, I think, 4 historical headlines for us so far tonight. First Reform by-election, First Reform mayor in Greater Lincolnshire, First Reform controlled council, and number 4, I'll remember, while we talk to Martin Oates, who's our regional political editor in the South West, because it gives us not just an excuse to show the beautiful surroundings of Truro Cathedral. What a great idea to have counting in that kind of venue, but also to tell us what is going on there. Now, we know in Cornwall, we've got almost no idea what has happened yet, but in Devon, we do have some data coming into us, and we can show on the screen what's been happening there. The Lib Dems have 19 council seats so far. They won 6 MPs in that part of the world, Martin, back in the election, not so long ago. That feels like a lifetime, doesn't it? And bring us up to date on what's happening.
Yes, so the traditional battle in Devon between the Tories and the Lib Dems. So the Tories have had comfortable majorities since 2009. You'd expect the Lib Dems, in any circumstances, and particularly in the present circumstances, to have high hopes. I think the really interesting thing there, though, in Devon and in Exeter specifically, is we are seeing the first ever Reform councillors elected. Now, I think it's also significant in itself, taking seats from Labour. Now, there are a few Labour strongholds in the South West. Clearly, that changed a bit in terms of the results of the last general election. But if you look at the traditional picture of the few strongholds, the stronghold par excellence is Exeter. You look over the past few decades, Boris Johnson's, Jeremy Corbyn's come and go, Labour just sails on. Few inroads from the Greens. But this seems quite remarkable. And of course, the question is it a harbinger of things to come? Now, talking to Reform here in Cornwall, they seem very buoyant. Again, traditionally, you see the Lib Dems as the main challengers, and indeed they're buoyant as well. But Reform clearly have high hopes here as well.
Martin, in terms of the issues that have been on people's minds, I mean, the rivalry between the parties is, I suppose, the outcome of what people have been thinking about and feeling about what's been done in their name. What issues have been prominent in your region?
Well, this is a very rural region. It's also a very elderly demographic on the whole. So, I mean, a couple of Labour policies that would jump out would be cutting that means testing of the winter fuel payments, possibly some of the farming policies, so the proposal to reduce the discount on inheritance tax. I think those things are jumping out as things which the government has introduced, and of course, they're things which were unexpected, and in the case of the cut to inheritance tax, something that Labour actually said in opposition they wouldn't do.
Okay, Martin, thank you very much indeed for talking to us from those glorious surroundings, and give us a shout when we have more information, and we'll come right back to you. Sarah Olney, the Lib Dems, sounding pretty positive in lots of pockets of England. Last night you were very cheery as you left us saying you'd be back, expecting lots more good news. From what Martin was saying, are things stacking up in the way that you expect?
Very much so. I can see your wall over there of results, and I've been sat here watching ours gradually tick up, and I can also see that for every seat we're winning, at least half of those are gains. So this is panning out pretty much as we expected. We were expecting to put on gains, but we've still got lots of our places where we're expecting to do really well still to come. So we're feeling very positive. So far we have twice as many seats as Labour, and if that continues, that will mean it'll be the first time since 2009 that we've beaten Labour in a local election. So we think that's well within our grasp. Something we're very much looking forward to. As I say, lots of our best results still to come.
Just as we talk, I can tell you might already know this on your phone, but I can tell you Lib Dems have just picked up their same first seat in Oxfordshire.
Excellent.
Happy to always be able to deliver news to any politician or any viewer watching, whatever that news is. Just in terms of a strategic point of view, what would another big step forward in terms of local government mean for you in what looks like an incredibly competitive political environment with, Reform now serious players, the Tories trying to do their best to recover, and Labour so dominant in Westminster. So if you can make a big step forward, what difference would that make to the Lib Dems?
I think it's a number of different things. I mean, firstly, the places that we're expecting to do well today are the places where we won last year in our record-breaking general election victory. So Oxfordshire, for example, we've got 5 of the 7 seats, parliamentary seats in Oxfordshire. Now Cambridgeshire, we're looking at Shropshire and Devon, as you've been talking about. So these are all places where we did well last year. So it's about consolidating some of those gains, but also it's about showing individual communities in all of these different parts of the country, the value of having a Liberal Democrat representative, both locally and nationally. And I think that's why we're seeing these gains in those places today. It's because people have seen the value of having a Liberal Democrat representative who's a local champion who listens to their voters.
Robert Jenrick, haven't you as Conservatives got a big problem here? Because you've got some leafy, perhaps well-heeled parts of the country, the commuter belt, where maybe some younger families have moved out of London, and they have, in the general election and potentially in these council elections too, been leaving the Conservatives and going towards the Lib Dems. And then on this side of the table, you've got David Ball trying to eat your lunch and your breakfast and your tea and supper and dinner and everything else with the other kinds of voters that you had, perhaps as the former kind of UKIP, Brexit-minded voters, including those voters that Boris Johnson managed so successfully to get across to you in 2019. How do you plan to face both ways?
Well, I've never felt that you had to make that kind of choice. I think the country isn't as divided as you might think. The issues that the public care about are pretty similar across the country. It is the economy and the cost of living, it's immigration, and it's the NHS and public services. So the Conservative Party has to learn from the mistakes we made in each of those areas and bring forward serious answers. And yes, we do have to appear to be the most professional, the most competent, the most capable party of opposition and hold Labour to account every day in Parliament. I think if you do that, then we can bring those people back, whether they happen to be in Devon, in rural parts of the country, or in places like North Nottinghamshire, where I represent.
But the decisions that you make about those issues do cut in very different ways. You can say the issues are in common for all sorts of different voters. Of course, everybody cares about the economy and healthcare, but some people would rather have fewer services and pay less tax. Some people would rather pay higher taxes and have a higher standard of services. When it comes to immigration, even your own party, some people like you would say you have to leave the European Convention of Human Rights so that we can get a grip on immigration ourselves. Other people in your own party are implacably opposed to that, and your party leader hasn't yet made a decision. So isn't it a very real challenge?
I don't think it's as challenging as you might think, because I think the issues that people care about are broadly similar across the country. Of course, one has to find the tone. The party has to be one which is able to appeal to all parts of the country. That's what Kemi Badenoch is setting out to do. And we're going to, through our process of renewal, the policy commissions that Kemi has set up, be coming forward with the detailed policy answers and ones that will appeal to different people in all parts of the country.
Just while you were speaking there was a wonderful moment, I don't know if we caught it on the wide camera, where both Sarah Olney and Jackie Smith were shaking their heads. We may have been on a shot of you on your own, Robert, but it may be that viewers at home saw both of them shaking their heads, perhaps demonstrating the difficulty of being between two different sides of the party. Jackie, first to you.
What I was thinking about was that we spent a lot of time telling us how difficult it is to turn around the Conservative Party, given the enormous mess that they made. But we're having to turn around the country from the enormous mess.
The economy has got worse. Small votes are up 40%. The public
actually, what we are finding is
people
have had interest rates cuts. We've seen pay going up faster than prices.
We left the fastest growing economy in the G7.
What you left, Robert, was an enormous hole in the public finances.
No one believes you. No one believes you. You can see that from it's not true, and no one believes you. You can see that from the verdict. Why are you losing so much public trust?
You just said that the Tory party left a mess in the country. That's what you said.
I think the challenges were very great, but it's significantly worse than the Labour Party.
We're turning that around. We have a plan to change the country. We're beginning to make progress. What we need to do, it's clear, is to make sure that we do that quicker, faster, and that we communicate that properly to people, and that we listen to what people are worried about. Of course they're worried. We inherited a country in which the public finances are in a mess. People are feeling really worried about the cost of living. That's where we need to make a difference. They're feeling really worried about the NHS. That's why we've seen.
They're
feeling really worried about the NHS, and that's why it's so important.
That was the number one thing I heard on the doorstep. Pensioners were saying, why didn't you be honest with the public at the general election on that?
Let's talk about winter fuel allowance. Because of the huge gap that there was in the public finances,
you gave well-paid train drivers a massive increase and took the money away from pensioners. You spent £9 billion on energy companies.
So because of the enormous gap in the public finances that we inherited, we did have to take a difficult decision on winter fuel payment to means test it.
So you allowed pensioners to freeze?
Whilst protecting those on the lowest incomes, whilst providing additional support to councils to help them. Because we were willing to take those decisions, we've also been able to protect the triple lock, which means that pensioners are £470 better off. That is a long-term decision. That is a long-term decision for the best interests. That is a long-term decision for the best interests of pensioners. Your party doesn't even support the triple lock.
It's Conservative Party policy.
Well, your shadow chancellor said that
no record 9 months into office.
You've been telling us you can't turn the Tory party round from the mess that you left in this country. We're working hard to turn the country round. We have a plan to do that, and we need to do it.
You have an extraordinary plan when you make pensioners freeze. When I hear from elderly people saying they cannot afford to put the heating on, I agree with Robert, actually, energy bills are through the roof. You've taken benefits off people, you've increased inheritance tax for farmers, so you're destroying the rural economy. You put VAT on private schools, which is purely ideological. Also, you tripled small... Sorry?
Would you remove that?
Yes, I would.
And where would you take
it's
money?
Absolutely.
Where else would you take that money?
You said it was going to save £4.5 billion. It's not. It's going to cost £1.5 billion. But the point is here, you've got hard-working people doing multiple jobs who have made a decision not to go on holiday to send their kids to private schools. And you, by putting up that VAT...
So you prioritise that over the investment?
No, what I'm saying is you are stopping the achievements of those parents and the future chances of those children purely based on ideology.
What we want to see is that the 93% of schools that most children go to get the investment that they need to continue supporting all children. I think everybody's seen where your priorities are.
We are going to, in a few minutes, say goodbye to Robert Jenrick, but the rest of the three of you are staying with us. But just before you go, Robert, if you're so confident that the Conservatives can turn things around, why did you say recently, I am worried about the two parties being disunited, talking about Reform and Conservatives and Keir Starmer sailing through the middle. I want the right to be united, and so one way or another, I'm determined to do that and to bring this coalition together and make sure we unite as a nation. Now, it is, if you put your hand on your heart, a pretty fair interpretation to suggest that you are implying and saying at some point, you two might have to come together for the general election, is it not?
I think it's quite simple. Kemi has said that there will be no pacts, no coalition. In fact, Nigel Farage has said exactly the same.
This is what you said. I'm determined to bring this coalition together and make sure we unite as a nation.
You didn't say what I said before those remarks, which is that we, Kemi Badenoch, the Conservative Party, and myself, want to put Reform out of business. We want to create the coalition of voters of every small C Conservative in this country. You do that by restoring trust in our party. I think that will be a hard road. Because unlike what you just heard from Labour, I understand, Kemi understands, the depth of disillusionment there is right now in this country, the anger, the frustration that there is. So what we've got to do is bring forward serious answers, and every day hold the Labour Party
Party would count and be better than Reform. That's how we begin to renew our party.
And just for you yourself, not quoting your leader, will you, Robert Jenrick, former leadership candidate, who a lot of your colleagues think still has leadership ambitions, will you rule out at any point backing a coalition with the Reform Party?
Yeah, Kemi has been clear. No pacts, no coalitions. I've been clear. I want to put Reform out of business. I want to send Nigel Farage back to retirement.
Okay, well, Robert Jenrick, thank you very much indeed for your time today, the Shadow Justice Secretary, and thank you all three of you for your time. Three of you, you're not going anywhere. You are chained to your chairs, but we will be joined by a variety of excellent guests in the next couple of hours. We are leaving viewers on the news channel, but we will still be with you in BBC Two. So see you there. Goodbye for now. And welcome back to continuing coverage of election 2025 here on BBC Two and iPlayer and all the other coverage of this incredibly interesting day of results after millions of voters in England went to the polls yesterday. 23 council races, 6 mayoralties, and a big headline from the first parliamentary by-election of Keir Starmer's government, where Reform UK snatched the Runcorn parliamentary constituency by just 6 votes. Yes, truly, I'm not making it up, 6 votes in it. And we all sat in the studio while there were extraordinary scenes where there was a recount to make sure that the counters at the Leisure Centre in Widnes, of all places, had really got it right. Nigel Farage has been absolutely delighted. We've seen him out and about today, grinning like a Cheshire cat. A grim night for the Conservatives and a pretty grisly one for the Labour Party so far too. Worth remembering, most of these elections, the results of which we'll get in the next few hours for county councils, are in parts of England that traditionally have been seen as safe Conservative seats. And the last time they were contested was in 2021, when Boris Johnson was riding high, the country was emerging from the horrors of the pandemic as vaccines went into millions of people's arms. But frankly, that seems like a completely different political universe. So much has changed since then, and by the end of today, it may seem as if we are, frankly, living in a completely different world. But there are big questions for all the parties. For Labour, can they get over the kind of unpopularity in the polls they've seen since they've been in charge, since that huge majority? Can the Conservatives show signs of recovery? Can the Lib Dems and the Greens continue their march? But can Reform UK show that with power that they appear to be winning, their first council, for example, their first mayor in Greater Lincolnshire, can they also handle the responsibility and the scrutiny that will come along with that? So lots of questions, lots of interesting things for us to talk about in the next few hours. And Rishi Chakrabarti, lots of numbers still to look at. Help us.
Will do. You're talking about Lincolnshire, Laura. Let's take a look at the counting in Lincolnshire, because they're quite some way through. They've only had 36 of the 70 seats declared, but look at the seats that we've got here on the screen now in terms of the performance by Reform. They've won 30 seats out of the 36 that have been declared, and I can tell you that our sources on the ground are saying that they look as if they're within two seats. They're 2 seats short, let me rephrase, of taking Lincolnshire County Council. So that will be replicating their performance with the office of the Mayor in Greater Lincolnshire. This tells you the story of how Reform have done it. Their vote share on 45% of the vote, a really, really strong performance by Reform. And this is a council that was Conservative in 2021. The Conservatives had a majority of 38, and it looks as if that's going to be entirely wiped out here. So the change in the share of the vote since the last time they were fought, you can see the Conservative vote really dropping very sharply by 29%, Labour down a bit too, and that's allowed Reform to surge ahead. Let me show you what's going on in a couple of other councils, because while we haven't had the full results in, there's still a lot of movement. It's very interesting to see what's going on. So let's look at Lancashire. This has been Conservative since 2017, and they won with a majority of 12 in the last set of local elections. Now, there are only 4 of the 84 seats declared here, so it is very early days, but still interesting to see what's going on. I won't take you through the seats, so I want to show you the vote share on the basis, admittedly, of 4 seats. But how striking is that? Reform on 35% and the Greens on 16%. So, you know, although the Greens are coming fourth, they've still got a strong vote share on the basis of what we know in Lancashire. And if I just show you here the change since 2021, you can see that it's Reform and the Greens who are up, and the Conservatives and Labour who are down. So, you know, 2 opposite sort of political parties there benefiting in Lancashire. I'll show you one more set of results we've got in Warwickshire, in leafy central England, Warwickshire, where there are 13 of the 57 seats declared. Now, this was a Conservative council before, you can see from the little blue flash there. And in terms of the seats so far that have been counted, you can see the Conservatives haven't picked up a single one. It's Reform on 11 seats and Labour on 2. It's so striking because last time we had elections here 4 years ago, the Conservatives had a majority of 27. So look at the vote share here, Reform on 44%, Labour on 21, the Conservatives on 22. If I just bring the camera around over here to show the change since last time round, and you'll see the Conservatives dropping really sharply there by 35%, Labour down to by 13%. And I can also tell you that BBC Analysis is suggesting that at the moment, the Conservatives are on course to lose 2 in every 3 seats that they hold. Now, depends on whether that pattern continues throughout the rest of the day with the results, but that's looking like at the higher end of the very dismal expectations that there were. Laura.
Rita, thanks very much indeed. And you say 2 out of 3, yeah, that would be more than 600 by my bad arithmetic. And do you remember many hours ago now, Kevin Hollingray, one of Kemi Badenoch's team, told us more than 500 would be very bad indeed. Anyway, still some hours to go. It's just past 1 o'clock, and I just want to show you people getting really down to business with the county council counts. That's a tongue twister. My goodness, I won't try and say that again. But let's have a look around the country because there's a lot still to come in. Here's the scene in Durham. They've been counting there now for quite a long time, and we have seen some of the results. Labour held that for 100 years until 2021, when the Tories managed to knock them out at Boris Johnson's high point. That result there this afternoon could be tricky for both of the big parties because Reform is hopeful of making gains there. Nigel Farage name-checked County Durham somewhere he was looking forward to seeing the results, which should tell us something. Then we can show you what's happening in Kettering, North Northamptonshire. That's one of the 2 Northamptonshire councils that have been controlled currently by the Conservatives that are up today, West Northamptonshire and North Northamptonshire. But that's what's happening in Kettering. A big wide shot there. It's quite hard to tell what's happening on any of the tables, but actually things look quite still. So you never know. Maybe they're getting closest to the beginning. Some declarations of different council seats. And then for the fun of it, my favourite shot of the day, let's show you that again. It's like an advert for the Cornwall Tourist Board. Beautiful Truro Cathedral, where the Cornwall count is well underway. But we don't have very many clues there yet about what is actually going to happen in terms of the results. But there, as in other parts of the southwest and the southeast, the Lib Dems hopeful of making gains. Let's have a think about some of the psephology, to use the posh word, for the study of voting. Let's talk to Kelly Beaver from Ipsos Mori, the polling company. Thank you for waiting to speak to us, Kelly. It's good to have you with us. I remember you were with us almost at the end of the general election. election programme back in July when it felt like the world had completely changed. Are we now, 10 months later, in another moment when the world's completely changed?
Well, so local elections are not national elections, and we do have to remember that there are particular quirks here. People are voting on local issues as much as they are the national issues at stake. Turnout tends to be lower, and we are just looking at areas in England itself. But I think what we're seeing, Laura, is that it's undeniable that the momentum and the energy in English politics is currently behind reform. And that is, we've been seeing that in some of the voting intention polls. In fact, over the last 4 months, for 2 of those months, the poll of polls has had reform ahead of Labour, and of course ahead of the Conservative Party as well. That is translating into the local environment, and we're seeing that come through in real time today. The other thing that is undeniable is that the support for both Labour and the Conservative Party is challenged, and that is playing out at a local area as well. We may find by the end of today that those two historically traditional top parties across England actually end up with less than 50% of the overall local vote share. So it is an interesting day for politics, bearing in mind all of the caveats that I put in place about you cannot perfectly extrapolate from local to what might happen at a national level.
But you raise an interesting point there, Kelly, though, that at the end of today, it might be that the combined share of the two traditional parties in this country who've ruled the roost one or another for so long may be less than 50%. And I think I'm right in saying, you'll know better than me, that would be the first time that's ever happened.
That's right. That is right indeed. And you can see the pressure on Labour and the overall vote share drop at a national level highly linked to people's perception of their performance and delivery of that change. And the perceptions of people, irrespective of the numbers that are cited on waiting list reductions, things like the inflationary improvements, the perception of people is still driven by their real world experience, and that does matter, and it is feeding through in these local elections. And for the Conservatives really struggling to gain any positive momentum, it is still negative momentum. And again, these local results are comparison to where they were in 2021, so they did have the most to lose.
And in terms of, with all your benefit of all of your expertise, Kelly, is it possible to ascertain whether any of these people at this stage coming out to vote look like they are people who don't normally vote? Because one of the real challenges for reform was expected to be having support in opinion polls for people who might quite fancy the idea of voting reform, but they wouldn't traditionally be people who might actually bother to turn out in a local election. And there's been a bit of a comparison there made sometimes with the Brexit referendum. What Vote Leave managed to do was turn out lots of people who either had never voted or hadn't voted for a very long time. And that suggested that might be one of the challenges for reform here. But have you any indication whether new or very reluctant voters are part of what we're seeing here, or is it switchers? Or frankly, should I not be asking this question? It's just too soon to tell.
Well, it is too soon to tell, but the analysts, we and other analysts will be poring over this data once it is finally released. The turnout levels across the county councils and the councils where we have in the mayoral elections, we'll be looking at that, and also who it was. What we do know at this stage from the national level data that we hold on what kind of appeal the Reform Party have, and Nigel Farage himself, we know is a very prominent leader for the party, is that they are appealing to people in terms of their ability to connect on a local issue level, and they perceive to be understanding real people's problems in Britain today. So some of those things may mean that they've drawn out support from people who would not normally vote, but we shall see.
Kelly Beaver, thanks so much indeed. Kelly Beaver there from Ipsos Mori. Thanks for your time today and talking us through all of that. Let's zone in on one part of the country then, the East Midlands. It's always a strategically important place when it comes to general elections, often very closely fought over. But there are a number of councils that have been up for grabs in that part of the world, including Lincolnshire, which is an area where we know Reform are expecting to do very, very well. And Peter Saul is there for us tonight in the market town of Grantham, significant, of course, as the birthplace and hometown of one Margaret Thatcher. If we look at the numbers, Peter, Reform getting 56 seats so far across that region, Labour losing 8, and the Tories losing 35. It's a pretty clear pattern, isn't it?
Yeah, the turquoise wave is spreading across the East Midlands. That is pretty clear. Obviously, it started, didn't it, in the early hours of this morning with Andrea Jenkins winning the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty. A lot of people here saying, well, we wanted change, and that is the clear thing that we're getting from everyone really that we're speaking to this morning. A lot of people didn't vote in these county council elections. Worth bearing in mind that the turnout in the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral was only 30%. Some scepticism about the creation of that role in particular. But one woman I spoke to, actually just by the Margaret Thatcher statue in the centre of Grantham, said that the Iron Lady would be turning in her grave this morning. She certainly wouldn't have expected, I suppose, anyone that wasn't a member of the Conservative Party to be the most senior local politician in this part of the world. But Reform UK on course to also take control of Lincolnshire County Council. The first results that we've had in other parts of this region too suggest that Reform is making significant strides forward too. I'll just talk about one ward, for example, in Ashfield in Nottinghamshire, which of course is a parliamentary seat that Reform already holds. It's Lee Anderson's constituency, and for many years there, actually, the Independents have had a stranglehold. Well, the leader of the Ashfield Independents, Jason Sajozzi, has been a huge figure in local politics for some time. The current leader of the opposition group on Nottinghamshire County Council has lost his seat to Reform. So it's not just the Tories who are losing seats to Reform, it's Labour too in parts of Nottinghamshire. In fact, in one ward already in Leicestershire, the Liberal Democrats have lost a seat to Reform. So they're feeling particularly chipper. In Derbyshire, although the results are very early days there in terms of starting to come in, we've had senior Tories there talking about a bloodbath and Reform taking overall control of the council with a majority there too. So extraordinary times really in this part of the world, and sending a very, very clear message to the two biggest parties.
In terms of the parties on the ground, Peter, I know you've been speaking to them all the time in recent days. Is there any element of surprise, do you think, in how this has actually panned out, or is it really in line with expectation?
I was chatting to one Labour MP on one of the so-called Red Wall seats the other day, and she was saying, look, people voted in her constituency for change in the Brexit referendum, then they voted for change for Boris Johnson in 2019, then voted for change for Labour in the general election last year, and they don't feel like they've got change in any of those sets of elections. So that's why they're turning to Reform now. So I don't think there's too much surprise that this has happened, but really the scale of it, I think, has taken quite a few people by unawares, really. And Labour actually threw the kitchen sink at Derbyshire County Council. Keir Starmer starting the election campaign for the Labour Party in Bolsover, the former seat of Dennis Skinner, of course, a very famous former Labour MP, and it's not gone well for them at all, it seems. So, yeah, what we've got there, of course, is a lot of very inexperienced people potentially entering local government from Reform UK, and talking to some local politicians might not necessarily see it as too much of a bad thing that there will be that level of scrutiny now in Reform UK, given that they're going to, it looks like anyway, going to get to run things.
Peter, thank you very much. Well, let's stay in Lincolnshire, where Reform has got 30 councillors. They need 36 for a majority, and 36 seats have been counted out of the 70. So as Pete Saul was suggesting to us from Grantham Marketplace, it looks incredibly likely that Reform is going to be the biggest party. I think it's probably impossible now for anybody else to be the biggest party, but it looks very likely that they are going to be in charge in one way or another of Lincolnshire County Council, which would become their second victory in a county hall so far in these results today. Let's talk then to somebody who that is going to hurt, Councillor Martin Hill, who was the leader of Lincolnshire Council. I understand you've held on to your seat as a Conservative councillor, Councillor Hill, but how do you judge the performance of the party, and why has Reform been able to make such a dent in your support there?
Well, I think, as was described earlier, I think it was all about a protest vote. It was all about sending them a message, and we want change. I can't tell you what reform we're going to do when they're running Lincolnshire County Council, because we just don't know, because they've just sort of capitalised on a protest vote without actually really explaining how they are going to run anything. So it's a bit of a leap in the dark. But I think from a local elected politician's point of view, it is very disappointing how little account people took of how their councils are being run and how their services were being delivered.
Why did you not manage to persuade them of that then? If you say that it's a leap in the dark, people don't know what reform we're going to do in their name if they run the council, why were you not able to persuade people that
we
was a risk?
We tried, but I mean, it was all about, well, there's all the immigrants coming in, and we want change, and all this, and so people just made their minds up. That's what we've got to understand and live with. But obviously, we'll be watching very carefully as to how reform actually runs some of these councils now, which they're able to do so, and then we'll see what difference, if any, there will be.
But I wonder, who do you find responsible for that? Is it that your party nationally was just not able to cut through that argument that was being put forward by Reform UK, or maybe they were campaigning differently on the ground in a very sort of noisy national way rather than concentrating on local issues that you might have chosen or cared to choose to campaign on? What was the difference?
Well, I think it was all about the national stuff, because in the county council, I think we had a very good track record of running the county council. All our services were good or excellent. We had low council tax, so I think judging our record, we should have done a lot better than we did. I come back to it was all about people saying, I'm disappointed, I'm fed up with the Conservative government, Labour government fed up with them too, and it was almost, let's give this other lot a chance and see how they get on.
Would you have liked your party leader, Kenny Badenoch, to do things differently?
I think actually whoever was the party leader, I think was always going to struggle, and I think obviously people for the Conservative Party nationally has fallen out of, and locally now fallen out of favour with voters. The Labour Party has fallen out of favour with voters. So I think a lot of people are looking at a very simplistic message, vote for change, without even really that interested in what that change might mean.
And are you saying, having been the leader of Lincolnshire County Council, are you sure that Reform are going to run it, that they will be in charge there now in your neck of the woods?
Oh yes, they will definitely take control of the county council. There's no doubt about that.
And will they be able to run it on their own?
Yes, they'll have an overall majority all by themselves, so they won't really need to rely on support from anybody else.
Okay, well, Councillor, thank you very much indeed for giving us your time this afternoon on a disappointing day for you and your colleagues there in Lincolnshire County Council. But another moment of history has happened, Reform taking charge, according to the former leader of Lincolnshire County Council, that they will take charge of Lincolnshire County Council. We welcome now Julia Lopez, who's a PPS, the Parliamentary Private Secretary. Goodness me, we have all been up for a very long time. I was going to say PPS, and I thought I certainly Beltway, and then the rest of the acronym completely escaped my mind. Julia Lopez, welcome to you, joining Sarah Olney from the Lib Dems, Jackie Smith for the Government, and Dr. David Bull for Reform UK. Welcome to you. When you hear that, when you hear somebody going up to Peter Saul and rather than saying the Iron Lady would be turning in her grave, when you look at the numbers that have been coming in with the Conservative vote, not just sliding, but really falling off a cliff in places that years ago, well, not so long ago, you've taken a big giant blue marker and just coloured it in, you must feel pretty mortified.
Well, I was a councillor myself, and so to listen to Martin, who's being re-elected, I understand, but has lost so many colleagues, I feel for him very deeply. I mean, Lincolnshire ran outstanding children's services, for example, so the residents of that area will be losing something very important, and it's not quite clear what they'll be getting in return. I think Reform ran on a very national message of discontent, and they're very good at doing that. It's 10 months on since we got absolutely pummeled in the general election, and I don't think that Labour have been able to dissipate that discontent amongst the public, and I think that voters are looking for a mechanism by which to register that discontent again, and that's what Reform is for them, and I understand that.
But what are you going to do about it now? Because to just say, oh, well, it was a protest vote, everybody's very cross, that hardly presents any solution to voters. That's not exactly a very positive option for people, saying, yeah, well, you're cross and you were still cross with us, and you were really cross with us in the summer and you're still cross now.
No, I appreciate that. That's not our response. Our response has been to go away and try and fix our party. I mean, Kemi has been leader now for about 5 months, so it's very early days, but she is looking at the whole party and how to change it. So that goes from the mechanics of how to change our campaigning operation to listening to voters and understanding where we went wrong, why we strayed further from our Conservative values than we should have. How do we try and fix the problems that the country has, which are very deep, and what do we do from now until the general election to regain their trust and to build a comprehensive policy platform that can convince them that it's the Conservative Party that is the answer.
But this was Kemi Badenoch's first opportunity to do that. This is the voters at large, real votes, not opinion polls. This is the first time real voters across lots of parts of England have passed a verdict on Kemi Badenoch, and either they're saying, we're not really bothered, we don't really like what we see, or perhaps they're saying, we haven't really noticed what you've been doing. Because as Councillor Hill was telling us there, it was all about national messages from Reform. So why did you fail to puncture through that?
Because I think that some of the things that Labour are doing at the national level resonate very deeply on a local level, particularly in relation to immigration. And I think that Nigel Farage made a very national message, particularly on things like small boats, which resonates very deeply in places like Lincolnshire, which has seen very high levels of immigration. Look, from our part, it was always going to be a difficult night. It's been discussed many times over the course of the evening, but 2021 was a high watermark for us. I mean, we were in government and had been in government for many years, and we'd still won 200 seats, and we had won the Hartlepool by-election. I think there's a very big question for Keir Starmer that they 10 months into government and they've lost Runcorn, which had a 15,000 odd majority.
But I suppose the question for many Conservatives might be wondering, many Conservatives may be watching, might be wondering, hang on a minute, the government's had 9-10 months, and that's not that long, but it's long enough for people to get a sense of what's going on. Kemi Badenoch's had 6 months, okay, that's not that long, but it's not 5 minutes. And there isn't any sign of forward momentum. There isn't any sign of voters being willing to think again or take a second look. Are you not worried about that?
Of course it worries us, because we had such a drubbing at the general election, and I think Kemi's got a very clear plan as to how we're going to tackle that. But that's not some overnight job. I mean, that is a serious loss of trust amongst the public, which is going to take time to rebuild, and that's going to be rebuilt through showing people that we understand that challenge, not by simply throwing out some quick policies and getting on TV a lot before a set of local elections that were always going to be difficult for us.
Okay, well, let's go straight to John Curtis. We're going to pick up with John about what the actual cost might be in terms of seats for the other parties at the expense of Reform. John, we've got a lot more data than the last time we spoke, although the picture's not yet complete. But can you give us a sense of where the final tally might be heading for Reform, what that turquoise surge, I should say, what that might actually look like in terms of the turquoise tally?
Yeah, well, we so far now had the declarations from about 400 of the 1,400 wards, so there's still a lot of data to go. But it's, I think, by this stage worth noting that Reform are so far winning more than half of all the seats that have been declared, and that lying underneath this is the fact that at 35%, that's just simply their share of the vote in all the wards that have been declared so far, they are as much as 11 points ahead of the Conservatives and even further ahead of Labour. Yes, it's true, as we were saying with quite considerable caution overnight, that particularly overnight the places that were voting were particularly rather more pro-Leave, and this is still somewhat true will be true of the whole set of these elections when we've got them all in. But it's, I think, now worth noting that even in places that voted Remain, Reform are on average getting around 20-21% of the vote, and they're getting easily more than twice that in wards which voted heavily for Leave. So I think it's time to tell our viewers that this is beginning to look as though these are elections where where Reform may have done remarkably well indeed. And the truth is that simple arithmetic, if Reform keep on winning around half of all the seats declared, they're heading for about 800 seats at the end. And that sort of forecast is just to give an indication of the direction of travel that the results we've had in so far seem to be taking us in. Of course, if that is the outcome, then the truth is that Reform will suddenly look like an even more of a threat to the established parties than they did just a few hours ago.
And then they will look like a real threat rather than a notional threat, doing incredibly well in national opinion polling, but actually occupying county halls in Staffordshire and Lincolnshire, occupying a mayor's office in Greater Lincolnshire with Dame Andrea Jenkins. And that could make a very big difference, perhaps positively, but also perhaps negatively.
Well, of course, winning gives you credibility. I think Durham, by the way, is also beginning to look as though it could head in Reform's direction again. That's another big headline. Well, that gives you credibility, but of course, yes, it also means you have to start to deliver. You have a record to defend. And I think one interesting question that arises out of this also is if indeed Reform have done better than the polls might have led us to anticipate, or is this indeed simply the case that there's a body of voters out there who are just unhappy about the Conservatives, unhappy about Labour, and have taken the opportunity in these local elections to vote for Reform as a protest, even though they might not have done so in a general election, and maybe that's why Reform are perhaps doing even better than we expected, or whether are the polls actually underestimating how strong Reform are?
OK, so John, thank you very much indeed for updating us on what might end up being really quite extraordinary numbers that may well in the end look even better for Reform in terms of council seats than we might have expected a few short hours ago when we started our election coverage. So we'll be watching the precise numbers very, very carefully as the tally goes up for some of the parties and goes down for some of the others through the course of the day. And we might be able to show this on screen, but perhaps not quite yet. But Kenny Bain, not the leader, has written online, my utmost thanks to every Conservative councillor who helped get out our vote. Congratulations to those who have won their seats, and my sincere commiserations to those who have lost today. There it is there on your screens. These were always going to be a very difficult set of elections, coming off the high of 2021 and our historic defeat last year. The renewal of our party, she goes on to say, has only just begun, and I'm determined to win back the trust of the public and the seats we've lost in the years to come. I suppose a real dilemma for the Conservatives in terms of how quickly they can rebuild, given the amount of progress that Reform seems to have made at their expense. But David Bull, in terms of Reform now having responsibility, we've heard repeatedly from the other parties here, in a sense, they don't like the fact that you've done well. But I think I get the feeling that they all quite like the idea that you're going to be under some real pressure because with power comes responsibility.
Of course we are. And actually, people have tried to continually write us off over the course of history. And what we've proven is actually we're growing a party, we've developed the structure, we've professionalised the party. I said that if we got over 200 councillors, I'd be thrilled. So we're now at 237. That's extraordinary for me. Also, it's just quite interesting. I wonder what role Brexit plays here as well, because certainly when I've been going around the country, what I'm hearing from people is they are sick and tired of exercising their democratic rights, saying, right, we want to leave the European Union. And they see the Prime Minister coasting back up to Europe. He wants to have closer regulatory alignment with Europe. People are really fed up with all this kind of stuff. The ECHI is another big issue on the doorstep. People are saying we're a sovereign democratic country. Also, it was very interesting to talk about illegal migration. People being put in hotels at taxpayer expense. That's not fair. It's all about a sense of fairness, actually. That's the theme that runs through all of these elections. People say it's deeply unfair. I'm doing my best. I'm working to my wit's end. I'm working to the hardest endeavours that I possibly can, and I'm seeing a total lack of fairness in the country.
Yes, I accept that people are worried about illegal migration, which is why I wonder why Reform MPs voted against this government's borders bill, which will put in place much tougher use, for example, of counter-terrorism powers in order to help to smash the gangs that are causing that small boats problem.
But you've increased the gangs.
No, yeah, but you voted against the.
You need to turn the boats back.
How do you suggest
so
that?
we can then do offshore processing. Those people who come here illegally are deported.
So we have worked with the French in order to make sure that they're able to turn the boats back more quickly. We've put forward legislation which your MPs voted against to get much tougher. What we've heard from Julia as well as from Robert is the Tories left this country in an enormous mess. They're finding it very hard to turn their own party round. We've got the job of turning this country round. And what we've seen is increasing numbers on immigration. We've seen increasing numbers of people without the right to stay here return. We've seen increasing numbers of foreign prisoners, increasing numbers of foreign prisoners that your government failed on returned. And we're taking through difficult legislation that your party voted against.
Have been deported.
We're deporting far more people. We're deporting far more people. And what's more, we need to have the sort of tough measures.
You have had to contract asylum hotels.
As a party who spent their time on our money on the Rwanda gimmick, I think, as you've already said, you've got a lot of learning to do.
Which you don't have. And so until you have something, until you have that option, Jackie, this issue of the small boats is going to continue. And you've got this fig leaf of smash the gangs, but you're not deporting anybody that has crossed on a small boat. And until you have a proper policy in relation to offshore processing, you're not going to solve that issue. And you're pretending otherwise by having deportations of low-hanging fruit, people on overstaying visas.
While we discuss this issue, I just want to show voters what's happening in Kent County Council. Now, this has been a Conservative county council since 1997. It's probably fair to say that no one part of the UK is more directly affected by the issue of migration than Kent. Of course, it's the Channel Coast, Dover, Folkestone, bits of the South Coast that are having to grapple with the issue of small boats directly by people arriving into their communities often. And it's very interesting to see right there, Reform has picked up 7 seats already, the Lib Dems on 1. Now, we're only just at the beginning of the count. Only about a tenth of the seats have come in so far. But just to give you an indication, Reform's up 7. The Tories have lost 8 seats so far. The Lib Dems up 1. And I'll show you the share, which is very striking, even at an early stage. Reform on 41% in Kent. The Conservatives down at 19, Labour down at 12, behind the Greens. So as things stand, Labour's actually in 5th place in Kent County Council. Now, we shouldn't extrapolate too much. It's very early days, but Reform clearly marching on in Kent so far. Whenever you want to debate the finer details of immigration policy, which of course incredibly important, it's a very complicated system. Perhaps part of the problem many people would say is it's been far too complicated. But it's clear, Jackie Smith, is it not, that the public is not convinced remotely that you have a handle on this issue. And the numbers are incredibly high.
Yeah, the problem isn't that it's complicated. The problem is that on both sides of me, I've got parties who've been more interested in gimmicks and headlines than they have been in the hard yards of actually turning this problem around. And that's why we have put in place. That's why I understand this stuff, Julia. That's why we've put in place. No, what I understand is you need an asylum system that actually works, which yours patently failed to do. You need to be clear that if people come to this country and don't have a right to stay, you'll return them. That's why we're returning more people. You need to use powers that we are proposing to use through this legislation to tackle the organised crime, which is causing this to happen, which we're taking forward in legislation, which your party voted against.
And Parliamentary Party in Labour has no heart to deal with this issue. If you look at Keir Starmer's record in opposition, he voted against all measures that toughen up immigration, and was writing leading part letters to say criminals should be deported. And because it's the government of lawyers, there's also some very tricky legal issues that need to be dealt with, which Labour doesn't really want to have to accept and stand up to. And it's not in his DNA to be able to deal with those
you
issues.
were the party that spent years and an enormous amount of money talking about Rwanda and achieved absolutely nothing. What we're interested in as a government is actually taking the difficult decisions, doing the hard yards that are going to make a difference. I totally
impossible to know whether or not
understand why people are worried about
it. It is very hard to tell.
Before we knew whether it would actually work.
Well, none of us will ever know.
We knew it was working. We knew it was costing.
Conservatives will tell us always, and we've heard it a million times. Everybody watching has heard it a million times. Will tell us that it would have worked. It would have been a marvellous deterrent. Labour politicians tell us it would blue in the face that it was all a gimmick and it never would have worked. The truth is, dear viewer, we just don't know. We probably never will, unless at some point in the future a government decides to resuscitate that plan. Sarah Olney, Liberal Democrat. These three have been locking horns. Former Home Secretary here on my left. Passionate views in the other parties on immigration. You take a bit of a different tack on all this as Liberal Democrats, don't you? Did you feel like you were the ones that went on a limb on this issue?
Not so much. I mean, I think everybody is concerned about levels of migration, illegal migration, legal migration, and I think what we have seen, and MPs have all experienced this in their own constituencies, is that in my own constituency there have been hotels with migrants in, and there's no doubt that the asylum system is broken and it needs urgent attention. The Conservatives allowed the system to carry on for far too long in a way that simply wasn't sustainable. We do need to see re-election from the Labour government, but we need to see that sooner rather than later. I think there's lots of different things that can be done. On immigration? Well, I mean, the first thing that we have always stood up for is safe routes for refugees. So where you have people who are fleeing violence, who are fleeing discrimination, who are fleeing oppression, there needs to be a safe route for them. Too many are coming across on small boats because there simply is no other way of making an application. But then we do need to invest more in our border force. We just need to get that backlog.
Now, what do you do about economic migrants who don't qualify for asylum, who will still try and use small boats?
Well, I mean, the point is, for those people who have a right to come here, and I think one of the things that's so difficult about this debate is the way that we are talking about illegal migrants. And unless and until you have assessed their application, you don't know if they're illegal. But the point is, they could be doing it from abroad, and that would have been happening. And their application would have been assessed before they arrived here, and that would make a big difference. But my point is, the point is, we have a massive backlog, and the more we can do to get that backlog down, the more we can do to make our asylum system efficient. I totally disagree that a deterrent
faster processing simply acts as a draw to get people. I think that the point about all of this, as the four of you have nobly proven, is that there is not agreement among our politicians over how to tackle a very difficult issue in the 2020s of modern immigration. But clearly, it has been a factor for many people going to the polls, and clearly that upset and concern about this issue has been part of the motivation for some of the voters who've been going across to reform. And one of England's fine counties where that is in evidence is Lancashire. We haven't talked about Lancashire at all yet in our election programming, so let's zoom in on what's been happening there now. Now let's look at Lancashire. The count is underway, so this isn't the complete result, but about a third of the seats have been counted, and reform is miles ahead. 19 seats for reform so far on Lancashire County Council, 6 for independents, only 2 for the Tories, 1 for the Labour Party and 1 for the Greens. It's currently held by the Conservatives, to give you that bit of context, but traditionally we'd expect Lancashire to be a pretty straight fight between the two big traditional parties, Labour and the Conservatives. Reform has got 19 extra, remember they'd be coming up from 0, but they've got 19 new seats. Labour's dropped 16, the Tories have lost 19, and in terms of the vote share there, we've got 36% showing for the Reform Party, 19% for Tories, and look at this, how interesting, 19% for Labour too. So the Tories and Labour tied in Lancashire at this stage, but in terms of the share so far, Reform up 35%, Tories down 20%, and Labour down 23%. And in a couple of minutes, I think we're going to be able to speak to a Labour councillor in Lancashire who's lost his seat to Reform, because we're keen to understand how it's felt like on the ground. So what do those numbers feel like for local politicians experiencing that wave of Reform support in real life? And hopefully we'll be able to cross to Lancashire soon enough. So cross your fingers for the technology working. But while we wait to get the gizmos in order, Rita, let's take a look at the other part of the country, the southwest. So there's still results coming in. But we'll ask viewers to keep all that information in Lancashire about Lancashire in their heads at the same time.
I want to show you something a little bit different because we've got so many results coming in and so many different patterns. And let's take a look at the Lib Dem performance in this part of the country. Devon, it's come back. A little technical issue there, but I think it's looking good now. Now, Devon was a Conservative-controlled council. It had been Conservative since 2009, but it looks on the mathematics now as if the Conservatives will not retain control. In fact, I can tell you categorically, they cannot retain control of Devon. We can't say for sure yet whether this will be a Lib Dem council or whether it will go into no overall control, because they're still counting. They've still got 6 seats to declare. But as things look at the moment, the Lib Dems are the clear outright winners on 26 seats, and Reform, who were expecting to pick up seats, well, they really have done. As you can see, they've got 15 seats. The Conservatives are down there just on 6, and the Greens have picked up seats as well. And if we just come over here and look at the vote share, you can see clearly what's happened. The Lib Dems have increased their share of the vote. Reform coming up from no base at all, and the Conservatives have plummeted. And in a sense, that movement has allowed the Lib Dems to come through. They will be crossing their fingers that they might be in a position to take control of Devon, but they haven't done it yet. We'll bring you the results as soon as we have them, of course. I want to show you 2 other councils where the Lib Dems are performing well. This is Oxfordshire. Now, this was a hung council, and actually, it's the Lib Dems are in control of the council along with Labour and the Greens. Now, they are doing well at the moment. As you can see, the vote share here, they're ahead on 31%, the Conservatives on 24%, and Labour and the Greens are both tying on 11%. And if we just look at the change in the share of the seats, and it's still fairly early days, but you can see that the Lib Dems have picked up 3, the Conservatives have lost 4, and that Labour has picked up 1. I want to show you one more council. Again, we've got a slightly Lib Dem theme going on here. We've talked so much about Reform, but there are other contests happening too. Here in Gloucestershire, also a council in which there was no one party in overall control. 16 of the 55 seats have been declared so far. And if we just take a look at how those are shaping up to be, I'll bring you right down at this end. The Lib Dems have got 9 seats, Reform has got 3, the Conservatives have 2, and the Greens have 1. So the Lib Dems out in front in terms of the vote share on 32% and Reform on 26%. So Sir Ed Davey had been pushing hard here in Gloucestershire. Could this be a council that they take? We'll obviously be keeping you up to date with what's going on in Gloucestershire. And if you want to know what's going on in your own area, do go to the BBC website and to the elections page. There's lots and lots of information about what's happening across the country, but also in your own own area, you can put in your postcode and find out. There are the instructions there on the screen.
Thank you very much indeed, Rita. Well, the predictions that Lib Dems in the studio have been confidently and happily making, including Ed Davey having his ice cream in Shropshire, do appear to be more or less on schedule, heading towards mid-afternoon, coming true to an extent. Let's rewind a little bit, because just before we were hearing from Rita, we were talking about Lancashire in the northwest of England, where counting is underway in the local authority elections. To remind you of what's happening with the seats, Reform have been taking 19 so far for them, Labour only on 1 seat so far, the Tories on 2, and let's just spin forward to the change so far in that part of the world. Normally a pretty straight Labour-Tory battle in Lancashire, but if we go on to the share for the Reform Party, 36% at this stage in the proceedings, well ahead both of the Tories and the Labour, both tied on 19% as things stand. A lot of seats still to count there, but the direction of travel is pretty clear. Happy days for Reform and a bad day for Labour and also for the Conservatives. I think now Matthew Tomlinson, a Labour councillor who's lost his seat there in Lancashire. Matthew, I think you can now hear us, I hope?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Good afternoon. Thanks for... I've got no idea either, so we're all guessing here. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us here on our BBC election special. Why do you think you lost your seat?
Well, I'm fairly clear in my view of why we're losing seats in places that we've never lost before. And that's because in July last year, people voted for change. They'd had enough of 14 years of Tory austerity, Brexit chaos and cuts. And frankly, the change they voted for is not happening yet. And so they're still voting for change.
And who do you think is responsible for the fact that change, that promise from Labour in July, hasn't happened yet?
Well, clearly, some of that blame lies with the government. And I say that as an extremely loyal Labour Party supporter. I still believe in my heart that Labour is the best option for working people in this country. But the government at the moment have yet to prove that to enough people. And when people voted for change last year, they were impatient for change. And that's what they showed today.
And we heard very clearly from one of your colleagues who did hold on, the Mayor Ros Jones in Doncaster in South Yorkshire, who was re-elected. She was very clear that the winter fuel allowance decision, the national insurance raise for employers, and also some changes to PIP, the personal independence payment, a benefit that is given to some people who need extra help and support. She was very clear that those three things, in her view, had caused problems. What would be on your list?
Well, I think those three, obviously, but I would add to that the decision on WASPI winning. As a Labour campaigner, we were absolutely clear that we were on the side of the WASPI winning. And then the government just announced, oh no, we're not. These things, they have a cumulative effect. And any one of those, might have been, survivable as a Labour politician. But frankly, when you add those together, it feels like a Labour Party that's just not Labour enough.
What do you think then the answer is to this? What would you urge Keir Starmer to do? Or Jackie Smith, who's with us in the studio this afternoon?
Well, I think we clearly need a reset, and we need to start sounding like and behaving like a Labour government. And that means standing up for vulnerable people and not, have the perception that we're attacking vulnerable people. It means when you say you're going to stand up for WASPI winning, you stand up for WASPI winning. And the winter fuel allowance was just a sledgehammer to crack a nut. And then in the end, because we as local activists have been going around encouraging people who weren't claiming pension credit to claim it so they could get the winter fuel allowance, it hasn't saved that much money. And it's certainly not saved enough money to be worth the political pain.
In terms then of your own confidence in the leadership's, I suppose, understanding of what's going on, do you think they're in touch with the views of the people who voted for you as a party in July in such overwhelming number?
That's clearly open to debate. My MP is a new MP, and he's clearly aware of not just what Labour activists think, but what the public think. And to be fair to him, he is listening, and I'm really grateful for that. But as I said, I accept that the government took over a terrible legacy, absolutely, and no one should doubt that. But to hit pensioners, to hit or threaten to hit people who are disabled and vulnerable, just doesn't feel Labour enough to me. And as I say, whilst I'm absolutely a loyalist, absolutely a Labour loyalist, I still believe the party is the best option for working people in this country. And in the current climate, clearly working people in this country don't share my view.
You do sound incredibly disappointed and frustrated with the leadership, if you don't mind me saying. Is that fair?
Well, I think that's fair enough. I've been a county councillor for 20 years in the town that I grew up in, and I'm proud to call Horn. But the people who live around me have decided that they don't want a Labour county councillor anymore. And when I think of the effort and the work that I put in, I think it's only natural that I would be frustrated.
Mr. Tomlinson, thank you very much indeed for giving us your time this afternoon. I'm sure you've probably been up much of the night and had a busy long day knocking on doors yesterday, so we're grateful to you for joining us down the line from Lancashire this afternoon. Jackie Smith, straight from the mouth of one of your loyal activists, you are attacking vulnerable people. Labour's not Labour enough. You've been kicking pensioners and threatening to hit people on benefits. Is he wrong, or should you be apologising to him?
No, I feel really sorry for him. I've lost elections in my time, and I know it's really, really tough. And I understand his frustration. I mean, all I'll say is it's a frustration that we feel as well, that we, having inherited the mess that we did last July, need to deliver our plan for change more quickly. I understand what he's saying as well about, we talked earlier on about...
He's frustrated with your decisions. That's what he was saying. Respect what he's just said. He gave us a list of things he's frustrated about with your decisions.
Yeah, and as I said earlier on, as we were talking about winter fuel payments, the decision to means test winter fuel payments was really difficult. It was caused by the fact that we inherited... Just a minute, Julia. It was caused by the fact that we inherited a huge gap in the public finances.
But it was a choice that you made, which may end up costing the government actually more, because lots of people are signing up for pension credit, which is available.
It costs people more, and if people are entitled to pension credit, they should get it. But of course, because we've taken those tough decisions, we've been able to protect the triple lock, and pensioners are getting £470 more a year. I completely get this point about living standards. We're actually seeing living standards going up more quickly than they have done in the last 2 years. But people need to feel that. They've been totally hammered by the cost of living crisis, and I completely get that they need to really feel that in their pockets.
Here's one of your loyal members and activists. He told us he's been a councillor for 20 years. He's not just saying, oh, people are frustrated, they're unhappy. He's saying Labour are not Labour enough. He sounded desperate for you to listen to what he's saying to you. You've got the courage to speak up on national TV saying, this is what's wrong in my own party.
And I did listen, and I explained why we did take that difficult decision on winter fuel payments.
I think the choices that they've made.
Well, I just owned it, Julia. I just explained it.
You've made up this black hole, which has been debunked by the OBR. The challenge that let's be clear about that. The black hole that Labour talked about, much of it was made up of a significant chunk of cash that wasn't really there from the previous government. government.
Exactly.
Some of it, however, was made as a consequence of decisions that Labour made.
Let's have that row again. See, decision after decision.
If Labour
was made by
truly
the last
believed
government
that there was
with no
that much of a
funding for
problem, why did they borrow so much money? Why did they spend billions on things like 8 billion for GB Energy, pay deals with no strings attached for train drivers? This is why people out there
What we
do
need
not
to do-
they want you to take responsibility for what you're doing now, but they also don't understand your logic.
We need
Because
to
if things were in that dire state, why did you make so many terrible decisions that exacerbated the crisis?
Because you clear up the mess that your government left, Julia. We need to both take tough decisions to fix the public finances, and we need to make the longer term decisions, and we need to take the longer term decisions to grow the economy, which you failed to do.
The signs from the public so far is that they're not really finding this debate between the two of you very attractive. So let's move on. I don't mean you two personally. I mean you two parties. But let's move on and go to County Durham and let's speak to a successful reform candidate, Darren Grimes, who some of you might remember from being a prominent campaigner during the referendum, or indeed you might recognise from one of our rival news channels, GB News, where he used to pop up every now and again. A new councillor, Darren Grimes. Why do you think you managed to win?
Well, Laura, thank you very much for having me on. I think, first of all, it's worth noting that I'm deeply humbled by the trust and faith that people in County Durham have entrusted in so many reform candidates this time around. I think fundamentally it comes from a place of seeking genuine change. You know, during that squabble there, undignified as it is, what you're hearing is actually people saying Labour Party promised change to people in County Durham and they voted for them. We only had one Conservative seat in the whole of the north east of England, and it was on that promise of change. What change did we get, Laura? Well, we got net zero, some of the highest bills in the Western world. Plenty of people in County Durham mentioning how much they're struggling in that regard. The council tax goes up and up and up, but are their services getting better? No. And the farmers' inheritance tax, people feel a deep connection and affiliation with their farms in their local communities. And then, of course, you mentioned it ad nauseum in this recording today, that the fact that pensioners, their winter fuel allowance has been cut, whilst we're spending £4 to £5 billion housing illegal asylum seekers. I think it's a disgrace, and that our ancestors would be turning in their graves at the mess we've allowed to envelop the nation.
In terms of Durham itself, County Durham, Mr Grimes, as things stand, we believe from our sums that reform is 1 seat away from actually taking control and having a majority on County Durham Council, which would be quite a moment, the third council that you would be taking control of, and of course doing so in a part of the country that has such historic ties to the Labour movement. It was controlled by Labour for 100 years until 2021. Yes. I just wonder, I know you've been all over the numbers locally, you've been on the doors there. Can you tell us, does reform believe that you have taken Durham County Council?
Look, we're very optimistic, but you know, people keep saying this to me, Laura, and I'm afraid I've been doing back-to-back interviews, and I'm not up to scratch on the tally right now myself. But look, hearing on the doorstep, people saying that they are so enthusiastic about reform. I saw in so many windows our posters and all these other things. The support has been overwhelming. You know, for Nigel Farage, Laura, to walk down Stanley Front Street with me in County Durham and receive rapturous applause from men that are working men who are wearing their hard hats, are just coming off a building site, who are screaming for Nigel Farage. If you told me that that was happening 10 years ago, even in a place like Stanley, you know, my ancestors all voted Labour, working down the mines and all these other things. The Labour Party has been part of that inheritance, and now we've turned and said, actually, you are the party of religious sectarianism, of betraying our pensioners, and frankly, of clamping down on things that we believe in and value here in this part of the world, namely common sense. So it was a complete rejection of the Labour prospectus that we've endured over the last 10 months. But I just fear for what will happen over the next 4 years, never mind 10 months. And I'm hoping that we can at least insulate and deliver for people here in County Durham.
Well, we can officially now confirm that Reform has officially taken control of Lincolnshire County Council. So that is the #2 official declaration that Lincolnshire County Council is now in Reform UK's hand. But just before we let you go, the deputy leader of Reform said to us very plainly in the early hours of this morning, Darren Grimes, that you'd have to have clear-eyed honesty, that councils wouldn't be able to do everything that they do now. It wouldn't always be doable. The finances weren't always sustainable. So as a newly elected councillor, can you tell us something that you can honestly tell the people who just voted for you that they're not going to get anymore because the council can't afford it?
Well, listen, I think actually a focus on net zero projects, on actually putting solar panels here, there and everywhere is a complete waste of our money, and that actually we should be ensuring that people have affordable and reliable energy sources, which this government simply isn't doing. So that would be number one. Yes, the council, I'm talking about the council. The council does spend money on net zero projects, but also we'll get the auditors in on day one of being in control. If we are fortunate enough to be in that and trusted enough to be in that position, we'll get the auditors in on day one to scrutinise the books, because as I said earlier, people are paying more and more and more, but getting less and less and less. So what can we do better and make efficiencies in? That's what people want to know, and we're going to give them the cold hard facts on that and be honest with people, as you say, because that's what people have been saying to me, Laura, is that they just want honesty. They just want people to be straight with them, and we haven't been getting that. Everything that's happened to our country over the last 10 months was not in the Labour Party's manifesto for the most part, and that has been viewed as a betrayal of voters up here who are supposed to be Labour's heartlands.
Grimes, thank you very much indeed for joining us from County Durham, a newly elected Reform councillor there, who I think gets the prize for the biggest rosette of the day. Always something that I like to look out for during election programmes, but thank you very much indeed to him and for all the people who've given us their time in the last hour here on BBC Two, our guests around the country. We're grateful to them for their time. Just a brief time for a final word with all of you around the desk before we go. How are we going to fit the 4 of you in? Maybe we need a bigger desk in this new kind of politics. I just actually, rather than try to squeeze you all in, I think it leaves for me only to say a very, very big thank you to all of you, and to remind our BBC Two viewers what the final tally is at this part of the day. So far, Reform is the big winners of this election so far. They've got more than 300 seats now. You can see 305 there. The Conservatives losing 254 with 107. Labour losing 80 with 27. And the Lib Dems at 100 seats. Join us again in a couple of minutes over on BBC One. Thank you for your company. I hope to see you then. A very good afternoon to you, and what a day it is for British politics. There have been dramatic results right around England as Nigel Farage's Reform UK is sketching out a new political landscape. He claims Reform UK is now the main opposition party after they snatched Runcorn and Helmsby, that by-election, from the Labour Party. They won by a whisker, just 6 votes in it after a recount. That's made history, the closest by-election since records began. But it could have been worse for Labour. They did hold on to 3 mayoral posts in North Tyneside, the west of England, and Doncaster, but only just holding off Reform, second in all 3 places. But the Conservatives are having a grim time. They have lost more than 250 councillors already. They've lost control of Staffordshire and Lincolnshire County Council too, now in turquoise hands. But Sir Ed Davey, the Lib Dem leader, looks much more cheerful. He's already been on the stump with another stunt, scooping up seats. Later this afternoon, the Lib Dems are hopeful of making more gains. They've already increased their tally by nearly 40 seats. There's still a lot of results to come, coming in thick and fast now. Rita Chakrabarti, thankfully, is with us to help with the numbers.
There are 3 councils where we've had results, but 20 still to come and a couple of mayoral races as well. I'll be bringing you analysis of all the results as they come in.
And of course, the nation's favourite number cruncher, Professor Sir John Curtis, is with us until the end. And a warm welcome to this special Election 2025 programme here, and welcome to you if you're joining us this afternoon on BBC One. Let's start, as we always like to do, with what's happening right now around the country, where counters in council halls and sports halls and leisure centres and a cathedral are getting busy getting down to the hard work of counting. This is the scene in Northamptonshire. That is Kettering. There are 2 councils currently in Tory hands that are up for grabs this afternoon. Let's show you then the scene inside glorious Truro Cathedral. The count for Cornwall's County Council is taking place there. Beautiful surroundings, lots of grandeur. I wish all election counts looked a bit like that. It has already been a fascinating and very significant set of results. Big headlines, big victories for Nigel Farage's Reform UK, translating what had been hypothetical strong support in opinion polls to real votes and real responsibilities in county halls and a mayoral post around the country, as well as snatching that by-election in Runcorn and Helmsby, what was one of the Labour Party's safest seats. It's voters in England giving their first verdicts on Keir Starmer's time in government, and also having had 6 months to take a look at the Tory leader, Kemi Badenoch. Lots to discuss, lots to try to understand and get your head round. So let's start with a breakdown of exactly what we know so far with this report from Helen Catt.
And I do hereby declare that Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helmsby constituency.
Elation for Reform UK in Runcorn and Helmsby after what had been a nail-biter of a night. A result so close it had to be recounted.
The people of Runcorn and Helmsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper.
Just 6 votes handed Reform this formerly safe Labour parliamentary seat and a massive political boost.
It's the closest by-election since the war, and I think one of the most dramatic, but I sense also one of the most significant. I said after I won in Clacton in the last general election, I said we dealt with the Tories, we're now coming for the Labour Party, and boy, we are.
A difference of 40,000 votes made Andrea Jenkins, the former Conservative MP turned Reform candidate, the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire.
Now that Reform is in a place of power, we can help start rebuilding Britain. Inch by inch, Reform will reset Britain to its glorious past.
For Labour, there was some relief as it held on to mayors in North Tyneside and Doncaster. Reform ran them close in both races. On a visit to a defence contractor, Keir Starmer suggested he was listening.
I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've started that change. Waiting lists are down, wages are up, interest rates are down, huge, massive difference for people who are mortgage holders. But the message I take out of these elections is that we need to go further and we need to go faster on the change that people want to see, and that's what I'm determined to do.
In Doncaster, Labour's winning candidate wanted him to take a slightly different message.
I think the results here tonight will demonstrate that they need to be listening to the man, woman and businesses on the street and actually deliver for the people, with the people.
Labour also retained the West of England mayoralty. The Greens, who had some hopes here, came in third.
Of course we would have liked to have won that election. What we did see was a strong Green vote, well, across the area, over 40,000 Green votes, but particularly a strong vote in Bristol, building on the great success we had in Bristol at the general election. I'm confident that that is a contest we can win in the future, next time round.
Overnight, the Conservatives lost more than half of the seats they were defending, mostly due to Reform. They're expecting to see greater losses now that more councils have started counting.
We were steeling ourselves for a tough night because the cycle of these elections, the last time most of these were held was 2021, when we were on a real high. So we knew that this set of elections would be difficult, and overnight, unfortunately, it does look like we have lost Conservative councillors.
The Liberal Democrats are expecting to scoop up council seats from the Tories. Most of the councils they targeted have only started counting this morning.
I think we can really do well here in Shropshire, hearing great things from Oxfordshire, from Devon, from around the country. I think after all the results are in, it'll be the Liberal Democrats as the new party of Middle England.
The story of the night has undoubtedly belonged to Reform, who've established themselves as challenging both the Conservatives and Labour. With most of the council results yet to come, there may still be more for this set of elections to tell us. Helen Catt, BBC News.
Well, it is such an interesting set of results. Reform, of course, hope that this is the beginning of a whole new world, but the established parties might hope that it is a flash in pan. And I'm sure we'll get into that with our panel. I have some new guests joining us in this hour. David Bull from Reform. I think you're going to get the Long Service Award. You're still with us, but joining me here in the studio, Sarah Jones, Minister for Industry. You might recognise her from the government's action on British Steel. You were in the headlines a lot a couple of weeks ago. Chris Phil, Shadow Home Secretary, and Al Pinkerton, the Lib Dem spokesperson for Northern Ireland and MP for Surrey Heath. Anorax might know Michael Gove's old seat, now in Lib Dem hands. But we've had some very interesting results just in the last 10 minutes. And Rita, at the giant screen, reveal all.
I will do that with great pleasure. Let's take a look. 2 councils have come in. Big results here. Durham has gone turquoise. Durham is a Reform UK gain. It's their 3rd council that they've gained overnight. And these are the first 3 councils that they will ever have been in charge of. So look and see how they did it. They're still counting, actually, but they needed 50 for a majority. If I can take you down this end of the screen, you will see how things have panned out. Reform on 55 seats, way ahead of everyone else. And if I tell you that Durham was a Labour-run council for 100 years until 2021, you'll see that this year, 2025, Labour have only managed 4 seats. That's the change since last time round. This is the share of the vote. Reform on 35%, Labour matching the Independents on 20%, Lib Dems on 12%, Conservatives knocked into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place, and the Greens on 5%. We've had one more result. We were talking about Devon a little bit earlier in the programme. Well, Devon is a Conservative loss. The Conservatives were run a close race by the Lib Dems here in Devon. Lib Dems had strong hopes of picking this up. Although they are still counting, there's still 4 seats seats to be declared here. As you can see, 56 out of 66 seats have been declared. But if we just come over here and take a look at the way in which the seats have fallen, you'll see the Lib Dems on 26 seats, so way ahead of the second party Reform on 16. But even if they were to pick up the remaining 4 seats, they would still be one short of a majority. So they're not going to be able to do that here. But you can see the change since 2021. The Conservatives have lost 29 seats, and the beneficiaries have been the Lib Dems, Reform, and the Greens. Labour have lost seats here as well. So 2 big results just to come in for you in the last few minutes. If you want to know more about what's going on either in your own area or across the country, do go to the BBC website. You can key in your postcode. You can find out what's going on in your area. There's the address, and of course you can use the BBC News app as well. Laura.
Thank you. Big changes, big headlines, and really big impacts around the country on the ground. Huge questions, though, now, and what the effect will be on how business is conducted by politicians in Westminster. What lessons, if any, will they take from these local elections, and how will it change a sense of the psychology down there in Westminster? Looking glorious this afternoon, those pictures of central London, the Houses of Parliament peeping out through the green trees in Victoria Gardens there, if you're lucky enough to know it well. Lovely part of the world to spend an afternoon, which Vicky Young is doing this afternoon, but a very much trickier part of the world for the Conservatives and maybe for the Labour Party too. Vicky, let's just start with the Tories then, who, of course, have lost the most. They had the most to lose going into this, but they perhaps will be feeling this most acutely today. How do they deal with this?
Yeah, I think that in some ways they've been more ready for this than Labour, given that they have known that Reform has been taking some of their former voters for quite a long time now. That doesn't mean they've come up with a way of stopping that happening. And I think they will be, of course, disappointed. Yes, they prepared the way. Kemi Bates not talked about in advance. It was going to be a very difficult night. They're coming off the back, of course, of a terrible general election result, having been in power for so long. So up to a point they can say, look, we haven't been able to get a hearing with the public. They're still very upset with us. They're still punishing us for our time in power. But that doesn't solve the problem. And what are they going to do about it? And I think there might well be local pacts. There might be deals where they work together at a council level. But certainly at a national level, that is at the moment, that's a no-no, they say. So the big question is whether this is a realignment of the right. Nigel Farage's aim is to replace the Conservatives. And he would say that actually now, in a number of parliamentary seats where they came second at the general election, here, running councils for the first time, he will say that yes, actually we are now starting to replace the Conservatives. And that is a very dangerous idea to take hold. And I think it will make Tory MPs incredibly jittery.
And we are just looking at some of the counts going on round. Oh, forgive me, there's last night's pictures of a jubilant Nigel Farage at the by-election in Runcorn. He was hanging out with the Looney Party leader, according to that Rosette, but he was there to share the spotlight with his own candidate, Sarah Putchin, who won there by 6 votes. I mean, it's the stuff of a real political thriller, or perhaps a soap opera, depending on your personal tastes and perhaps depending on your own views of Nigel Farage, but a very significant achievement for him. And our numbers here are suggesting that Reform may also have a shout of winning majorities in other councils too, perhaps in Leicestershire, perhaps in Nottinghamshire, perhaps Warwickshire, perhaps Derbyshire, Kent and Lancashire. Now, they all look possible. None of those are certain, of course, Vicky, at any stretch. But even though the Conservatives are busy doing an awful lot of expectation management, is your sense that looking at these results, they'll actually think it was even worse than they might have feared?
I think so. I think they will maybe try and salvage some hope by saying, look, for the first time, Reform are going to have to actually run things. They're going to find out what the Tories discovered and what Labour is discovering, that running things, making things work, is very difficult. It is much easier to criticise from the sidelines. So I think what they will be hoping now is that there is more scrutiny of Nigel Farage, of his party, of his individual councillors, because it does sound as if there will now be hundreds of them. Are they a coherent force? What is their plan in detail for running these councils? Now, Mr Farage gave us a hint of that. He was talking about stopping the working from home, making councils more efficient, stopping the waste, no spending on consultants, all of those kind of things. But that isn't the main spending that councils have. So for the first time, he's going to have to come up with a plan. His councils now that he will run, that his people will run, they will have to come up with plans to make things work. And then it will give the other parties more to attack, but then he might say that he can make this work. He can be something different. He can bring the change that people want. So I think in the meantime, the Conservatives will have to carry on. They said they're not going to announce detailed policies because it's too early. They will try and play the long game and be patient and hope that things turn around by the time of the general election, which is, of course, a long time away.
Vicky, in terms then of any Conservative successes, we can now actually confirm something we did talk about a couple of hours ago. We expected that the Conservatives would actually win the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayoral contest. The former MP there, Paul Bristow, who lost not by very much in the general election in July, he's actually won the mayoral contest. So the Tories will have one bright spot that they'll be able to talk about, showing that they can still win in one of these mayoral contests. But clearly, as you've been explaining, it's a very, very difficult set of circumstances for them. Let's just briefly, if you can, give our attention then to the challenge to Labour on this, because it is also, if you look at the scale of some of the moves away from them towards Reform, I mean, they'd be daft to be complacent about this just by saying, oh, well, our tally's not too bad.
Yeah, and the question here is about the diagnosis. They need to get the diagnosis right, Labour, of why people have turned against them in some of these places. Now, we have heard, you have just interviewed a Labour councillor, a former Labour councillor now, who has lost his seat. We've heard from other MPs who have gone public, talking about going out on the doorstep, things like the winter fuel allowance, the cuts to benefits. Those are the things, the rise in national insurance for businesses, the things that they say have turned people away from them. Now, the question there then is, these people in many cases are voting Reform. Now, I might be wrong, but I don't think Nigel Farage thinks that the welfare state should be bigger and that they should be spending more on benefits. So it comes down to something else, doesn't it? This is maybe more about trust. These were things that we weren't expecting to come. People voted for Labour, they voted for change, and yet the first thing they did was take away the winter fuel allowance from some pensioners. And I think the problem they might have there is that people weren't expecting that. This is a matter of trust. They think that they in some way have been deceived. But of course, senior Labour figures are well aware of this. They know that Reform is a challenge to them, and what they're saying to me is what they have to do now is obviously to deliver, but to make the state work better. And they feel that if the NHS improves, if waiting lists come down, if people start to see things improving in their lives, that is the only thing that will bring them back to Labour.
It's definitely the case, Vicky, isn't it, when we speak to Labour politicians privately, that many of them, even some senior ones, will at the very least cock a raised eyebrow about winter fuel allowance in question, perhaps even if just the timing and the manner of that announcement was problematic, if not even the whole decision itself. Brief final word, Vicky, for perhaps the Lib Dems and the Greens then, because as we talked about a bit earlier this morning, their tallies are now starting to creep up in terms of seat numbers, and the chronology of this election was always going to be probably Reform success in the morning, but by the end of Friday, more reasons to be cheerful for the Lib Dems and likely to the Greens.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Lib Dems probably slightly happier at this point than the Greens. It does feel as if the Liberal Democrats have managed to make more inroads in those former Conservative areas. Probably to be expected given what happened at the general election. They've talked a lot about knocking down the blue wall, but they've clearly found a furrow there, and they are having success with that. They are used to doing well in the past in local elections. They are used to running councils. And again, this is bad news for the Tories. This is the pincer movement where you've got Reform taking their votes in some places and the Lib Dems seemingly taking their votes in others.
Vicky, thanks so much. We'll check in with you a bit later down in Westminster for us this afternoon. All politics is local, but the impact is national. No doubt about that. Let's go then to Spennymoor in County Durham, glorious part of the world. Richard Moss, our regional national political editor, is there to talk us through what really is a headline that if somebody had said this to you maybe 5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, maybe even a year ago, if you'd said that Reform would be the biggest party and take charge of County Durham County Council, somebody might have asked you if you need your head read. Richard, what happened?
They would. I mean, it's a remarkable result. More than 2/3 of the seats they got on the council now. Labour down to 4 councillors in a county that they ran for 100 years up to 2021. And even when they lost in 2021, they were still the largest party, even though they were shut out of control of the council. It was described as a tsunami. I mean, there was win after win after win for Reform UK in the leisure centre near here where the declarations took place. And quite clearly, people in County Durham wanted to send a message to government. And they also wanted to send a message to the coalition of independents, Liberal Democrats and Conservatives who ran the council as well. They wanted something different. And they certainly are going to, because I think only around 3 of the elected councillors for Reform UK have ever sat on the council before. So it is going to be a very inexperienced team, but they have promised big changes. They will now have to deliver them. And certainly the other parties are going to say they're going to hold them to account. The Liberal Democrats are now the opposition here in County Durham. They say they are going to hold Reform's feet to the fire, and they might not find it as simple to run councils as they did to run this election. But for Reform UK's Honor Lloyd Joy, this is a huge threat to Labour MPs in this area, huge shot across the bows. The Conservatives themselves, they're down to 1 councillor here, their worst performance in Durham's county council's history. So the 2 main parties reduced to virtually nothing.
Richard, do you think that local Labour figures in any way expected it to be this bad? Because that looks like, I mean, it's an absolute hammering, isn't it? Did they expect it?
Certainly a couple of weeks ago they weren't. They were still saying on the doorsteps, you know, it was outside the Westminster bubble, they weren't getting the negativity they were hearing about Labour's case. But I think they knew that things were difficult. Perhaps not this difficult. And certainly I think Reform UK, Nigel Farage had been here twice during the election campaign. He was pretty cagey, but behind the scenes, certainly their local candidates were thinking they were getting such a good response on the doorstep that there really was a possibility of this. Perhaps just getting over the line, but they went beyond that. And that just shows you in an all-out election like this, once you really begin to capitalise on support, you can achieve amazing things, which is what Reform UK have done. This is the county of the miners' gala. This is the county that Labour used to rely on, and now it's down to 4 seats, 63 Reform UK councillors.
Richard, thank you very much indeed. And just as we were listening to Richard, we were seeing the new Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, Bob Bristow, at the lectern. He's just presumably done his victory speech and he's off, maybe off to have a bit of kip or maybe off to get on with his brand new job. Sarah Jones, Labour being turfed out in a very blaring, painful way in County Durham. What do you say to that? How do you explain a result like that?
Of course, we weren't in control of the council, but of course, I think what we would all agree with these elections is that people are hungry for change. We are hungry for change too. We're a new government. We're making those changes. We're starting to see the shoots of that with NHS waiting lists coming down, with the free breakfast clubs, with the start of our manufacturing, our industrial strategy, which I work on, saving British Steel, saving Harland and Wolff, trying to put in place the right measures. But of course, people want that change, and we hear that, we see that, and we understand it, and we feel it too, because we're angry about the state of our country. We're proud of our country, and we want to be prouder. And the reason we're in politics, the reason the Labour government is here, is because we want to give people reasons to be proud of their country, and we want to fix those problems. But after 14 years, I don't think anyone would say that we can do that overnight. We are starting to see the results of putting the public finances back onto a strong footing. We are starting to see those results, but it will take time. And of course, we feel people's frustration for that change.
Can you feel the reality of 3/4 of the seats that you have been defending being lost? I'll just say that again. 3/4 of the seats that you've been defending have been lost. 10 months ago, you won a landslide. This is not people sharing your frustration. This is people being frustrated and angry with you.
It's people looking for change, and of course in some parts of the country we've won, in other parts we haven't. This is a suite of elections where in the main we're seeing conservative sort of areas, historically conservative areas, and losses coming there. But I hear what you're saying, and we hear what people are saying, and we listen, and we act. And of course what people want, I mean, I was listening to 5 Live this morning, and somebody from Grimsby was saying, I don't want much from my politicians, but I just want them to deliver what they say they're going to deliver, and that is what we are going to do. And it will take time, but whether it's our investment that we're getting in for new jobs around the country, whether it's our public services, whether it's our education system, we are starting to show that we can deliver in government. It will take time, and we will keep working every day to make sure we deliver.
Will you change anything as a result of these elections? So in the early hours of this morning, your colleague Peter Kyle, Cabinet Minister, sat in that chair and said repeatedly, we will listen and we will learn lessons if there are lessons to be learned. Hours later, there's now a pretty glaring lesson. Labour's losing 3/4 of the seat you've been defending. Now, I think most people watching would think the pretty obvious lesson from that is the public does not like what you have been doing, and they want you to change it. And in the last hour, we've heard from a loyal Labour councillor of 20 years saying the problem is Labour is not Labour enough. The perception is that we have been attacking vulnerable people. So will you change anything in your approach?
Well, look, when we made the budget where we increased national insurance on employers, for example, when we made those choices, we were faced with a situation. It was in my department. We had a situation where money had been promised. It just wasn't there. The public services cannot grow. We cannot look after vulnerable people
if
we do not make those choices.
In your approach as a result of these sets of elections, for good or for ill? Your answer may be no, we absolutely cannot. We must stay the course, and you hope that eventually people will come around. Or sometimes after elections, governments, other political parties say, we really have listened to what people have told us, and we are going to change some things. Or perhaps sometimes Prime Ministers say, yes, I'm going to have a reshuffle. I'm going to have some form of a kind of reset. Will we see any change in Keir Starmer's approach?
Well, it's to Keir Starmer to decide what he does in terms of his own team, of course. We will listen, of course we will. But do we stand by the decisions that we have made so far? Yes, we do, because we had to make those choices. We wouldn't have now, if we hadn't have made that choice on national insurance, and no other party has an answer to this challenge, if we hadn't have made those choices on national insurance, we wouldn't now be in a position where our NHS waiting lists were down. If we didn't make changes to our welfare system, we would be in a position where that safety net just wasn't there, because the cost would increase so much, it would become vulnerable in and of itself. And I don't think many parties, many people would disagree with that.
Enormous bill. But I just want to bring in Chris Philp, Shadow Home Secretary, who's been sitting listening to Sarah there. I mean, this is bad and grim for Labour. It's even worse for the Conservatives.
Well, these are very disappointing results.
They're more than very disappointing.
Let's just keep in mind the context, which you've alluded to already. The first bit of context is when these seats were last contested in 2021, the Conservatives did fabulously well. There was the vaccine bounce. He won something like 2/3 of these seats when they were last contested. It was a sort of off the scale good result. So we're now comparing today's results to that extraordinary high watermark. And then secondly, of course, we did suffer that cataclysmic election defeat last July. And what is clear is that we still have a lot of work to do to recover trust, and that the anger people felt at some elements of what the last government did has not yet been remedied, and we've therefore got to keep working on that renewal programme to rebuild trust. That will take time. It's not easy, but we are going to continue working on doing that. And just to ask a couple of points that came up previously. I mean, one of the reasons why people are so... I've been very honest in acknowledging why our results have been bad today and yesterday. But I think, Labour are probably making a mistake if they think they can just say everything's gone fine since the election. Clearly, people are furious that they were having election debates before the last election when Labour shadow ministers were saying, oh, we're not going to put tax up. We promise we're not going to put tax up. It was a complete lie. They put up taxes to the highest level. I'm going to finish. I didn't shock you. They put up taxes to the highest level in history. They've invented this black hole excuse. And their tax rise, even if you believe the black hole, which no one does, the tax rise is amount of 40 billion a year. These, they're the number they talk about. It's half of that, and the OBR has been unable to substantiate it.
Well,
so
we're very happy to
angry,
clarify again. We've already clarified the nature of the black hole for people watching. It's important to do so. I'm very happy to do it again for you to trade blows. We can save a bit of time by doing that. Much of the so-called black hole was indeed a deficit, a gap in spending that was left by the Conservatives, but much of it, 9 billion, I think, by my counting, some months ago, because this is not a new debate, was down to decisions that Labour made to increase public sector pay to some sectors, for good or for ill. We don't have to have that debate again between the two of you, because we've had it several times in the last 12 hours or so. But Chris Philp, to take it back to your party, because yes, these seats were last fought at a high point for the Conservatives. Yes, most of these seats are being defended or are in Tory territory. So yes, you had more to lose. But this is also the public's first chance to give us any sense of their view of Kemi Badenoch as a party leader. And the performance is dire. So what are you going to do about that?
Look, so I don't think it would be right at all to interpret these results as a reflection on her leadership.
Because she's the leader of your party. In what world is a political result nothing to do with a party leader?
As I said a couple of minutes ago, the last election in July followed 14 years in office, and that was a terrible election result for us. The worst election result for the Conservatives in like 200 years or something like that. There were seats we lost at the last election that have been Conservative like 150 years.
I might generally suggest that if you've done quite well, you might be saying this is partly a result of Kemi Badenoch's glorious leadership taking the party to new highs.
And she's only leader, I think, for about 6 months or so, and it just takes time to recover and renew from a defeat of that scale. And after 90, it's not going to take anything like as long as it did after 97. But taking that as an example, I mean, it took something like 8 years before the Conservatives were seriously back in contention after 1997, and Kemi Badenoch only had 5 or 6 months. So it is very early days. We've heard the message from the election last year. We've heard the very clear message that was communicated by voters just yesterday. We know that we need to do a lot of work to restore trust and to renew our party, to come up with credible plans on issues like immigration and tax. And that's what we're working on doing. It won't be instant, but we are working on it, and we know that is a job we have to do.
I just want to show people in terms of our giant tally on the tower behind me, which is a tongue twister. Nigel Farage grinning away there, not far off reaching 400 seats. He's gained 377. Kemi Badenoch 141, having lost 321, and that is still with 18 councils yet to declare. Dr. David Bull from Reform UK, I know we're going to have to say goodbye to you shortly. I just wonder before you go, if you fancy, as you're among your political friends here. There's nothing like the 3 other big parties that try to have a go at Reform UK. I just wonder if you might share a prediction for how many more of those councils you might actually be able to take. Go on.
Well, that's very difficult to do. Can I just say that the government is totally delusional in what you're saying? The fact is, you need to listen to what the electorate is saying. They are saying, we hate everything that you have done. We are economically illiterate, or the government is economically illiterate. You've made people poorer, small businesses are closing, energy costs are skyrocketing, and people have had enough of that. I think also in terms of the Conservative Party, they need to be very concerned because we're taking votes from both of those. Just in terms of those councillors, though, just to answer your question. So I said 200 would be good. If it gets 400, that's really good. I mean, the predictions when I was on, I think last night, was that it could go as high as 600, 700.
Well, let's see. We will see. John Curtis has been predicting actually already that they might hit 800, which would be not far off the number that the Conservatives were defending. But Dr. David Bull, we're very thankful to you for spending a lot of time with us here in the studio on BBC News in the last, I was going to say 24 hours. It feels like quite a lot longer than that, but we're all having an enjoyable and interesting conversation. And as is Rita, been helping us out with that and giving some really, really interesting historical context for where this amazing set of results for Reform UK sits in the overall pattern of recent history.
I can show you the overall pattern, Laura, and also an estimate of where we might end up at the end of this day if the results go on in the way that they have been. Just to make clear what it is you're seeing here, this is a history of how the 3 main parties, because that's what it's been for so long, have performed over time in council elections. This goes back to about 2002, all the way down to the present day. And as you can see, for many, many years, it was the Conservatives who were the party of local government. And just to be clear, what you're seeing here is all the councillors that the main parties have. So not just the seats in the councils that have been fought today, but all of them. Now, I'm going to take you to where we are now, and this is the dotted line, because this is an estimate based on what we have so far. But the results are quite stark. You can see Labour, who only last year won a stonking great general election victory. Well, we are estimating, I shouldn't say they are, we are estimating, if things go on as they are, that they will be down over 200 seats. Now, Labour are only defending 300 seats here, so that would be a very disappointing result for Labour. The Conservatives could potentially be down as many as nearly 700 seats. Now, they are defending around 1,000 seats. We heard Chris Philp say a little bit earlier that last time these seats were fought in 2021, they picked up 2 in 3 of the seats that they fought. Well, if this is borne out, they'll be losing 2 in 3 of the seats that they're defending. Better night for the Lib Dems, up 111 or so. Better night for the Greens as well, up 37. I have to say that the figures for the Lib Dems and the Greens are a little bit more volatile just because they're smaller, so these are very much ballpark figures. And for Reform, up potentially nearly as much as 800. We've got them at 784. These figures are changing all the time as we're getting more results coming in. But that's a pretty stark set of potential results. We'll update that for you during the course of the afternoon. And as you can see here, these lines, red, blue, mustard yellow for the 3 main parties. Of course, the Greens only really came on the map in 2022, and just under them you can see the little turquoise of Reform peeking out. So they're on the map now. Why are they so low down? Because they started from a base of nothing. So although they look like the big winners here, they're still pretty small in terms of the overall numbers within local government.
Rita, thank you so much. It's so interesting to see that sweep, isn't it? And you remember the characters coming and going up, growing around the country, and then into Downing Street, and then fading away, and then growing. But then these moves now are so different to things that we have seen in any normal times. But normal times, what were they? Do they exist? We've all sat in the studio enough times in recent years to probably be able to say that normal times left us quite some time ago, if they did even ever really exist. Let's take you to a part of the country that we haven't talked about that much, although Lib Dems have eagerly been talking it up through the course of our special programmes. We're going to go to Shropshire and talk to the Midlands political editor there, Lizzie Glinka. Now, the Lib Dems, Lizzie, have been very, very chipper about their prospects. We've already seen Ed Davey in Shrewsbury, I think, having ice cream, wearing a straw bow tie, looking absolutely delighted and telling us he was very, very confident. So is the Lib Dems' early confidence being borne out in terms of grabbing that council?
Well, it's still pretty early in the day here, believe it or not. They only finished verifying all the votes about half an hour ago, so we've had some counting underway, but there's still a long way to go. 3 results through so far of the 74 to come, and I should say all 3 of them are Tory losses. The Conservatives have run this council for the last 16 years since it became a unitary, and the mood music for them is really not looking good. So I suppose the appearance of Ed Davey in Shrewsbury Town Centre this morning dishing out those ice creams is some kind of indicator of how confident the Liberal Democrats are. I mean, nothing is certain yet. We are hearing that it's very close in a number of wards. The Lib Dems, we think, from their counters and the people who are watching, they feel that they are on course certainly to be the largest party. They're being less committal at the moment about whether they're going to get an overall majority, but it would seem been a very good night for the Liberal Democrats. As far as the Conservatives go, as I said previously, they had 43 of the 74 seats on this council. It looks like they are set to lose an awful lot of those, a lot of glum faces amongst the Conservative Party. Their vote share seems to have really dropped away, and the same goes for Labour. I mean, Labour has not been a force in this part of the world really over a number of years, but we think that their vote share has collapsed as well. And what we are hearing, we don't know the veracity of this yet really, but we are hearing that the Reform vote is a little bit higher than people were expecting, so that may have an impact on some of the seats where things are close. But certainly this part of the world is somewhere where the Liberal Democrats have really had that laser focus, knowing that they could be successful here, having won that by-election, overturned a huge majority in the end of 2021 when Helen Morgan won that seat for the Liberal Democrats, right at the height of the Partygate scandal when Owen Paterson, the sitting Conservative MP, resigned. Having won that seat in North Shropshire, they've really capitalised on that success. She extended her majority at the last election, and right across the county, whilst they didn't win other seats at the general election, they really increased their vote share. So they have been on the march in this area, and it would seem at the moment they are on course to do very well here.
And Elizabeth, just lastly, any estimated time of actually getting the results? They're only just getting going.
Well, I think we could be looking at much later this afternoon into this evening. I could be wrong. It might really start to trickle in now, but as I say, we've only had 3 results so far, so there are more than 70 still to come. So I think probably later on this afternoon into the early evening. One other interesting fact from the West Midlands that I was just hearing from a colleague as I was coming through to you is that I think Reform are now on course to be the largest party in Warwickshire as well. We've obviously heard of that Staffordshire, Reform have taken control in Staffordshire, overturning a huge Conservative majority there. Well, in Warwickshire as well, it looks at the moment, from what I'm hearing from my colleagues, that they're also on course to be the largest party, if not have a majority on Warwickshire County Council.
And we can just give people the numbers there, actually, Elizabeth. Thanks so much for bringing us that line. Let's have a look at the numbers that are informing that, as you've been hearing from BBC colleagues on the ground. So far in Warwickshire, 22 seats for the Reform Party, 8 for the Liberal Democrats, who gained Stratford-on-Avon in that part of the world back in the general election. The Conservatives only on 6. They won 42 seats there in the 2021 local elections last time these seats were fought. And the Green Party and Labour both tied on 3 seats. Not all the counting is done there, but you can see very challenging for the traditional parties, looking very positive indeed for Reform. Remember that part of the world, of course, local councils are important because of the vital services that they run and manage, but that part of the world is also home to the kinds of constituencies that are very crucial in general elections. And the Labour Party gained 4 MPs in Warwickshire in the general election. Seats like Rugby and Nuneaton. Were you still up for Nuneaton? Actually, that wasn't 2024. I'm giving myself away. Let's talk about the Lib Dems. Al Pinkerton, you've been patiently with us. Good to have you with us here in the studio this afternoon. I know everyone is short of sleep. Shropshire, looking positive for you, as we were hearing from Elizabeth Glencoe on the ground. If you make the kinds of gains that you're hoping for, why do you think you'll achieve that?
I think it's because of just frankly long-term hard work. We heard from Elizabeth there that obviously Helen Morgan won in 2021, and I think it's very much building on that success. People seem to like having a local champion in the form of a Lib Dem MP. They work hard for their community. They don't take votes for granted. And I think what we're seeing across the country, and not just in North Shropshire, but I think potentially in South Shropshire as well. I've just had an update to say that in Tunbridge Wells, we have just taken the last 5 Conservatives out of Tunbridge Wells, and that's after Mike Martin won there, of course, just last July. I think people are looking at Lib Dems. They see people who are working hard for the community, and they're rewarding us with additional council seats in those areas.
It's interesting, though, you're not the first Lib Dem this afternoon to say it's all about local champions. But then if we think about what Ed Davey's been busy doing in this campaign, it's not just his usual stunts that he enjoys doing on the campaign trail, but actually he's been talking about President Trump. He's been talking about Reform. He's been talking about big, noisy national and indeed international issues. He's not been focusing on the local issues that you mentioned.
Well, I think you can do both things at once. The National Party leader should absolutely be representing the UK on all of those things, and I think has offered a genuinely alternative voice, and one that I think has very much resonated with the needs and wants of the British public.
But do you think that you've been picking up seats because Ed Davey's been rude about Donald Trump? I mean, if that's true, and that's what you are suggesting, that's an interesting thing.
I think it's the right thing to have done. I think he has offered that alternative perspective. I'm not necessarily saying that he's been rude about Donald Trump. I think he has
been quite rude about Donald Trump.
Well, maybe a little bit pointed at times, but I think holding his feet to the fire, as he should. But I think what we also are seeing, I think it's both of those things. It's the ability to articulate a national message, but also working incredibly hard on the ground. And I think that's one of the things that the Lib Dems really can do. We have got a great ground game. There were 1,000 Lib Dems out across the country knocking on doors yesterday. That was based on 10,000 or more conversations that we've had during the election campaign. Leaflets go through doors. And after all, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Reform look like they want to copy our strategy too.
Well, Alex Wilson, Reform MP, Reform Assembly member from the London Assembly, who has stood to become an MP on a couple of occasions, I believe. Alex Wilson from Reform joins us again. Since you were last with us, we've seen Reform gaining councils. We've heard also that they might be in a position also to take even Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire, Derbyshire and Kent and Lancashire. They all look possible, far from certain, a million miles from certain, but we're seeing more and more advances. But I'd like to explore a bit more something that Richard Tice, your deputy leader, said to us in the early hours of the morning. He said, with clear-eyed honesty, it may be the case that things that councils do aren't doable and might not be sustainable. Now, our viewers are smart. They know that means code for the fact that they might lose some of the services that some of them really rely on. What will you get rid of if you are going to try and do local government in a different way?
Well, it's not really for me to say council by council what services are it would be in that position, because each council will have its own circumstances and its own administration looking at that. And a huge range of these services are statutory anyway, so they have to be provided, and whether you like it or not. And it's, as I'm sure Richard was trying to get across, the main focus is trying to get up on this way, to look at the numbers, find out really what's going on under the bonnet, and then each administration, where we've been fortunate enough to get administration, will then be able to take things forward. But
hang on, you've just been running a campaign across England. You've been incredibly successful so far. You stood on a pitch. You're insisting you were talking about local issues as well as national issues. Are you not able to tell the people who voted for you which are the services that they can expect to lose? Some people might agree with you. They might think, yeah, about time you crack down on some council spending. Other people might be desperately worried to hear Reform say, yes, we've just won many, many, many more votes. We've just taken control of some councils, and first thing we're going to do is take a look at the books, cross some things off, and get rid of some services.
But that would be the decisions for those local administrations to look at and make those decisions based on what they find when they do that proper full comprehensive audit and understand exactly what's going on.
So
I can't say now what I could say what I'd like to do if I was running the Greater London Authority. I know it's not quite the same as, as a council, but Sadiq Khan, as Mayor of London, spends more on net zero and climate change than he does on policing. There are things like that we can look at. There will be a lot of highways-related stuff where it's focused on want to fix the nitty, fill in the potholes, rather than having traffic calming and cycle lanes and those kind of things. It's about getting back to basics, but basic services and needs that need to be delivered. And say a lot of services strategy that no one can touch, but where there is opportunity to try and strip out waste, that's exactly what we want to do. And we want to bring in the kind of the experience and the mindset of our new councillors who have done similar things or have experience in other walks of life and bring that judgment to politics, because that's what they're elected to do.
Well, just as we're discussing, Reform has just passed the 400-seat mark. Reform's tally is now up at 403. Nigel Farage, we've had the same image of him throughout our coverage, but now he really does have reasons to smile as that tally passes 403 seat gains. And remember, Rita was telling us that Reform may well be on course to score nearly 800 seats. There's still lots and lots of councils to go. But I just want to return to this issue, Alex Wilson, of what your newly elected councillors and councils will actually do when they arrive in town halls. So you say you don't want to give us specifics on what councils might get rid of, but are you honestly, the clear-eyed honesty that Richard has called for, saying that yes, people should expect cuts, whether that is to cycle lanes or traffic calming, some of those measures are just going to go?
We want to cut waste, not cut services. That's the ambition, that's the aim, and that's what we want to do.
But one person's waste is another person's idea of something that is useful. Traffic calming, you mentioned traffic calming there. For some people, that's a vital thing that actually, for example, might make the area around a primary school safer. For other people, they think perhaps, well, this is ridiculous, I don't want to drive at 20 miles an hour in my own community. But the measure might be in the eye of the beholder. So you've mentioned traffic calming, you've mentioned cycle lanes. Are those the kinds of things that Reform councils will cut and stop spending money on?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the kind of things we'll be looking at because we think that money should be focused on things that are the real kind of core necessities rather than things that are more not.
Sarah Jones, what do you think?
Well, I mean, the message that we want to cut waste is one that I completely agree with, and nobody would disagree. And if you look at our record today in government, if you look at the fact that we are abolishing NHS England, where there was huge duplication between NHS England and the NHS, lots of Conservative and other MPs saying now, yes, we wish we'd done that when we were in power because there was duplication, there was money wasted, so we are fixing that. So do I agree with the premise that people want to make sure we're spending every single penny of taxpayers' money wisely? Of course I do. We just took very specific measures in terms of intervening on British Steel. That is a lot of money that we are potentially spending. We do not do that lightly. We have to make sure every penny we spend is exactly the right one. And of course that has happened in local government as well as national.
As you raise that in passing, it's a matter of great public interest what the eventual price tag might be. Can you tell us that this afternoon? Because the government's been a bit reluctant to tell us how much money
I can tell you, if we'd have done nothing and let all those jobs go and had to be responsible for remediating that land, it would have cost well over £1 billion. If we'd have done what Kemi Bainop says she had negotiated, which is the deal that GA wanted, that would have cost us over £1 billion. We have spent a small amount compared to those figures. What will happen next is what we are now looking at, and we will work that out. We have a £2.5 billion fund for steel, so we're not going beyond the envelope that we already have. We have our plan for steel that is coming forward. My point is, when you're in government, you make these difficult decisions, and you're making choices to spend the money that taxpayers have paid. So whether it's at local government level spending £5 here or £5 there, or at national government level looking at these big budgets, you have to do it in a way that is reasonable and fair. And so, when people have looked at Reform and said, well, of course we want money to be spent well, so we'll vote Reform, completely understand that. I think what will happen now is people will look at Reform and go, okay, fair enough, you've won, well done. In the areas where you have, what are you actually going to do, and how are you going to follow through? Because the history that Nigel Farage has is not a good one in terms of delivery in that space.
What do you mean?
Well, whenever he's run other parties, whether it's or in Thanet in local government, his 5 MPs, he's lost one already. The infighting is kind of well known. So let's see what he does. But the premise that people voted on in terms of we want money to be well spent, I completely agree, and I think the Labour government does too. And we're trying to make sure we do that in every single area of government spending.
Chris, what do you think of when you hear Alex here talking about how Reform might be able to save money in town halls? Is it credible?
Well, we'll have to wait and see what actually happens in practice. What I do know is that making election slogans is relatively easy, and I'll give him this: Nigel Farage is good at election slogans. Governing is, as Sarah is now discovering, is a lot harder than electioneering and making slogans. I expect the media and other political parties around the country will now scrutinise carefully what those reform councils, control councils do in practice, and we'll find out what there is to match the rhetoric. Certainly, as far as national policies are concerned, there is pretty much nothing to match the rhetoric. Great slogans, but no careful thinking behind it. Even Rupert Lowe, until very recently was a Reform MP, until Nigel Farage fell out with him, he said just a few days ago that they've got slogans, but they haven't really got any plans. So we'll have to find out, won't we, whether there is any substance behind the slogans.
In terms of the infighting that we have seen in Reform, Alex Wilson, I mean, one of the most notable things about you having a bigger group of Reform MPs in Parliament elected back in the general election is that in a group that would barely fit in a mini, you managed to have an epic bust-up, an epic fallout, maybe even resulting in legal action. I mean, what faith can that give people who voted for you that actually you are going to be a professional group of people able to function normally rather than throw around accusations and threaten to sue each other for libel?
Sure. I wish the situation with Rupert hadn't happened. But it is what it is. What we were absolutely clear, we had to avoid that becoming a distraction from the real task in hand, which is about growing the party. And a lot of things he was.
Well, hang on, there's people, long-serving activists in your party who think actually it was a grudge match, and Nigel Farage found an excuse to boot him out because he was rude about him in a national newspaper. I know Mr Farage denies that, but there are plenty of activists in your party who believe that very sincerely, or people who formerly were in your party who believe that sincerely.
And a lot more people who've joined since as well. Our membership continues to rise, our energy levels, our activism, and as we've seen over the last 24 hours, our electoral prospects have continued to rise and rise and rise. We mustn't let this become a distraction. We're on a mission here to change politics and to do things differently, and we want to build the machine, build the party, get councillors, get that local government base, so then else talk about copying the Lib Dems in terms of strategy. Yes, absolutely want to learn from that, because by building that local base, then you can start to turn that into parliamentary seats as the Lib Dems.
Okay. Well, voters in England have just given Reform another reason to be cheerful. Reform has just taken Derbyshire Council. Rita.
Laura, here we go. We've got another screen here turning turquoise. There we go. Derbyshire now is a Reform UK gain from the Conservatives. It had been Conservative since 2017, and the Conservatives had a majority of 26 seats in the last election in 2021, but no more. That's all swept aside by the Reform surge, is what I'm trying to say. Look, they've got 34 seats on Derbyshire County Council. The Conservatives just on 12, and Labour and the Lib Dems on 3. Oh, something's happened to my screen. Let's bring all those facts back again. Here we go. This is the change since last time these seats were fought. Reform coming from nowhere to take 35 of them. The Conservatives losing 28 seats, and Labour losing 10 seats as well. And here we go. Here is the vote share. Reform now on 37% of the vote. The Conservatives Conservatives down to 22% and Labour on 20%. So that is another gain for Reform UK. This is their fourth council overnight and into today's counting. And I can tell you that things are very close in other councils as well. And I'm being told in my ear it is now 5 councils as actually not just 4. So we'll bring you all the other results as soon as we have them.
And Rita, in the last minute, Nottinghamshire, another council has been won by Reform UK from the Conservatives. So not just Derbyshire in the last couple of minutes, Nottinghamshire has now gone the way of Nigel Farage's party too. We can show you the numbers there. Reform has won 33 seats in Nottinghamshire, gaining that council from the Conservatives. The Conservatives way behind on 17 seats. They haven't finished counting yet there, but the result is already clear. Let's look at the gains. Reform has gone from 0 to 33 in Nottinghamshire County Council. The Tories have dropped 15 seats, and it's bringing the all-important share. That tells you really how things have moved. 35% for the Reform Party, 22% for the Tories, miles behind. Labour there on 17, lots of independents in that part of the world too. And then the change. This is how votes have moved. An extra 35% for the Reform Party. The Tories losing 21% in a council that they won just 4 short years ago in what I think we can definitively now say it was a completely different political universe, not just because of all the different prime ministers we've had since then, but because of a very dramatic turnaround in the fortunes of some local councils around England, as we are seeing tonight. Perhaps not just a Reform surging ahead, but actually really quite a rout for the Conservatives in councils that they've controlled for many, many years. Just a very brief reaction from you, Alex Wilson, to that result. Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire now in Reform hands.
Fantastic.
Well, that was genuinely very short. Chris Philp, I think it's the first time I've ever asked a politician to be brief, and they have been very brief. Chris Philp, can you match that?
Disappointing.
A bit more than disappointing.
Disappointing, as you said. It was a very. Look, I was trying to go for one word to your criteria.
Okay, I should have been grateful for that and left it at that, because we are approaching 3 o'clock, our time together. We've still got 2 hours to go, plenty of time. There's Westminster in glorious sunshine this afternoon, but these results are so dramatic in many parts of England's councils that without question they will shape the debate and the animal spirits and the psychology of our political parties in Westminster, without question. So, still lots of results to come, but a very, very clear and shifting picture. Worse for the Conservatives and perhaps Labour too than they might have anticipated. It's 3 o'clock. You're watching Election 2025, an election special here from us at BBC News. And welcome if you are joining us just on the BBC News channel. A huge amount of news and many interesting headlines to get through as these election stories unfold. But counting is still going on. There have been 23 councils in England up for grabs. Counting still happening in Northamptonshire. You can see there the scenes in Kettering, where there's a contest for North Northamptonshire and West Northamptonshire. Try saying those two in a hurry. But results still coming in there with no clear overall result yet. Then we go to undoubtedly the most beautiful counting centre in these English elections. That is the inside of Truro Cathedral, where counting is taking place for Cornwall's county elections. You might get some losing candidates in there trying to seek divine guidance. And counts continue around different parts of England after a very dramatic set of results so far. Very significant results surging forward for Nigel Farage's Reform UK party, controlling not just 1, not just 2, not just 3, not just 4, but I think 5 councils now for the first time in English political history, because these are English elections. And in the very early hours, actually it was around 6 a.m, not that early, around 6 a.m, Nigel Farage's party also by 6 votes, grabbing the Runcorn and Helmsby by-election from the clutches of the Labour Party. So a lot of success being chalked up by Nigel Farage. And let's bring you that latest tally in terms of the English council seats that have been up for grabs. You can see there on the Giant Tower, not often in an election that you see the 2 biggest parties being 2 of the traditionally smaller parties, but a smiling Nigel Farage on 428 seats. So Ed Davey there on 172, up 70. That is a very good performance from the Lib Dems, and they're not over yet. The Conservatives having dropped 380 seats, Labour also dropping 115 with just 44. It's worth reminding everyone watching that most of these elections are taking place in areas that you normally consider back in different eras to be traditional Tory territory. They were defending many more seats, but nonetheless, these results are not looking too pretty for Keir Starmer either. And we've heard from some Labour activists on the ground and disappointed councillors that they believe the government needs to change tack in some regard. Let's just show you that list then of Reform gains and see if I got my arithmetic right. Lancashire taken by Reform from the Conservatives. Nottinghamshire taken from Reform by the Conservatives. Oh, that's the wrong way around. Been up for a long time. Derbyshire taken by Reform from the Conservatives. Staffordshire also, well, you get the picture. That is a very significant chalkboard of successes for Nigel Farage's party, chalking up real power and responsibilities in English local government. Significant questions, though, now are present for Mr Farage's party about what they'll actually do with this new power and this new responsibility. But without question, a very, very serious achievement for Reform UK. If you've just joined us on the BBC News channel, let me introduce our guests who are with us this afternoon around the table. Alex Wilson, London Assembly member for Reform UK, who's put in a good shift on and off over the last 18 hours or so. Sarah Jones, Industry Minister here for the government. The Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp, and Al Pinkerton, the Lib Dem spokesperson for Northern Ireland and MP for Surrey Heath. There is a lot to talk about, and it can be, on a day like this, slightly tricky to know where to start. Let's just, though, go back to you, Chris Philp, and these Reform-grabbing Tory council after Tory council after Tory council. How much difference is this going to make to your party infrastructure? Because people who know politics in all of the parties around this table know actually local councillors, they're your foot soldiers, they're your core, they're your grounding. And if you lose them like this, you might be adrift from your moorings.
Well, local councillors are very important because they represent the local community, and local councillors, I mean, of all political parties, to be honest, work very, very hard, not just representing the concerns of local residents, but also campaigning politically as well. So I'm sure all of us would say that of the councillors that we work with in our own constituencies. So they are important. Of course, these are county councillors. District councillors and borough councillors are far more numerous. There are far more of them. So that chart you put up on the wall a little while ago with, some parties occasionally getting up into the thousands and thousands, almost 10,000 councillors. The majority of those are districts and borough. But to be honest, all councillors are important. And, we Conservatives in those areas where we've suffered losses, and Labour in the areas where they suffered losses, are going to have to work hard to make sure that kind of local party infrastructure, the campaigning, the delivering leaflets, the knocking on doors, does continue, because that matters not just for council elections, of course, it matters in other elections as well. But, we've been, in the past, we've had times when we've lost councils and councillors, often, by the way, for no fault of their own, I should say, and we've worked hard, and we have made gains again in the future. And that is exactly what we're going to do. We may have had a difficult night, but we're certainly not going to give up. We're certainly going to keep fighting and keep working.
Isn't this rather different, though, because you are being booted out here by a party who is, in a sense, your close rival on the right? You're not being booted out by Labour, your traditional opponent, or in other parts of the country, the Lib Dems. Isn't this different? Because, actually, at the end of the day, you might look like the junior partner to Nigel Farage's party.
Well, firstly, you're right to say this is not being inflicted by Labour. They've lost, I think, about 70% of the seats they were defending. And looking at your board in front of me, it looks like Labour are running in about 5th place at the moment. And as far as the national dynamic is concerned, Reform does only have 5 MPs, even after taking that very safe Labour seat in Runcorn earlier. And with the sort of infighting that Nigel Farage seems to preside over, I certainly wouldn't be betting my mortgage on those 5 MPs still being together by the end of the year. We've got 121. We are the opposition. We are taking the fight to Labour. We've been making the arguments on things like the betrayal over winter fuel, the farm tax, the national insurance increase Labour put through, which is hitting businesses and working families via low wages. We're making those arguments. We're taking the fight to Labour. We're going to continue doing that. We clearly do have, however, a very big job on our hands to renew after that big defeat last July. That process obviously is just starting rather than concluding, but we're going to carry on doing that, coming up with ideas, coming up with plans, coming up with a credible programme for government over the next 1, 2, 3 years. But it will be 1, 2, 3 years. It won't be 1 or 2 months.
Well, let's talk to one of the council leaders from your party, Chris Philp, who has lost out here. Councillor Adam Brown, who's the Conservative leader of West Northamptonshire Council. What goes through your mind when you see these losses stacking up for your party? Chris Philp has just said it's not councillors' fault. If it's not councillors' fault, then whose fault is it, do you think?
Well, I think it's largely pointless to ascribe blame at this point in time. We've had a very disappointing set of election results. That's clear. There's still that latent anger over some of the record of the last Conservative government. And in hindsight, it was hopelessly naive to think that the electorate would just forgive and forget in the space of 10 months and hand us huge swathes of council seats back at this set of local elections. So it's certainly not going to be bad fault. She's only been in power. She's only been Conservative leader since around November time. She needs to be given at least another year to set out her stall, put her case across to the British people, and spell out how a future Conservative government would improve people's lives in Britain.
What would you like to see her say? Are there elements of her leadership that you would like her to do differently?
I just think that she needs to be more forceful in setting out her philosophy and being explicit in explaining how conservatism is important for good for ordinary people in the country. And I understand her reticence to get into the nitty-gritty of policy at this early stage in her leadership, and that's why I say that she needs to be given at least another year to local elections. But certainly she needs to start building that case and certainly creating the impression that we are a party that's going forward, turning the page on our time in government.
Forgive us, just the line was slightly scratchy when you were just talking about what you'd like leadership to do differently. I just would like to clarify exactly what you said. We had a little bit of dropout on the line. So what would you like to see Kemi Begg not do differently in her leadership? You've been clear you think she should be given the time and space to do so, but what would you change if you were in her team?
Yeah, I just think she needs to be more explicit in how conservatism can be a force for good in modern Britain, and how a future Conservative government will make that difference in ordinary people's lives. But to do that, she doesn't need to think time. She does that time, the philosophy and the policy beneath that. But certainly more visibility and just more clarity over the direction of conservatism and Kemi will be welcome from my perspective.
And what is actually going on in your own council there in West Northamptonshire? Looking at the results so far, I mean, do you believe that you, like many other of your colleagues, there's a real fight on your hands to stay?
Yeah, certainly my previously very safe Conservative ward is looking like a very close fight with Reform. I'm by no means guaranteed to be returned as a councillor. I've got my council underway as we speak. Across the board, I'll be losing very good, very able colleagues who have served in cabinet positions and leadership positions in the past. And that's usually disappointing, but ultimately that's politics in a sense. And I think combined with some of the frustrations over the Conservative time in government and the start that Labour have made, there's an awful lot of voters saying we're playing on both houses and looking for a third option to use as a protest vote, and that's Reform.
Do you feel, though, just briefly, that this could be something permanent? Because often with a protest vote, the main party say, oh, it's a protest vote, and the assumption is it's a blip, it's a flash in the pan, and at some point, politics, it's sort of like you unplug it and then plug it back in and everything goes back to some kind of normal.
Reform is certainly having their moment, but I don't need to explain to you, Laura, that back in 2010, people decried the end of two-party politics. They thought the Lib Dems were a permanent fixture as a major party. Back in 2021, after Boris's landslide election victory, they declared it took the end of the Labour Party, and a few short years later, there's a Labour Party with a landslide victory of its own. So ascribing permanency to anything in British politics at the moment, I think, is short-sighted, and we'll see as Reform get the chance to actually make decisions and take responsibility for the things that they say, just how effective they are and how that goes down with people across the country.
Okay, well, Councillor Adam Brown, thank you very much for giving us time. It's good to have you with us on the programme, especially when the fate of your council and your seat still hangs in the balance. So thank you very much indeed for being with us this afternoon from the West Northamptonshire count in Kettering. As you were suggesting there, the rubber band of the two-party system can sometimes get very stretched, and then in history it has always pinged back again, but I suppose there's nothing inevitable about that always being the case. Maybe we can discuss that with the Deputy Leader of Reform, Richard Tice, who I think joins us again, but oh no, he's doing something else, so we'll try and get him back in a couple of minutes and we can check back in with him there. These things happen. Everybody is short of sleep now. We've been up for many, many hours. I'm sure you won't all have been at home, but the political players involved in this have all been involved for a very long time. So hopefully we'll be able to cross back to Reform's Deputy Leader, Richard Tice, in just a matter of moments, because Reform has plenty to be very, very pleased about. They have taken control of 6 councils now. At the beginning of our coverage, we were predicting, Richard Tice was predicting, Reform taking 2 councils. Now they have taken 6 councils. And just to give you the latest numbers, you can see them on the bottom of your screen. The Reform Party now have 463 councillors across England. The Lib Dems are up 76. So a lot of seats changing hands in these council elections that have been happening around England. You might remember there were even some council elections in England that have been cancelled, where if they'd gone ahead, there are kinds of places in the country where Reform would also have expected to do well. So had those elections gone ahead, perhaps Reform would be looking at an even more successful string of results. And if you're watching with us on BBC News, bear in mind there are no elections this year in Scotland or Wales. In Northern Ireland, the next set of elections are in 2027. So we are not ignoring the other 3 fine parts of the United Kingdom, but we are concentrating on the English results because there were only elections yesterday in English councils, that one by-election and 6 mayoral contests around the country. So having done that bit of due diligence, let's cross over again to Rita. Warwickshire, another loss for the Conservatives. What happened?
The Reform surge, yet again, Laura. Not enough for Reform to take this council, but Warwickshire has been Conservative since 2017, and in 2021 they had a healthy majority of over 20 seats. But that's all changed now. As you can see here, it is Reform by far and away the largest party on 23 seats, and the Lib Dems actually in second place on 11 seats. This is the change since last time these seats were fought. The Conservatives losing 31 seats, a really painful situation there in Warwickshire for the Conservatives. And the Greens and Lib Dems picking up also here. This is the overall vote share, but this is the change since 2021. It's often the most stark bit of these screens, isn't it? The change in these 4 years. Reform up 31%, Conservatives losing 24%. And a word about Labour as well, because Labour picked up in the general election last year seats like Nuneaton, Rugby, Warwick, but they've lost support in this set of elections, and they're actually in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th place when it comes to seats on the council. I'll just let people absorb this set of figures and seats there. I also want to show you Once we've seen that, another council that's gone to no overall control. That means there's no party big enough to govern by themselves. And this is Worcestershire, and this is yet another Conservative loss. It's been Conservative since 2005. All the seats have been declared here. And as you can see, again, it's Reform who've got the highest percentage of the vote share on 30%. It's a closer contest here. The Conservatives on 28%, and the Greens actually in third place on 14%, with the Lib Dems on 13%. Let's just take a look at the overall mathematics on the council, if you like. So Reform have got 27 seats here, the Conservatives in a fairly distant second place to them on 12 seats, and the Greens on 8, so a good showing by the Greens here. And the change in the last 4 years, you can see for yourselves, it's again a similar sort of story to what we've been seeing repeatedly in the course of these elections, a surge by Reform, with the Conservatives, by and large, the main casualties.
Thank you very much indeed. And these are the kind of crazy rainbows that have been upside down, inside out, really all over the place, but consistently progress from the turquoise and consistently the royal blue dropping down, with the red often dropping down too. I just want to get your minds to cast ahead to something we'll be doing here as part of our coverage before too long. We will have an assessment of what the results would mean in a general election had that been taking place today. To use the jargon, it's the projected national share, the PNS. We're not at that stage yet where we have enough data to be able to do those calculations, or forgive me, when Professor Sir Don Curtis and his team are able to do those calculations, not me. I don't have a secret giant calculator under the desk, perish the thought. But that will be a significant moment when we are ready to give you that number. You'll hear people talking about the PNS. That's what it means. It's a projection of what would have happened if the whole country had been voting in a general election. And given the pattern of the results that we have seen so far, it's likely that those numbers are going to look incredibly good for the Reform Party and very grisly indeed for the Conservatives, and probably not that great for the Labour Party either. So that is something to look forward to. So stay with us in the last couple of hours of our coverage of these really fascinating and significant elections. County Durham is somewhere where we've already been reporting that Reform has taken control of the council. Labour ran it for a century until 2021, but they've been knocked out at the knees by Nigel Farage's Reform Party. In about 6 o'clock this morning, he predicted that County Durham was going to go well for his party. He's been speaking there in the last half hour or so, so let's have a listen to what he had to say.
I've been on this political road for a very, very long time, but I do genuinely believe that what has happened yesterday, the length and breadth of England, is a truly historic landmark. And I have little doubt in my mind that the optimism of our voters, you met them out there on the street, they really believe in us, they want change, and they know they're not going to get change from Starmer, or indeed for whoever, the 6th or 7th or 8th Leader of the Conservative Party in 10 years, is we are the agents of change, we are the agents of optimism, we are the ones unafraid to stand up for our principles, our belief in our nation, our absolute desire to protect our borders. And a lot of people I met in the north just so enraged, because they get up early in the morning, they go to work, they pay their taxes, and they see young men crossing the English Channel, being dumped into the north of England, getting everything for free, and then once they're given indefinite leave to remain, put to the top of the social housing list. It is unfair, it is irresponsible, it is wrong in every way, and I don't believe Starmer has got the guts to deal with it, but it's only what we, at national level, have got the guts to deal with it, and we will resist central government plonking scores, hundreds of these young men in these counties that we now control.
Nigel Farage there, jubilant, speaking in County Durham, where Reform has made incredibly successful movements this afternoon as the results of the English County Council elections have been coming in. Just one of the 6 new councils that Reform now control. I think we can now speak to Richard Tice, Reform's deputy leader. Hopefully the gizmos are all working now and you can hear us down the line. What does Nigel Farage mean by local councils resisting national government sending young men to their communities? What does he mean by that?
Well, where we control councils, and we've certainly won Lincolnshire, Staffordshire, County Durham, then actually there's the opportunity to challenge the government and to say, look, this is unfair. The voters in our areas are raging furious with the quantity of hotels that are being taken up, the quantity of our own housing for British citizens being taken up. So I think a more robust approach and making it clear that this is intolerable and it's not fair and it is breeding a sense of injustice and resentment. I think that's where we're at. That's a message we heard loud and clear on the doorsteps. I heard it across Lincolnshire, others heard it elsewhere. And of course, you've got the complete rejection of a very safe Labour parliamentary seat in Runcorn and Helsby that we've taken overnight. That seat is the equivalent of winning Hackney South from Diane Abbott in terms of its safety and supposed security for Labour. So it's a massive rejection of this Labour government.
As we're speaking, we can now report you've just taken a 7th council. You've gained Kent County Council from the Conservatives. They've held it since 1997. I suspect you probably already knew that, Mr. Tice. But in case you didn't, we're sharing that news with our viewers and with you, that Reform has just won control of Kent County Council as well. Just to stick on that issue, though, of asylum hotels and communities around the country, you often boast about your business background. Are you planning, as local councils, just to say to hotels, to private companies, oh, sorry, your contracts don't apply. You have to get rid of your contracts. You can't house these people, even though that's been a way for you to earn a living?
Well, the first thing we've got to do is we've got to open the books and find out what these contracts actually say, what are the numbers involved, why is it so expensive, so that we can truly understand the position. And then we've got to be honest with people and say, look, this is where it's at, this is why it's happening, and this is what we think we can try and do about it. So, you know, we'll come back to people as and when we've looked at all of that. But at the moment, the first thing we've got to do is get stuck into the books. And you've got obviously the cost of the housing, the temporary housing, the hotels. You've then also got the procurement contracts for the roads, the potholes, bins and things. And we are concerned how some of those contracts have been organised and led on very long duration. So all this has got to be looked at.
But forgive me, you've just been elected in lots of parts of the country and you're already telling people, oh, sorry, I'll have to come back to you on one of the most important issues that you've been talking about. During this campaign, you've continually been talking about asylum hotels. We're asking you quite a simple question about whether or not you're going to tear up the contracts and close them immediately. And your answer is, we've got to take a look and we'll come back to you when we have an answer. So when can the people who have their trust in you expect you to make an actual decision on this?
People have voted us in. People have voted us in so that we can do a sort of Doge-like examination of the contracts, the cost, the wording, and how we get out of it. That's exactly what they want us to do. They want us to challenge the government on all of this cost, amongst many other costs. There are multiple things involved. There's multiple people, you know, fundamentally at the council level, people are saying, why am I paying ever more taxes, council taxes, and yet the bins are collected less frequently, the potholes are repaired less frequently. Where's all the money going?
Well, a lot of people who work in local government for other parties across the political spectrum, and a lot of independent experts will say, well, the money goes on social care, the money goes on children with special educational needs. However, the opportunity is there to see if you can do what you say you can, which is find waste and make savings. Can the people who put their faith in Reform in such a big way, can they expect to have, can you promise them that they will have lower council tax bills?
Well, the first thing we will do is we will promise them a root and branch review. That is absolutely essential. That's the first thing. And it won't be through lack of trying. And we've got a very successful, lots of people from the world of business, so we'll get stuck in. And I think people know something is badly wrong. You don't need lots of DEI officers. You don't need hundreds of thousands of pounds spent on ergonomic chairs. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Something is not right. And so we're going to dig in and tell it as it is where we can. And this is it's a seismic moment in British politics where people are saying, enough's enough, something's going wrong, we can't keep spending more than we're earning, and we've got to have a clear, open discussion. Otherwise, if you keep doing that, guess what happens? Which is happening across dozens of councils at the moment, they're teetering on the brink of bankruptcy because existing councillors have not been honest with people about the state of finances.
But in terms of how you will actually approach it and how you will approach keeping the promises that you made to people who've put their trust in you, you've made a promise that you'll be able to find costs, you'll be able to make cuts without damaging services that people really, really need. But you're still rather vague on how you're actually going to do that. And we've discussed it, you and I have discussed this before, we've discussed this with Nigel Farage before, we've discussed it a lot in the studio. You know very well that the vast bulk of council budgets goes on services that councils have to provide by law, services for the elderly, services for children with special needs. So what happens if reform can't find savings? What do you do then?
Hey, Laura, you're quite right. You have to provide those services by law. That doesn't mean that they're providing them cost effectively. That doesn't mean they're providing them efficiently. I know from discussions I've had in my constituency of Boston, Skegness, with regard to, for example, care homes and social care, the inefficiencies, the waste, the bureaucracy, the mismatch of processes with the NHS, these things just consume time and resource. And so I know that actually common sense improvements to simple processes can save a lot of money and improve the quality of the service. So you can still provide what you legally want to provide, but do it more efficiently. So that is what I think we can do.
You have the opportunity there, and I know the other parties will be watching very carefully to see if you manage to achieve it. Just one final question. You're going to have scores and scores of new councillors, in fact not scores, hundreds of new councillors. Do you think it is a concern for the public that there will be many people suddenly in local government with no experience, or do you actually see that as an advantage?
Oh, I think in many, many cases that's an advantage. Coming to something fresh, without sort of any emotional, traditional party baggage, and applying a process of common sense. And of course, there's a certain learning process for some people, but I'm very confident that we will do, we will do an outstanding job. Are we going to be perfect on everything from day one? Of course not. It would be ridiculous to say that. Will we learn lessons to be honest where we get things wrong? Learn those lessons and try not to make the same mistake again? Yes, and I think that's what the British people understand. I think they want that sort of level of honesty, and that's what we will try and give to people. But sure, we move from being a party of opposition into governing and managing and organising, and with that comes the appropriate scrutiny that I'm sure you'll give us.
Richard Tice, thank you very much indeed for joining us again here on our election coverage at BBC News. As he was saying, with power comes opportunity and also responsibility, and as we see the picture of local government shifting around us, clearly the psychology and the sentiment around the politics of England, which is what we're talking about today, well, they shift too. And Rita, a couple of more results adding to that change even more.
Absolutely, Laura. I want to show you just first of all the scoreboard as we're standing, and just you talking to Richard Tice there, you can see here the success that Reform have had this evening, but also the extra pressure this now puts on them. But look at them, way ahead on 483 seats in this election. We've had 12 out of the 23 councils declared so far, so about halfway through. And let me just show you the map over here. Not all of it is going to be coloured up because, of course, the elections aren't taking place everywhere, but there are these great big splodges of turquoise on the map now as well. Some of it is still to be declared, and some of the grey also means that we've got councils in no overall control, meaning that there's no one main party that's going to be running those councils. Now, Laura mentioned a couple more results. Kent, which came in a little while ago, just in the last few minutes. Now, this is a huge gain, a huge win for Reform, a gain from the Conservatives. The Conservatives had run this council since 1997, and this is the largest council in the country on the basis of population. The Conservatives had a majority of 43 in the 2021 local elections just 4 years ago. They're now reduced to 3 seats in Kent, and Reform has got a whopping 45 with the Lib Dems in second place. I'll just run you through the figures. This is what has happened. Reform on 45, Lib Dems have gained 7, Conservatives have lost 47 seats, and Labour have lost 3. And this is the change in the share of the vote, another way of showing how well Reform have done in Kent and how badly the Conservatives have done. And Labour also going down, losing support in Kent. Now, Leicestershire, this is another Conservative loss, although in this case it's to no overall control. So although Reform are the main party here on 25 seats, they were short by 3. With 3 more seats, this would have counted as another Reform gain, but it has gone into no overall control. But you know, the Conservatives had won every election here since the beginning of this century. Well, that is no longer. Let me just show you what this has meant in terms of the change since last year. That's very stark, isn't it? And let's take a look to the change in the share of the vote in the last 4 years. Reform up 33, the Conservatives down 23, and Labour also down 9%. So, some really, really eye-catching, startling results there.
They really are. The Kent numbers for the Conservatives are actually quite hard to believe. Let's take a breath because we've had quite a blizzard of numbers coming in, extraordinary results as they come in individually. But let's go to Professor Sir John to help us pause, absorb, understand in overall some of what we've really been seeing here. John, at this stage of the day, we're at 3:30. We've had a lot of results in now. The picture in terms of the data is still not complete. However, is it now clear, the picture that's actually emerging?
Well, the headline is perfectly clear, and that is that Reform have had a remarkably good election, and that as a result, the map of county government in England is now going to look markedly different. I think now probably we reckon that maybe Reform's tally may be closer to 700 rather than 800 seats, but they are very clearly going to win more seats than anybody else, more councils than anybody else, and they've also won more votes than anybody else. There is no doubt that Reform are the winners of this election.
10 months as well. And staying with Liverpool, the club's title win was
of these ballots being held. Conversely, the results are probably worse than the Conservatives feared. I think you remember Kevin Hollyoake saying, well, if it's the Tories lost more than half their seats, it would be a disaster. Well, it may be a disaster. But also the Labour Party losing something like 70%, 3/4 of the seats they're trying to defend. They are well down. The only party that's really clearly withstood the rise of Reform is the Liberal Democrats, and that's essentially because there are some places like Devon, like Oxfordshire, where it's the Liberal Democrats who have been the principal challengers to Conservative and Labour, and Reform have made some inroads even there, but have made rather less progress. But basically, it's only now 2 or 3 councils where it is the Conservatives who are the largest party. Everywhere else, it's either Reform or the Liberal Democrats, and frankly, that is a staggering change from what we saw 4 years ago, let alone the weight of history so far as these particular councils is concerned.
And in terms of history, I mean, those watermarks or, the thresholds, if we think about where this result sits in context of recent history or even, modern times, is it conceivable on this trajectory that the Tories are actually heading for their worst result ever? And I wonder also about the combined share of the 2 main parties. It seems to me, looking at these results, they probably are heading towards having less than 50% if you put the two together. But you know that far better than me, so guide us.
You clearly do have a powerful computer there somewhere hiding in your desk, Laura. The answer to your questions is yes and yes. Yes, it's quite likely that we're going to end up saying this is the worst ever Conservative performance in modern local government elections, and that in combination, Conservative and Labour have also produced the worst result. And of course, therefore, that question that some of us raised in advance of this election about what is the future of Britain's two-party system, well, the question mark on that has just got 3 or 4 times bigger as a result of these results.
What about the Greens? We're about to speak to Carla Denyer, the co-leader of the Green Party, who's one of the Bristol MPs, and that's the place where the Greens had hoped to make progress in the mayoral race, and they didn't make much ground there. They actually were behind the Reform Party. But broadly speaking, how has the Greens' performance panned out so far?
Short answer, modest progress. They're certainly going to be up in terms of seats, but not by a great deal amount. Their vote share tends to be not dissimilar to what it was 4 years ago. But of course, with the Conservatives being down, that does create some opportunities for them to win seats, even in places where they might otherwise have not made much of an advance. I think probably steady as she goes, but of course that's in striking contrast to Reform, which is a forge ahead.
So John, thank you very much indeed, and we will be back with you at some point before 5 o'clock. We hope for the PNS, that projected national share that we were talking about a bit earlier. If it's ready in time while we're still on air, we'll be crossing our fingers for that. But that very important figure that all the parties will look at, that will give us a sense of, if this had been a general election, what the result might have looked like. It is not a crystal ball. It doesn't predict what will happen in the next general election, but it tells us what would have happened today if people voting today had been voting as if it were in a general election. And for the first time, nerds alert, this is joyful. For the first time, the BBC has been able to break down that share, breaking down all the smaller parties, not just the big ones, and then other. So if you're that way inclined, we'll be looking forward to that. As promised, let's speak now to the co-leader of the Greens, Carla Denyer. Carla Denyer, thank you for joining us this afternoon. I hope you heard there what John Curtis was saying about your performance across England. Steady as she goes, really, was how he was describing it, rather than any breakthrough. Why do you think?
Well, the context for this is the Greens have had now 8 years in a row of consistent growth in our number of councillors. I was confident when I spoke to you last Sunday that it had been 7 and it would be 8, and indeed it had been. And I'm really pleased with the level of support we've had on county councils across the country. Places like Gloucestershire, Worcestershire and Devon over on my side of the country in the west. We've broke through onto new councils like Staffordshire, and we've grown our numbers in a number of other places, and of course results continue to come in. And what's really interesting is that many of the places where we've made gains are places where we already have significant representation, either on that county council or often running the district councils in the area. So for example, Gloucestershire, the Greens run Forest and Dean and have been running in coalition with other parties, Stroud, for over a decade, and we've seen significant growth on the county council now. So I take that as a really positive sign, a vote of trust from the electorate, that they have seen that when they vote Green, they get hard-working Greens elected, they like what they see, and they vote for more of it.
But there's not necessarily the kind of striking progress that you might have hoped for. I mean, Sir John Curtis was describing essentially you're kind of treading water. It's not the kind of decisive step forward we've seen from the Liberal Democrats, and nothing like the kind of giant stride we've seen from Reform.
I'll be honest with you, these elections we were not forecasting enormous growth in councillor numbers. For a start, in absolute terms, because the government cancelled a lot of the local council elections, there are simply fewer seats up for election. I think it's the fewest number of seats for decades. And because of where those elections are, we were pretty confident, and that's been proven right, that we were going to make gains, but I wasn't forecasting enormous gains in this election. I'm happy with our progress, especially in the context that this is the 8th year in a row that the Greens have grown our number of councillors, and we are the only party in the UK who has seen that. So steady growth, really grateful for that. And you mentioned the west of England. You'll remember when we spoke on Sunday that I said it was wide open. It was a 3-party, arguably 4 or 5 horse race, and indeed that is how it's turned out to be. I knew that, being honest with you, the West of England mayoral race was a long shot. I'm pleased with how we did. We came a very close second to Labour in Bristol. Didn't come quite as far up the list in the other 2 council areas within West of England, South Gloucestershire and Bath and North East Somerset, but still a good showing. And I think the main message to take away from the West of England mayoral result is that 2-party politics is over. We are now in a 5-party system, and that means it's all to play for the Greens, and I'm really grateful for everyone who put their trust in the Greens and voted for bold action rather than the tinkering around the edges that Labour has offered so far.
There were also, though, some hopes for the Green Party in Kent County Council. We understand there was even a Green Party photo op that was planned there for this afternoon that has now gone the way of the bin, and that council instead is a pretty clean sweep with the turquoise of Reform UK. Why did you cancel your photo op there this afternoon if you hadn't been expecting to make gains that didn't materialise?
Yes, I was disappointed about Kent, but our overall pattern is a strong pattern of gains. The numbers are literally going up on my phone. I was just glancing at it just before speaking to you. I think we're currently on 25, 26 gains, but there's more coming in every minute or two. And while we didn't get a seat that we thought we might in Kent, we've won other seats that we didn't think we were going to in other parts of the country, like Devon. So it's a mixed picture, and as with all political parties, you gain some and you lose some, but the pattern for the Greens is consistent growth year on year on year for 8 years now.
Carla Denyer, thanks so much for joining us. I can tell you, you're on 27 gains now, as our ticker behind us tells us you've gained 27 with the Greens now on a total on our tally of 51 seats. We reported much earlier in the day on what had happened in the mayoral race in Doncaster, where Labour hung on by a sliver And the local mayor there, who was re-elected, had some pretty choice words for Labour's national leadership. But let's go to Doncaster now and talk to my colleague James Vincent, because there are council elections there. Now, Doncaster can be quite a complicated picture, but in terms of Westminster, it should be, or has been in recent years, very solid. Ed Miliband, John Healey, members of the cabinet have got seats in that neck of the woods. The council is now counting, but James, what are the indications?
Well, the indications are that Labour are expecting to lose a number of seats to Reform on the council. You'll know that you've been speaking to a lot of people in parts of the country in the elections this year where there's been normally strong support for the Conservatives or the Lib Dems. You can't get much more Labour than Doncaster, because Doncaster was basically the place where the idea for the Labour Party first came up amongst the railway workers in Doncaster. But Labour were really pleased, well, I say pleased, they were relieved to squeak over the line in front of Reform in the mayoral election last night. We counted those votes overnight. They're about to start declaring the council seats here. There are 56 council seats up for grabs. Reform are really looking to get a fair few of those seats. Labour are talking down their chances here in terms of the number of councillors. It doesn't actually really matter in terms of control of the council how many councillors Labour or Reform get. Ros Jones, who was elected last night, will be the mayor. She only needs 2 Labour councillors to work with her to run the city, but it might make things a bit awkward. There might be quite a bit of friction if there's a high number of Reform councillors that are elected after the count that's about to start in about 5 minutes or so.
And James, in terms of the indications of what got people going in the campaign there, what is it? Lots of our colleagues around the country have been saying, you know what, there of course were local issues, there always are, but the national picture and a national sort of mood of disillusionment is what made the difference, or definitely was part of quite a potent mix for voters making their minds up.
I think that's really interesting, Laura, because that's exactly what we're going to see in the 2 different elections. I think in this council election, we'll see a lot more national issues being played out. But for the mayoral election, when we were speaking to people, when candidates were speaking to people, the main issue was the airport in Doncaster and whether that would reopen or not. All of the candidates, 12 candidates stood for the mayoral election, all of them were saying positive things about opening the airport. There was no disagreement really at all. So I think a lot of people voted for their mayor based on that. And in fact, the South Yorkshire Mayor, Oliver Coppard, saying that's exactly what people did. He's a Labour mayor in South Yorkshire. He thinks people voted Labour to try and reopen the airport. But in terms of their councillors, it will be the local stuff, but also those national issues. Immigration. Labour are sort of talking about, yeah, we got those votes across the line for the mayoral election, but we think a lot of people will have picked another party to be their local councillor. And I think that's what we're going to see this afternoon in Doncaster.
Really interesting. For better or for worse, the United Kingdom political system has become more complicated than a 3D Rubik's Cube, let alone something that would be easily solvable or easily understandable in a one-hour. James Vincent in Doncaster, thank you so much indeed for hanging on to speak to us this afternoon. It's great to hear from what's happening on the ground, and give us a shout if we get a result anytime soon. Sarah Jones and Chris Philp, let's pick up with both of you.
It's fine, don't
on
worry.
the words
I appreciate
of
you
John
had lots.
Curtis. So James Vincent just saying a cheery goodbye to us, us there while his microphone was still live. Sarah Jones and Chris Philp, for Labour and Conservatives, John Curtis knows his onions. He's told us very clearly this is likely to be the worst ever result for the Conservatives, the worst ever, and the first time ever that combined your 2 parties make up less than half the vote. Sarah Jones, does it make you think that the era of you being able to rely on either being in office or being in opposition actually is on its way out? It's gone.
Well, every election makes you think, and the voters are always right? They were right when I failed to win in Croydon when I first stood and I lost by 165 votes. The voters are always right. They always get it right, and we always have to listen to what they are telling us. But look, I think genuinely, we don't know in terms of, is this now a completely different system? Is it not? We don't know. We have been here in similar situations before. I can remember being very worried about the SDP, when I was very young. Things change. But what I would say,
like this, and just to be clear, when we're talking about these precedents,
I hear what you're saying.
It wasn't like this.
I hear what you're saying. I say 2 things. One, and this isn't an excuse, but one, these are, in the main, elections that were Conservative-held areas where we weren't expecting to make great gains. So, in the main, there's a kind of there's a reality there. But mainly, I would say, people are voting for reform. I think I talk to people, I listen to people, I hear what they're saying, because they want to see a change that they perceive hasn't been there for years. And they're right, it hasn't been there for years. But let's look under the bonnet of just one example. Reform are saying we want to tackle migration. Of course we want to tackle migration. It rocketed under the Conservatives. We want to get under the skin of that and tackle it. Now, Andrea Jenkins has said today she wants to tackle that by putting asylum seekers in tents. Now, I don't think that's the answer. What has Labour done so far? We have deported 24,000 people who shouldn't be in the country. When we had, in the peak of the Conservative government, 400 hotels that were taking asylum seekers, it's now 200. That is progress. It is not enough. And we hear that message loud and clear from the voters. It's not enough. Go further. We want to see more. And that is what we will deliver. But it will take some time to do because change takes time.
But isn't this also about trust? I mean, this kind of result, which is very significant, let's make no bones about it, and it might be temporary, might all have completely changed in another 6 months' time, but it is quite something when our two main parties together can't even get half of the electorate to choose them. And isn't it therefore about trust and faith in your ability to get things done? And you mentioned asylum hotels there. Labour promised to close them, then you get into government and you say, oh, sorry, we can't close them, it's a bit harder than we thought. You promised not to raise taxes.
That's not entirely true, because there were 400, there's now 200. So we are going in the right direction.
You said you would close them, and then you have ended up renewing some contracts. But the point is here about trust, is it not? Yeah. That was a promise you made, that whether you say you want to quibble with keeping it or not, you haven't kept the promise that you originally made in its purest form, which was a pure promise that you made, if I remember correctly.
We were elected on manifesto to do things within the term of a Labour government. But you're right about trust. Now, I remember when Boris Johnson was at his height. He's enormously charismatic, promised huge change, promised great things, and just massively underdelivered. And people have felt that they have been told for many years, and they feel it from all parties, that they're being promised things that they can't deliver. My pledge, what I get up every day to do, what Keir Starmer gets up every day to do, is to deliver our plan for change. That will take time. We are seeing the beginnings of it, whether it's the falling waiting lists in the NHS, or whether it's putting the free breakfast clubs in our schools, whether it's delivering the planning reforms that will actually turn around our house building so that we get homes that people can afford to live in. That will take time, but we will every day strive to make our country, proud of its government and proud of the things that we're delivering.
And no one, perhaps, Christopher, would doubt either, Sarah Jones' motivation or indeed your motivation. You're both professional, committed politicians. I think people listening to how you both speak would believe that. But when you have results like this, the Conservatives crashing to their worst ever performance, isn't that something a bit more serious than Kemi Badenoch's only had 6 months? We will be back. We need to think a bit more carefully about our policy. We're not quite ready to tell you what we want to do next. Isn't this the risk for you that this is something actually that could not be recoverable?
Well, I think we should not underestimate at all the disenchantment and anger that many people feel about the way the country's been going in some regards. And I think it's for mainstream political parties to listen to that, to really deeply understand it, and to make concrete and bold plans to fix some of these problems. And and to take the asylum hotel example, I mean, it doesn't help to say, oh, somehow Labour's getting this fixed. They've gone up since the general election. They've got worse. And I think we just need to be honest with the public. No, you're not. They're getting worse. They've gone up. There are 8,000 more. There are 8,000 more people. There are 8,000. Sarah, I didn't interrupt you. There are 8,000 more people in asylum hotels now than at the time of the last general election. That is not good enough. Now, to fix that, it's not easy. And mainstream political parties have to have the courage to address those issues head on, but not just with slogans. And one of the weaknesses we may see with reform is they are just slogans. We in the Conservatives need to have two things. Firstly, the courage to confront those issues. And they are difficult issues to confront: stopping illegal immigration, removing people with no right to be here. But secondly, having detailed and credible plans to deliver. Otherwise, people will become disappointed and angry. And I'll give you just one example from what Richard Tice said just there. He said he's going to open up the contracts on asylum hotels. Well, he's not going to be able, now he controls various councils like Lincolnshire, he's not going to be able to do that because the contracts are between a government contractor, for example, Serco, and the hotel provider. So he just said something just 10 minutes ago on your programme that he can't deliver. Now, I agree the hotel should be closed, but Richard just there said, clearly not quite appreciating how it worked, he said something to your viewers that he can't deliver already. They've only been in control for half an hour. So that's an example, I think, of where reform may let down voters. So our job is to make sure when we say something like that, we Conservatives, we've thought it through, we've got a credible plan, and it'll actually work. But we've got to start by acknowledging the last government made some very, very serious mistakes. I'm not going to hide from that. Kemi's not going to hide from that. There were serious mistakes, and we're going to have to develop credible plans to fix the situation. Otherwise, we're going to see more election results like these, which I don't want to see. So I'm going to work hard night and day to earn back that trust, make those credible plans, and ensure that future elections do not look like this.
And look, it may yet be, you might hope this is the case, that as we heard Richard Tice say today, there might be lots of issues where actually Reform say quite quickly, oh, I'll have to come back to you, which is essentially what he said this afternoon. Despite winning lots of council elections, talking about asylum plans, it's quite clear that he has not yet got a fully worked out plan of how to close them, which is what they say they want to do.
Well, he look at something he can't even look at.
But in terms of your position, though, I just wonder, and then I want to bring in Al Pinkerton, our Lib Dem, before we close this hour. I just wonder, Chris and Sarah, do you both accept that this might be a genuine moment of jeopardy for the system that you two have prospered under for a very, very long time? Is this a moment of jeopardy, Sarah Jones?
I think it's a moment, of course, to look at what the public are saying and to make sure we are delivering what they want us to deliver. We know the world is much more unsure than it has been. We've seen huge changes, huge shifts in many different countries around the world in terms of our political landscape. What we are focused on as a government is our plan for change, trying to deliver, so we can say to people, we did what you promised.
We've heard
and
that a lot.
that's what we have to focus on. We don't know what the rest will be telling us.
Chris Philp, you gave us a very brief answer before when I asked one for one. So briefly, is this a moment of real jeopardy for the two-party system in this country?
I think it should be a wake-up call for the main political parties to say that, to listen and to understand that the public are deeply unhappy about elements of how the country is being run and how this country is today. And I think we collectively, the Conservatives, need to take a radically different approach to the way we approach politics, the way we formulate policy, the ideas we have to respond to what the public are telling us. So I've heard that loud and clear.
And Al Pinkerton, the Lib Dems have just become the biggest party in Wiltshire. You've taken that from the Conservatives. You are now in charge. The Tories have lost it. We're showing the numbers there on the screen. What does the jeopardy for the two main parties here, or that they almost, I think, conceded, but, you know, matter of opinion. What does it mean for the Lib Dems? You're used to being the third party, but maybe you won't be the third party anymore. Maybe the Tories will be the third party, Reform will be the second party.
Well, we could be the first party. Who knows? I mean, I'm looking at the numbers over there. We thought a good night would be perhaps a net gain of 70, and I'm looking currently at a net gain of 94. I mean, that's an absolutely terrific result for us. And I think it is a testimony to the way that we, in 95 now, and it's a testimony to the way that we do things. I have to say, I was really struck by the conversation that we were just having, if I may just kind of comment on that. You know, thinking about the rise of Reform, I heard about a report earlier on today that showed that we're levelling up money under Boris Johnson. So the areas that money went to have resisted, or were predicted to resist, Reform more than areas where that money didn't go to. So I think at the root of this, there's something about economic potential and the economic realities in which people are living. These are communities that have been let down, frankly, since deindustrialisation in the 1980s. They feel that Labour let them down. Boris Johnson, in many cases, then let them down. They're now trying their hand with Reform, and here's the risk. If Reform let them down, where do they go to after that? Because these are communities who have been let down time after time after time, because the economic growth that this country has seen, not huge, admittedly, has never reached those communities. And economic growth is the greatest vaccination against the rise of populism.
And a brief final word to you, Alex Wilson. I mean, how difficult is it going to be for Reform to come back with those specific plans? We haven't heard from Richard Tice when he asked him some detailed questions on what you're going to do on a central issue that you campaigned on. Just briefly, if you can.
Sure. Well, as I've been sat here and we've been seeing these results come through, I've been trying to think of what the right word is to describe it. It started off, I think, being remarkable. Then I think switched to seismic. But I'm going to settle on the word that the Tory leader in Kent used to describe the performance in that very county, apocalyptic, for both the Conservatives and the Labour Party. These are a catastrophic set of results, and we have put ourselves on the map. We are the challengers to the Labour government now. We saw that in the Runcorn by-election, and we've seen it in these council elections right across the country. There's one thing in this set of elections that the Conservative Party managed to achieve, and that was to deliver a Labour mayor in North Tyneside, a Labour mayor in Doncaster, and a Labour mayor in the west of England. They are no longer the defending party of the centre-right. We are replacing them. This is the first stage on that journey, but there's many more stages to come.
OK, well, you certainly have put a turquoise terror into the Conservatives in some parts of the country. Let's just check in quickly with the final numbers for you. You can see there Reform miles ahead, now with more than 508 seats. The Lib Dems on 244, the Conservatives down 484. We're now saying goodbye to viewers who've been with us on BBC One. Do switch over or stay with us on the BBC News channel, where we have coverage of this fascinating and significant set of results. Goodbye for now. Good afternoon, and what an incredible day of political results for English politics. There has been drama all over the country, with Nigel Farage's Reform UK drawing a new political landscape. Farage claims his party is now the main opposition after, first, their dramatic victory in the Runcorn by-election, taking the seat from Labour by just 6 votes after a recount, the closest by-election since records began. Labour narrowly managed to hold on in 3 mayoral races in North Tyneside, the west of England and Doncaster, only just holding off Reform. But since then, Reform has pounded the Conservative vote in county halls around the country. They've lost more than 470 councillors and have lost control of councils like Kent and Lancashire, and the losses keep piling up. The Lib Dems, though, have had votes pouring in. They are currently up more than 90 councillors, and their leader, Sir Ed Davey, is hoping for more good results to come in Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire and Shropshire. There are still many more bits and pieces of information to come in. The results are not over yet, and Rita Chakrabarti is with us here in the studio to guide us through the numbers.
These are some of the latest results that we have, and as you can see, there is a sea of turquoise here. There are still 10 councils to come and 1 mayoral contest too, and I'll be bringing you analysis of those results as they come in.
And in our last hour of special coverage in this election 2025, of course, the nation's favourite number cruncher, Professor Sir John Curtice, is with us too. A very warm welcome to the last hour of our special election 2025 coverage here at BBC News on what has turned out to be a very significant and dramatic day of results after 23 council elections in England, 6 mayoral elections, and of course settled by only 6 votes at around 6 a.m. this morning, the Runcorn by-election, which was grabbed by Nigel Farage's UK, defeating Labour by a sliver of votes. Counting, though, is still going on. We can show you what's happening. There's Kettering in Northamptonshire. There are counts for 2 different councils there going on. We've heard on the ground from a Conservative councillor who leads West Northamptonshire Council at the moment, deeply worried about Reform gobbling up their votes. Then let's show you glorious, peaceful scenes On a day of quite hectic news headlines, that's the scene in Truro Cathedral, very wisely chosen by Cornwall County Council as the host of their counting session. You rather wonder if actually it was chosen by the Cornish Tourist Board, but that's the scene in the southwest where the Lib Dems are hoping of making more gains. So, before we get into the discussion here of all the interesting different strands of what's been going on, what English voters have dealt out to the main political parties, let's have a look at all the details of the main developments with this roundup from my colleague Helen Catt.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Elation for Reform UK in Runcorn and Helsby after what had been a nail-biter of a night, a result so close it had to be recounted.
The people of Runcorn and Helsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper.
Just 6 votes handed Reform this formerly safe Labour parliamentary seat and a massive political boost.
It's the closest by-election since the war, and I think one of the most dramatic, but I sense also one of the most significant. I said, after I won in Clacton in the last general election, I said, we've dealt with the Tories, we're now coming for the Labour Party, and boy, we are.
A difference of 40,000 votes made Andrea Jenkins, the former Conservative MP turned Reform candidate, the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire.
Now that Reform is in a place of power, we can help start rebuilding Britain. Inch by inch, Reform will reset Britain to its glorious past.
Reform has also taken control of several councils, including Durham from Labour and Staffordshire and Kent from the Conservatives. For Labour, there was some relief as it held on to mayors in North Tyneside and Doncaster. Reform ran them close in both races. On a visit to a defence contractor, Keir Starmer suggested he was listening.
I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We started that change. Waiting lists are down, wages are up, interest rates are down, huge, massive difference for people who are mortgage holders. But the message I take out of these elections is that we need to go further and we need to go faster on the change that people want to see, and that's what I'm determined to do.
Labour also retained the West of England mayoralty. The Greens, who had some hopes here, came in third.
Of course we would have liked to have won that election. What we did see was a strong Green vote, well, across the area, over 40,000 Green votes, but particularly a strong vote in Bristol, building on the great success we had in Bristol at the general election. I'm confident that that is a contest we can win in the future, next time around.
For the Conservatives, a bright spot as former MP Paul Bristow won the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayoralty from Labour, who were pushed into third. It is a bleak picture for the Tories overall, though. They've lost councils in Warwickshire, Worcestershire and Leicestershire, to name just a few, with councillor losses looking like they could head towards the higher end of expectations.
I think the truth is, and I'm under no illusions about this, the public are very angry and frustrated by the Conservative Party. They felt that we let them down, that we didn't do enough on the issues that they care about, and it will take time.
The Liberal Democrat leader was out this morning serving ice cream in Shropshire before his party started scooping up seats from the Tories in places like Devon and Gloucestershire.
I'm confident that we can replace the Conservatives as the party of Middle England. There's no doubt people have been very disappointed by Labour, and we're getting a lot of support from Labour too.
With many votes still being counted, what does look certain is that by tonight England's political landscape will look quite different. Labour and the Conservatives have been heavily squeezed on all sides. But the big winners are Reform, who've shown they can convert success in the polls into real votes and real power. Helen Catt, BBC News.
And of course, these are local election results, apart from that by-election. However, there is no question whatsoever that results in local councils around England could have even a profound effect on the sentiments, the animal spirits, the psychology of the political parties who represent all of us in Westminster and do jobs there on our behalf. Let's introduce our last
wonderful panel of the day joining us here in the studio. On my right, Alex Phillips, journalist and presenter. Many of you might recognise her, former advisor to Nigel Farage, but also ex-Brexit Party MEP. James Murray, Exchequer Secretary for the Government and MP for Ealing North. Alex Burghardt, Shadow Duchy of the Chancellor of Lancaster. That title, really, when you've been up all night, is a tricky one. Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, to give you your correct title. In other words, very close and senior colleague of Kemi Badenoch. That gives us a bit more information. And the Lib Dem spokesperson for Science, Innovation and Tech, Victoria Collins. You're all very welcome to join us here in the studio. Before we get into our discussion with our guests this afternoon, let's have a listen to the man who is the clear victor of these elections. Not the only victor, but the overall man who's got most to celebrate. This is what Nigel Farage had to say to reporters in Durham, where Reform took control a while ago.
Two-party politics just died in front of our eyes. What happened here in County Durham and in Lancashire and in Runcorn and Helsby, really is, for the Labour Party, pretty cataclysmic. And what's happening to the Conservatives in the Shires is an apocalypse. I'm not even sure the Conservative Party can survive this in the long term. So, yeah, big day. And you know what? People vote for us because they want change. They are sick of the two-party system.
And in the last few minutes, we can tell you that Warwickshire also has been lost to no overall control. That was also another Conservative council. It's not in Reform's hands on their own, but that has been lost. County Hall, another one gone from the Conservatives' grip, just in our most recent result coming in. Alex Burghardt, let's start with you. Nigel Farage has got quite a lot of evidence today for his claim that two-party politics is gone, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, look, we've had a very disappointing night. Very sad to have lost some very good Conservative councillors across the country. But some glimmers of hope, some silver linings. You'll have seen your report just covered what's happened in Cambridgeshire, where we've managed to overturn a Labour mayoralty and very good former Tory MP taking power. So it's not all doom and gloom, but yeah, we would have liked to have had a better result.
So you say some silver linings. That's one silver lining. I'm not sure if there are any other suggestions of things that you might be encouraged by. We were hearing from John Curtis in the last hour. This is the Conservatives' worst ever performance. So if you sit there and try to find positives, aren't you actually in denial?
Well, I have just said, Laura, that it is a very disappointing result for us. So I don't think you can quite say I'm in denial. And the fact that we managed to win a mayoralty against Labour is a positive sign. So,
but very disappointing, and your worst performance ever. I think very disappointing is doing quite a lot of heavy lifting there, isn't it? I mean, I suppose, do you acknowledge that this is a moment of extreme difficulty, because very disappointing is the kind of political coding sometimes for, a few losses, and people say politely to colleagues, of course, this is all rather disappointing. Actually, it's brutal, isn't it? This has been a rout.
Look, we have, as you know, where we are in the local election cycle at the moment is that 4 years ago, we had a very unusually successful set of results. It was the vaccine bounce. And we always knew that we were going to fall back from that position. And last year, we suffered a historic defeat, our worst ever performance at a general election. And we know that the party has to do an enormous amount to rebuild from that. And that's why we are undertaking a sort of long-term plan to get the party back on its feet and win back the trust of the British people.
Do you have the long term, though? Because didn't Kemi Badenoch...
We have 4 years. I would be very surprised if the next general election wasn't 4 years from now. I expect it to be made from 4 years now. I don't think Keir Starmer will call a general election before then, because I don't think he will be in a strong enough position. Because one of the other things, which I'm sure we'll come on to, that we saw last night, is that the Labour Party has performed very badly after only 9 months in power. It's clear that it's not been able to keep its promises, and that it's being punished by the British public. So I think that we do have 4 years, but we know very much that we have to go out and win back the trust of the British people.
But do you think that Kemi Badenoch has 4 years? Do you think your colleagues will give her the grace and the space?
Absolutely.
After your worst ever performance?
We all went through a very, very difficult night last year. One of the reasons why we had a difficult general election was because of the public, that we had public arguments that should have been held in private. We're not going to go back to that.
James Murray, how do you respond to the fact that Labour has lost about 7 out of the 10 seats it was defending? So more than 2/3 of your seats have gone 10 months after you won a massive landslide. That's a pretty bad verdict on your performance in government, isn't it?
Well, I think one way to respond would be to say, look, these are local elections, oppositions do well at local elections, parties of government don't do well in by-elections and so on. But actually, I think the right way for us to respond as a government is to say, look, we get it. You know, we are going to look at what's happened today and take the message that we need to get on with delivering change faster, we need to go further, we need to make sure people really feel that change that we promised at the last general election in their daily lives. And that's what I take as the message from this set of election results so far.
It's at least 2 hours since a Labour politician has said further and faster, and you put it actually in 2 different sentences. So that is a new variation on the slogan of
we're very
the day.
United about our mission here.
But when you say, we get it, what is it?
That people want the country to be in a different place. You know, people were fed up after 14 years last year of the Conservatives. They wanted change, they voted for change, they wanted a new government to deliver that. Now we can point to what we've done in the first 9 or 10 months in terms of increasing the minimum wage, bringing down NHS waiting lists and so on. But what people have said to me when I was on the doorstep yesterday, when I've been campaigning in recent weeks and months, is we want you to go further, we want more, we want better, we want more change, we want to really feel it in our lives. And actually, that's what we want as government ministers too.
But what lots of people have also said to your colleagues, some of your council colleagues have told us that on the record today. Plenty of your MP colleagues have said it privately off the record to me and a million other journalists, and lots of other MPs have had the bravery to put their head above the parapet and say it publicly too. What many, many voters raise time and time again is the astonishment that the first major act, one of the first major acts of a Labour government, was to means test winter fuel allowance. And looking at this now, can you see how, perhaps at the very least, that announcement shocked people because it came out of the blue? Quite apart from the idea of whether it was the right thing or the wrong thing to do, many of your voters could hardly believe it.
Well, the public finances were in a shocking state when we inherited them. And actually,
but that's not my question. If you think about the impact that that announcement has had, if you look back on it now, you must have heard it on the doorstep too from people. Did you hear that on the doorstep from people banging doors?
Oh, look, there were definitely people who were concerned about that decision and who, raised it with me and other people on the doorstep. And what I said to people whenever people raise it with me is, look, we know that was a difficult decision. And there were a number of difficult decisions we've taken since getting into office. But what's important is for me to explain why we've done that. And the reason why we've done that is to fix the public finances, get public services back on their feet. The reason why NHS waiting lists have now come down 6 months in a row is because we've started to put that extra support, that extra investment into the NHS. And actually, if people can see why we're doing it, people understand this is part of the plan. This is part of the plan for change, that we take difficult decisions, but we've done it for a reason.
Victoria Collins, I think you did a polite eye roll, but definitely an eye roll at what James was saying there. Why?
Well, I mean, I hope that there'll be a great change, but myself, my colleagues, and many of my voters have been disappointed about actually the Labour government. And I think this election shows clearly they're disappointed with what happened with the Conservatives. They haven't forgotten that. And they're also disappointed with Labour. I understand and absolutely agree with you that we were left with an economic mess. We were. But that brutal cut to winter fuel allowance, there was also the cap on the 2-child benefit cap. And there were many charities that said to us that was one of the quickest, best ways to bring a lot of children out of poverty. A lot of people have been disappointed by that. And so, quite frankly, that's the voters have shown that they have not forgotten that, and they're holding them to account. And you said, Laura, that there were other winners this evening, and the Lib Dems clearly have been, and we've got them rolling through today. And so we're saying, actually, we are voters coming to us as well to say that Lib Dems can deliver and standing up for that.
And you've got a pretty impressive tally of adding seats. Oh, look, it's just happened in real life. Another one. It happens in real time, and it is unusual. Viewers might be surprised to see Nigel Farage and Sir Ed Davey at the top of our tower, being the 2 parties who have gained the most seats. But at this stage, and there are still a couple of counts left to go, at this stage, in fact, there's 9 still to go, the Lib Dems haven't actually taken any additional councils yet. And in an era when the Tories have just been hammered and they're still in the doldrums, Labour are very unpopular in the national opinion polls. Shouldn't you be picking up councils?
Well, our council counts are coming in this afternoon. So I have 2 counts. They're still finishing now. So we will see and hopefully see what comes out. But what's been clear is we've made gains and gains. And we are one of the parties, I think, in 6 local elections. We have continued to make gains. And we are again. There were 72 MPs elected. So clearly we're still growing and growing. And we'll see what happens by the end of the day.
But in terms of the impact of reform, and if you look at Gloucestershire, for example, somewhere where the Lib Dems might have had ambition to take the council, because of what happened with reform, you didn't. So you're not immune from what's going on.
I think no one is immune from the fact that people are disillusioned with what's happening right now in politics. And as I said, that message of they're tired of the Conservatives, they're actually disappointed with government. But it's clear that people are coming to the Liberal Democrats and saying that actually they're seeing where we've delivered. And what's really important, where we look at other places like Devon, Tunbridge Wells, we've had a real knockout and showed we're growing there. The same in Hertfordshire. So I absolutely think people are coming to the Liberal Democrats and know that we can deliver for local people.
Well, we can show people actually that Gloucestershire result, which is one of the latest that we've had come in. The Lib Dems there are the biggest party with 27 seats, but Reform took 11 seats in Gloucestershire. So the Lib Dems have been left short by 1, or else they might have to actually taken that council on their own. We're just still seeing some pictures of the count in Oxfordshire. That is somewhere where the Lib Dems will hope to make gains still. But if you look at that result in Gloucestershire, we can show you it now. You can see how the Lib Dems, in a part of the country where they might have hoped to take control of the council, have been held off by 1 because Reform managed to take 11 seats, ahead of the Greens there and ahead of the Conservatives too. And just worth remembering, the Tories held that council. They won a majority there in 2021. A completely different political planet when Boris Johnson was in charge. Let's bring in Alex Phillips. You must be, well, you came into the studio. Well, you're, Cheshire Cat.
Look at these results. I mean, people are saying, wow, is this the end of 2-party politics? It looks like the beginning of a 1-party state. You know, we've got 7 councils now under Reform control from 0. None of the other parties, and I know we're only partway through, are in control of any councils. All the others are with no overall control. I mean, the only winners right now look like Reform. And I knew this was going to be a great day, and I knew this was going to be an important litmus test for Reform. Did I expect it to be this incredible, this amazing? I don't think I did. What we're seeing isn't just the rejection of legacy parties. It cannot be that alone. And if you want to kid yourselves that that's going on and that you can regain this, fine, go ahead and delude yourselves. What we're seeing is a country falling in love with a new political party. This is going to last. This isn't a protest vote. When you get numbers that big, this is not just people saying, I reject Labour, I reject the Conservatives. This is other people saying, I've now found my political home. This is so exciting. I think we're now looking at, for the first time in 100 years, a new party sweeping into power. This is the beginning of a political revolution. 2525, mark it in your diary. This is where politics in the UK changes, and changes for good.
But at this stage, how can you possibly be sure of that? It's obviously what you want to happen, but if you look back not so long ago in 2013 and then again in 2019, at that point, the Brexit Party, you were a member and an MEP for the Brexit Party, you topped the European parliamentary elections at that point. UKIP won them 10 years before.
But
on
that
each
was
occasion,
winning European elections on the basis of Brexit, on leaving Europe. This isn't about that. This is about running local authorities and a view to looking at who's going to be best to run the country. This isn't a single issue.
But the point here is that we have heard these claims about the end, the death of 2-party politics on previous occasions. Sometimes when it's been Nigel Farage in charge, as it was Brexit Party and UKIP. In other eras, when we had the coalition, or when the SNP was riding extremely high in Holyrood, when other parties had been players. Go back a bit further, you think about the SDP. These claims have been made before. Now, perhaps that won't happen this time, but would you acknowledge that as things stand right now, you can't be sure at all this is the end of 2-party politics?
Can see into the future, but look at those numbers. Laura, look at those numbers. I mean, come on. This is a political revolution.
Well, I thought, so you do have a crystal ball.
This is incredible. No, I don't know. What I'm saying is look at those numbers. This is astonishing. Right? The studios I've been going into, look at their faces. Their jaws are dropped. They don't know what to say. I think most journalists don't know what to say. Let's be realistic. This is a moment in history. OK, things can change. If Reform had picked up control of a couple of councils, we'd be saying, this is amazing, Reform would still be making all the headlines. 7 councils to Reform, none to anybody else right now. I mean, that is incredible.
There's no question.
This is
huge. A remarkable day of success for Reform. I suppose the question will then come, and we've been asking some questions here in the studio this afternoon, about what you do with the power and what you do with the responsibility, and how then you handle the questions that come with that responsibility. Now, when it comes to the issue of asylum hotels, for example, Richard Tice has already told us he's going to have to come back and tell people a bit later on how he's going to be able to keep the promise of getting rid of asylum hotels.
Yeah, I mean, look,
this is going
to be the big learning curve for Reform, isn't it?
So it'll be a learning curve.
Born a councillor. Everyone has to be elected for the first time at some point. It'll be interesting to see now how Reform manage dealing with all of these councils under their control for the very first time as a nascent political movement. When it comes to asylum hotels, well, those things are dictated by central government. I would imagine, knowing Richard as I do, he will be wanting to look into the legality of whether there are things at local level that can be done to block such things. And I wish him the best of luck with that, because that's clearly one of the most important doorstep issues. But you're right, this is going to be a huge test for Reform, a test unlike any other that any other political party has faced. They will either sink or they're going to swim. I mean, I hope for the latter, obviously. But what we are looking at now is the mood of a nation changing in a way that I just haven't seen in my lifetime. I doubt anybody has seen in their lifetime. And that alone, to me, is extremely exciting, because we're living through something that's already sweeping across Europe. It's swept across America. Perhaps we actually started it. We were the vanguard with Brexit. But this is the culmination of 25 years of work on behalf of Nigel Farage. This wasn't overnight. He's toiled to get this far.
You're somebody, you know him well. I just wonder, how do you think he will manage what you yourself have said? It's a moment they might swim and they might sink, but it might be a very genuine moment of challenge. At the very least, it's going to be a tricky transition. You have hundreds of people around the country who don't know anything about local government. Maybe a fresh pair of eyes will be a good thing. Maybe they might turn up and think, oh my God, I don't know how to do this. How would you think that Nigel Farage, as a party leader, will be able to manage this moment? How will he approach it?
He'll be wanting to continue the work he's already doing, to build from the bottom up, to start establishing more branches. And now there are local councillors making sure that they're equipped to be able to fulfil in their duties. He's going to need to come up with a structure within the party that is going to be there for people to turn to in a time of need and say, how do I do this? Can you guide me? Can I feel your hand on my shoulder? And I have no doubt that he's going to be able to do that, because he works diligently. He's adored by the people in his party, by and large. And the other good thing about local results, in many respects, this is a brilliant litmus test for the party. It's a brilliant way to dip their toes in the water of power. People don't necessarily scrutinise what local councils are doing in the same way as national government. So this, I think, is going to be a very productive learning curve.
Well, we will see huge opportunity and huge new pressure now on Reform, but with power comes responsibility. We are now ready to give you a very important figure. We've talked about it in the last couple of hours. It's known as the projected national share, the PNS. And this is a carefully done calculation that gives us the numbers that suggest how the country's vote would have broken down had this been a general election. It's not a prediction of what will happen at the next general election, but it gives us the snapshot of what would have happened had yesterday been held as a general election across the country. And we can now give you these numbers. The projected national share shows that the Reform Party would have polled 30% of the votes. 10% ahead of the Labour Party, who, of course, only 10 months ago swept to victory in the real general election. It's the Lib Dems who are in third place with 17%, ahead of the Conservatives in fourth place on 15%, their worst ever performance on these numbers since modern records began. We started collecting this kind of data back in 1982. And the Greens, the last of those 5 parties listed there, with a share projected to have been at 11%, had these set of council elections been a general poll across the country. In terms of the change, let's take a look at this. Reform up by 28%, Labour down by 14%, the Lib Dems staying where they are, the Conservatives falling by 10%, and the Greens also dropping by 2%. So an incredibly dramatic picture of a very, very different political world suggested there by these calculations, the projected national share. Let's cross to Professor Sir John Curtice, who with his team has been carefully calculating these set of numbers, which of course we must take with some health warnings. This is not a general election, but John, nevertheless, these figures are extremely significant, and I dare to say will be a turquoise terror for the established parties.
Sure. Just a couple of points to make. The first is that the change since 2024 is the change since last year's local elections, not the change since the general election, because these figures are estimates of the party's performance in local elections. There's nothing to do with the general election directly. So let's just bear that in mind. And secondly, we're in effect saying, well, how would the nation have voted if it behaved, if the whole country had behaved as in these local elections? Again, it's not trying to say exactly what the outcome of a general election would be. So to one side, well, yes, sure. This is the first time that a party other than Conservative or Labour has been first on this estimate, but in truth it simply reflects the reality that Reform have been first in terms of votes, first in terms of seats, and first in terms of councils in these elections. I don't think there's much dispute that they have done well, and crucially, this is a much better performance by Reform than that achieved by UKIP back in 2013, which was the height of UKIP's popularity. So that's one way of indicating that, at least in local elections, Reform are now more of a threat than its predecessor anti-EU party. For Labour, it's the equal worst result. They were also down at 20% back in 2008 at the time of the financial crash and the MP's expenses scandal. But as you already said, for the Conservatives, it is the worst result ever. But you've seen how they've been losing 2 and 3 seats. Their total loss of seats is going to be well above what I think even the party feared. Liberal Democrats essentially treading water, 17% last year, 17% this year. And the Greens is down slightly, but I wouldn't take too much notice of that. And just notice, 5 parties, all above 10%. And while one of the 5 parties has, in a sense, stolen the headlines and stolen a lot of the spoils in this election, we've still got 5 parties who, across various parts of the country, have proven competitive in these elections.
It is a very profound experience, I suppose, looking at those numbers stacking up like that. It's very different, so different to what we saw in the general election last year. And I can almost feel the politicians from the established parties on one side of the desk all looking at it with great tension. And we'll talk to them in just a second. Just before we leave you, John, just remind us, though, how willing are the smart voters of this country to choose different parties in different elections?
Oh, sure. There are some known differences. We know that the Liberal Democrats tend to do better in local elections than in general elections. The same is true of the Greens. What we don't know, because they don't have a track record, is whether that's also true of Reform, and that therefore, although they've won 30% in these local elections, they might still win, let's say, the 25% of their current opinion poll rating in a general election, or whether, in fact, this is evidence that, to some degree at least, the popularity of Reform is either being underestimated in the polls, or maybe in the particular circumstances in which we find ourselves, voters have been willing to use Reform to express their unhappiness with the government, with the opposition, even though perhaps they might have been less willing to vote Reform in a general election. And frankly, those are going to be unknowns for quite some considerable time.
Professor Sir John Curtice, thank you so much for explaining those numbers, and thank you very much indeed for keeping us right through all our special election coverage here in the studio in the last few hours. But if you're just joining us, or you're just scratching your head and wondering what's gone on, the projected national share, which is the number that the BBC estimates had a general election taken place across the whole country yesterday, and everywhere mirrored what happened in the places where there were actually votes, the projected share of the vote would have put Nigel Farage's Reform UK miles ahead of the established political parties. Labour in second place, the Conservatives pushed to fourth place. A very, very tricky picture for the main traditional political parties. As we wind our way towards the end of our coverage, a response firstly to you, Alex Burkhart, the senior Conservative with us. Your worst ever performance last year was not the bottom. You might have further to fall.
I think what John was saying was that these are the worst performance we had in a local election. But what the figures that you've just referred to, John Curtis was very clear that this is related to previous local elections, not to general elections. That people vote differently in general elections, often vote differently in general elections to how they do in local elections. Certainly true in my area in Brentwood and Ongar, where often the Liberal Democrats come second in local elections but come fourth in general elections. And also, there is a very important aspect which we haven't discussed around turnout. That turnout in local elections tends to be less than half of what it is in national elections. And again, in my constituency...
We actually think it was a bit higher this time round in local elections.
Well, but still very, very much lower than you would see in a general election. Very, very much lower. And so in my constituency in Brentwood and Ongar, I lost a lot of votes to Reform in the general election, lost 11,000 votes. But my majority went down by much more than that. And that was because a large number of people chose to stay at home in 2024. And you saw this time and time again on... just let me finish the point, Laura. Time and time again on the doorstep, people who did not want to vote Reform, they didn't want to vote for any other parties, they'd always voted Conservative, and they couldn't bring themselves to do it in 2024. We have to get those people back, and that is one of the things that the Conservative Party under Kemi is now focused on.
Just though, and I want to bring the others in, but just briefly to you, I've listened carefully to your Conservative colleagues in the last 24 hours also sit there and say, we have to be honest about how bad this is. Are you being honest about how bad this is when you're justifying and saying, well,
look,
it's not really...
You've heard me say several times how disappointing the result is, and so I don't think you can categorise what I've said in any other way.
OK. James Murray, what do you think when you see that as a government minister looking at your projected national share 10 months after a massive majority dumping down to 20%?
Well, as John Curtis set out, this is local elections, and they don't translate into national elections. But I think what I do take from it are two things. The first thing I would take from it is, as I was saying earlier, what do we take as a government from the election results? And there are ways we can explain them, as I've just set out, in terms of it being local elections, not general elections, and so on. But I think what I feel very strongly, and I know the Prime Minister has said that he feels strongly, is the message that we want to say to voters: look, we get it. We get that we need to move further and faster to make sure we deliver our change. We need to deliver our change. We said we were going to make that change over the course of this Parliament. We've started on that route in the first 9 months. We've got a lot more to do, and we want to get on with it. Can I tell you the other thing, though, I think that this reads across into the national picture? I think this will make people look more closely at reform in a national context as well. And so, when Nigel Farage talks about an insurance-based health system, no longer having a publicly funded NHS, when Reform vote against workers' rights bill that we put through Parliament, what does that say about them? What are their policies when it comes to the NHS?
It will be very interesting. With power comes responsibility and comes scrutiny of decision-making, without question. For the Lib Dems, briefly, if you can, you're ahead of the Tories in this calculation.
Well, that's the thing. I'm very excited about this. Clearly, it's an annihilation for the Conservatives. It's continuation of that story. As Liberal Democrats, we're showing nationally and locally that we can deliver on social care, on healthcare, on the cost of living crisis, and really deliver for local people. Quite frankly, Reform have been full of rhetoric, and it would be a real test if they can deliver, but the Lib Dems know we can.
Well, it's a moment of opportunity, but a moment of jeopardy too for your party, Alex Phillips. If there is one thing that you could say with confidence you think will happen next...
Yeah, I actually think this is going to create momentum now, because in the last snap election, Reform were caught, not in any position of readiness. People have often had this idea of voting for a Nigel Farage-led party might be a wasted vote, so they have to vote a legacy party in the end at the general election. If these three think that actually things are going to switch around in the general election and this is some sort of flash in the pan, I would say, mark my words, this is just the beginning.
But how can you know that?
I can't know anything, but I've got a good gut for this stuff, and I've never seen results like that. None of us have. It's that simple. This is incredible.
Well, we will see. It has been an extraordinary day of headlines, without question, as we've gone through the results from just about all 23 councils in England as the results have come in. The drama really began just after 4 a.m. when the Runcorn and Helsby by-election seemed to be too close to call, and it emerged that Reform had won it on the first count by just 4 votes. But there was a full recount, drama, until just after 6 a.m. the final result was delivered, and Nigel Farage arrived at the count and his party was victorious, sending another MP to Westminster to join his small band there. But since then, through the day, we have seen council after council after council lose its blue hue and be grabbed by Nigel Farage's Reform UK party. There have been mayoral contests too across England, 6 of them. They haven't all been called yet, but there's no doubt that while there have been some gains for the Lib Dems, a few advances for the Greens, there is one victor of these elections as they stand, local elections, but with implications for our national politics, and a big extra bounce of momentum for Nigel Farage's Reform UK. That's just about it from us here on our Election 2025 special. Thank you to all of my guests, some of whom have been here with me since 11 o'clock last night. There's still a couple of 100 council seats to come, but the story, without question, is clear, and this is a day that has made history in different ways. This has been Nigel Farage's election, from the Runcorn result just after 6 a.m. this morning by an incredible 6 votes, to this afternoon, when now he's taken control of nearly a dozen local councils. There's huge amounts of analysis on the BBC website if you want to take a deep dive into all the results, but it's goodbye from me, from Rita, from the whole team here, and I will look forward to seeing you here on Sunday morning. Goodbye for now. Kind of striking progress that you might have hoped for. I mean, Sir John Curtis was describing essentially you're kind of treading water. It's not the kind of decisive step forward we've seen from the Liberal Democrats, and nothing like the kind of giant stride we've seen from Reform.
I'll be honest with you, these elections we were not forecasting enormous growth in councillor numbers. For a start, in absolute terms, because the government cancelled a lot of the local council elections, there are simply fewer seats up for election. I think it's the fewest number of seats for decades. And because of where those elections are, we were pretty confident, and that's been proven right, that we were going to make gains, but I wasn't forecasting enormous gains in this election. I'm happy with our progress, especially in the context that this is the 8th year in a row that the Greens have grown our number of councillors, and we are the only party in the UK who has seen that. So steady growth, really grateful for that. And you mentioned the West of England. You'll remember when we spoke on Sunday that I said it was wide open. It was a 3-party, arguably 4 or 5 horse race, and indeed that is how it's turned out to be. I knew that, being honest with you, the West of England mayoral race was a long shot. I'm pleased with how we did. We came a very close second to Labour in Bristol. Didn't come quite as far up the list in the other 2 council areas within West of England, South Gloucestershire and Bath and North East Somerset, but still a good showing. And I think the main message to take away from the West of England mayoral result is that 2-party politics is over. We are now in a 5-party system, and you know that means it's all to play for the Greens. And I'm really grateful for everyone who put their trust in the Greens and voted for bold action rather than the tinkering around the edges that Labour has offered so far.
There were also, though, some hopes for the Green Party in Kent County Council. We understand there was even a Green Party photo op that was planned there for this afternoon that has now gone the way of the bin. And that council instead is a pretty clean sweep with the turquoise of Reform UK. Why did you cancel your photo op there this afternoon if you hadn't been expecting to make gains that didn't materialise?
Yes, I was disappointed about Kent, but our overall pattern is a strong pattern of
gains. The numbers are literally going up on my phone. I was just glancing at it just before speaking to you. I think we're currently on 25, 26 gains, but there's more coming in every minute or two. And while we didn't get a seat that we thought we might in Kent, we've won other seats that we didn't think we were going to in other parts of the country, like Devon. So it's a mixed picture, and as with all political parties, you gain some and you lose some, but the pattern for the Greens is consistent growth year on year on year for 8 years now.
Carla Denyer, thanks so much for joining us. I can tell you, you're on 27 gains now, as our ticker behind us tells us you've gained 27 with the Greens now on a total, on our tally, of 51 seats. We reported much earlier in the day on what had happened in the mayoral race in Doncaster, where Labour hung on by a sliver. And the local mayor there, who was re-elected, had some pretty choice words for Labour's national leadership. But let's go to Doncaster now and talk to my colleague James Vincent, because there are council elections there. Now, Doncaster can be quite a complicated picture, but in terms of Westminster, it should be, or has been in recent years, very solid. Ed Miliband, John Healey, members of the cabinet have got seats in that neck of the woods. The council is now counting, but James, what are the indications?
Well, the indications are that Labour are expecting to lose a number of seats to Reform on the council. You'll know that you've been speaking to a lot of people in parts of the country in the elections this year where there's been normally strong support for the Conservatives or the Lib Dems. You can't get much more Labour than Doncaster, because Doncaster was basically the place where the idea for the Labour Party first came up amongst the railway workers in Doncaster. But Labour were really pleased, I say pleased, they were relieved to squeak over the line in front of Reform in the mayoral election last night. We counted those votes overnight. They're about to start declaring the council seats here. There are 56 council seats up for grabs. Reform are really looking to get a fair few of those seats. Labour are talking down their chances here in terms of the number of councillors. It doesn't actually really matter in terms of control of the council how many councillors Labour or Reform get. Ros Jones, who was elected last night, will be the mayor. She only needs 2 Labour councillors to work with her to run the city, but it might make things a bit awkward. There might be quite a bit of friction if there's a high number of Reform councillors that are elected after the count that's about to start in about 5 minutes or so.
And James, in terms of the indications of what got people going in the campaign there, what is it? Lots of our colleagues around the country have been saying, you know what, there of course were local issues, there always are, but the national picture and a national sort of mood of disillusionment is what made the difference, or definitely was part of quite a potent mix for voters making their minds up.
I think that's really interesting, Laura, because that's exactly what we're going to see in the 2 different elections. I think in this council election, we'll see a lot more national issues being played out. But for the mayoral election, when we were speaking to people, when candidates were speaking to people, the main issue was the airport in Doncaster and whether that would reopen or not. All of the candidates, 12 candidates stood for the mayoral election, all of them were saying positive things about opening the airport. There was no disagreement really at all. So I think a lot of people voted for their mayor based on that. And in fact, the South Yorkshire Mayor, Oliver Coppard, saying that's exactly what people did. He's a Labour mayor in South Yorkshire. He thinks people voted Labour to try and reopen the airport. But in terms of their councillors, it will be the local stuff, but also those national issues. Immigration, Labour are sort of talking about, yeah, we got those votes across the line for the mayoral election, but we think a lot of people would have picked another party to be their local councillor. And I think that's what we're going to see this afternoon in Doncaster.
Really interesting. For better or for worse, the United Kingdom political system has become more complicated than a 3D Rubik's Cube, let alone something that would be easily solvable or easily understandable in a one-hour. James Vincent in Doncaster, thank you so much indeed for hanging on to speak to us this afternoon. It's great to hear from what's happening on the ground, and give us a shout if we get a result anytime soon. Sarah Jones and Chris Philp, let's pick up with both of you.
It's fine, don't
on
worry.
the words
I appreciate you
of
had
John
lots.
Curtis. So James Vincent just saying a cheery goodbye to us, us there while his microphone was still live. Sarah Jones and Chris Philp, for Labour and Conservatives, John Curtis knows his onions. He's told us very clearly this is likely to be the worst ever result for the Conservatives, the worst ever, and the first time ever that combined your 2 parties make up less than half the vote. Sarah Jones, does it make you think that the era of you being able to rely on either being in office or being in opposition actually is on its way out? It's gone.
Well, every election
makes you think, and the voters are always right? They were right when I failed to win in Croydon when I first stood and I lost by 165 votes. The voters are always right. They always get it right, and we always have to listen to what they are telling us. But look, I think genuinely, we don't know in terms of, is this now a completely different system? Is it not? We don't know. We have been here in similar situations before. I can remember being very worried about the SDP, when I was very young. Things change. But what I would say,
like this, and just to be clear, when we're talking about these precedents,
I hear what you're saying.
It wasn't like this.
I hear what you're saying. I say two things. One, and this isn't an excuse, but one, these are, in the main, elections that were Conservative-held areas where we weren't expecting to make great gains. So, in the main, there's a kind of there's a reality there. But mainly, I would say, people are voting for reform. I think I talk to people, I listen to people, I hear what they're saying, because they want to see a change that they perceive hasn't been there for years. And they're right, it hasn't been there for years. But let's look under the bonnet of just one example. Reform are saying we want to tackle migration. Of course we want to tackle migration. It rocketed under the Conservatives. We want to get under the skin of that and tackle it. Now, Andrea Jenkins has said today she wants to tackle that by putting asylum seekers in tents. Now, I don't think that's the answer. What has Labour done so far? We have deported 24,000 people who shouldn't be in the country. When we had, in the peak of the Conservative government, 400 hotels that were taking asylum seekers, it's now 200. That is progress. It is not enough. And we hear that message loud and clear from the voters. It's not enough. Go further. We want to see more. And that is what we will deliver. But it will take some time to do, because change takes time.
But isn't this also about trust? I mean, this kind of result, which is very significant, let's make no bones about it, and it might be temporary, might all have completely changed in another 6 months' time, but it is quite something when our two main parties together can't even get half of the electorate to choose them. And isn't it therefore about trust and faith in your ability to get things done? And you mentioned asylum hotels there. Labour promised to close them, then you get into government and you say, oh, sorry, we can't close them, it's a bit harder than we thought. You promised not to raise taxes.
That's not entirely true, because there were 400, there's now 200. So we are going in the right direction.
You said you would close them, and then you have ended up renewing some contracts. But the point is here about trust, is it not? Yeah. That was a promise you made, that whether you say you want to quibble with keeping it or not, you haven't kept the promise that you originally made in its purest form, which was a pure promise that you made, if I remember correctly.
We were elected on a manifesto to do things within the term of a Labour government. But you're right about trust. Now, I remember when Boris Johnson was at his height. He's enormously charismatic, promised huge change, promised great things, and just massively underdelivered. And people have felt that they have been told for many years, and they feel it from all parties, that they're being promised things that they can't deliver. My pledge, what I get up every day to do, what Keir Starmer gets up every day to do, is to deliver our plan for change. That will take time. We are seeing the beginnings of it, whether it's the falling waiting lists in the NHS, or whether it's putting the free breakfast clubs in our schools, whether it's delivering the planning reforms that will actually turn around our house building so that we get homes that people can afford to live in. That will take time, but we will every day strive to make our country, proud of its government and proud of the things that we're delivering.
And no one, perhaps, Christopher, would doubt either, Sarah Jones' motivation or indeed your motivation. You're both professional, committed politicians. I think people listening to how you both speak would believe that. But when you have results like this, the Conservatives crashing to their worst ever performance, isn't that something a bit more serious than Kemi Badenoch's only had 6 months? We will be back. We need to think a bit more carefully about our policy. We're not quite ready to tell you what we want to do next. Isn't this the risk for you, that this is something actually that could not be recoverable?
Well, I think we should not underestimate at all the disenchantment and anger that many people feel about the way the country's been going in some regards. And I think it's for mainstream political parties to listen to that, to really deeply understand it, and to make concrete and bold plans to fix some of these problems. And to take the asylum hotel example, I mean, it doesn't help to say, oh, somehow Labour's getting this fixed. They've gone up since the general election. They've got worse. And I think we just need to be honest with the public. No, you're not. They're getting worse. They've gone up. There are 8,000 more. There are 8,000 more people.
Money.
There are 8,000. Sarah, I didn't interrupt you. There are 8,000 more people in asylum hotels now than at the time of the last general election. That is not good enough. Now, to fix that, it's not easy. And mainstream political parties have to have the courage to address those issues head on, but not just with slogans. And one of the weaknesses we may see with reform is they are just slogans. We in the Conservatives need to have two things. Firstly, the courage to confront those issues. And they are difficult issues to confront, stopping illegal immigration, removing people with no right to be here. But secondly, having detailed and credible plans to deliver. Otherwise, people will become disappointed and angry. And I'll give you just one example from what Richard Tice said just there. He said he's going to open up the contracts on asylum hotels. Well, he's not going to be able, now he controls various councils like Lincolnshire, he's not going to be able to do that because the contracts are between a government contractor, for example, Serco, and the hotel provider. So he just said something just 10 minutes ago on your programme that he can't deliver. Now, I agree the hotel should be closed, but Richard just there said, clearly not quite appreciating how it worked, he said something to your viewers that he can't deliver already. They've only been in control for half an hour. So that's an example, I think, of where reform may let down voters. So our job is to make sure when we say something like that, we Conservatives, we've thought it through, we've got a credible plan, and it'll actually work. But we've got to start by acknowledging the last government made some very, very serious mistakes. I'm not going to hide from that. Kemi's not going to hide from that. There were serious mistakes, and we're going to have to develop credible plans to fix the situation. Otherwise, we're going to see more election results like these, which I don't want to see. So I'm going to work hard night and day to earn back that trust, make those credible plans, and ensure that future elections do not look like this.
And look, it may yet be, you might hope this is the case, that as we heard Richard Tice say today, there might be lots of issues where actually reform say quite quickly, oh, I'll have to come back to you, which is essentially what he said this afternoon. Despite winning lots of council elections, talking about asylum plans, it's quite clear that he has not yet got a fully worked out plan of how to close them, which is what they say they want to do.
Well, he said he would look at something he can't even look at.
But in terms of your position, though, I just wonder, and then I want to bring in Al Pinkerton, our Lib Dem, before we close this hour. I just wonder, Chris and Sarah, do you both accept that this might be a genuine moment of jeopardy for the system that you two have prospered under for a very, very long time? Is this a moment of jeopardy, Sarah Jones?
I think it's a moment, of course, to look at what the public are saying and to make sure we are delivering what they want us to deliver. We know the world is much more unsure than it has been. We've seen huge changes, huge shifts in many different countries around the world in terms of our political landscape. What we are focused on as a government is our plan for change, trying to deliver, so we can say to people, we did what you promised.
We've heard
and
that a lot.
That's what we have to focus on. We don't know what the rest will be telling us.
Chris Philp, you gave us a very brief answer before when I asked one for one. So briefly, is this a moment of real jeopardy for the two-party system in this country?
I think it should be a wake-up call for the main political parties to say that, to listen and to understand that the public are deeply unhappy about elements of how the country is being run and how this country is today. And I think we collectively, the Conservatives, need to take a radically different approach to the way we approach politics, the way we formulate policy, the ideas we have to respond to what the public are telling us. So I've heard that loud and clear.
And Al Pinkerton, the Lib Dems have just become the biggest party in Wiltshire. You've taken that from the Conservatives. You are now in charge. The Tories have lost it. We're showing the numbers there on the screen. What does the jeopardy for the two main parties here, or that they almost, I think, conceded, but, you know, matter of opinion. What does it mean for the Lib Dems? You're used to being the third party, but maybe you won't be the third party anymore. Maybe the Tories will be the third party, Reform will be the second party.
Well, we could be the first party. Who knows? I mean, I'm looking at the numbers over there. We thought a good night would be perhaps a net gain of 70, and I'm looking currently at a net gain of 94. I mean, that's an absolutely terrific result for us. And I think it is a testimony to the way that we, in 95 now, and it's a testimony to the way that we do things. I have to say, I was really struck by the conversation that we were just having, if I may just kind of comment on that. You know, thinking about the rise of reform, I heard about a report earlier on today that showed that we're levelling up money under Boris Johnson, so that the areas that money went to have resisted, or were predicted to resist, reform more than areas where that money didn't go to. So I think at the root of this, there's something about economic potential and the economic realities in which people are living. These are communities that have been let down, frankly, since deindustrialisation in the 1980s. They feel that Labour let them down. Boris Johnson, in many cases, then let them down. They're now trying their hand with reform, and here's the risk. If Reform let them down, where do they go to after that? Because these are communities who have been let down time after time after time, because the economic growth that this country has seen, not huge, admittedly, has never reached those communities. And economic growth is the greatest vaccination against the rise of populism.
And a brief final word to you, Alex Wilson. I mean, how difficult is it going to be for Reform to come back with those specific plans? We haven't heard from Richard Tice when he asked them some detailed questions on what you're going to do on a central issue that you campaigned on. Just briefly, if you can.
Sure. Well, as I've been sat here and we've been seeing these results come through, I've been trying to think of what the right word is to describe it. It started off, I think, being remarkable. Then I think switched to seismic. But I'm going to settle on the word that the Tory leader in Kent used to describe the performance in that very county: apocalyptic. For both the Conservatives and the Labour Party, these are a catastrophic set of results, and we have put ourselves on the map. We are the challengers to the Labour government now. We saw that in the Runcorn by-election, and we've seen it in these council elections right across the country. There's one thing in this set of elections that the Conservative Party managed to achieve, and that was to deliver a Labour mayor in North Tyneside, a Labour mayor in Doncaster, and a Labour mayor in the west of England. They are no longer the defending party of the centre-right. We are replacing them. This is the first stage on that journey, but there's many more stages to come.
OK, well, you certainly have put a turquoise terror into the Conservatives in some parts of the country. Let's just check in quickly with the final numbers for you. You can see there Reform miles ahead, now with more than 508 seats. The Lib Dems on 244, the Conservatives down 484. We're now saying goodbye to viewers who've been with us on BBC One. Do switch over or stay with us on the BBC News channel, where we have coverage of this fascinating and significant set of results. Goodbye for now.